Hi. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hope everybody's doing well. Feeling well. Connie Dragoon, Travion Flash Monkey. What's going on? I hope everybody's doing all right. I hope you're feeling good, having a good time, having a good morning, and or Flash having a good late afternoon, early evening since it's 5 p.m. We got a long one today. We got a chunky one today. I hope I have the strength to get through it all. We got there's a Animal Crossing update, which I need you to explain to me because there's some stuff I understand about it and some stuff I don't understand about it. And so we're gonna do that for a while. I want to see a lot of the differences. I want to run around and play a little bit. And then we got more Metroid Prime 2. We're going to jump back into that today. And then at the end of the stream, basically, we have the Resident Evil showcase. They're going to do a showcase and show some gameplay for Resident Evil Requiem. So I'm actually interested to see that. I'm interested to see where it's going to go right now. Since the last two games were FPS or FPA, first person. I've heard that term more and more now. FPA, first person adventure, like Metroid. Like Metroid, it's a shooter in the sense that you have a gun attached to your arm, but it's not a shooter like we think of like a Call of Duty or an Apex or something. So a lot of time I'm hearing FPA is what I'm hearing. So yeah, so the Resident Evil 7 and 8 were FPA games. So now I'm kind of curious to see if they go back to over the shoulder or if it's another, because I don't know if it's an actual FPA. I don't know if do we even know Requiem, like what the gameplay is like? I actually have no idea. The Final Fantasy 7 had the soundtrack had me insert flashbacking so hard. It's a running gun but adventure. Later, Connie, have a good one. I figured you'd be lurking doing your lesson plan, but thank you so much, Connie. Have a good one. Connie, we're gonna be here for a while, so if you're ready to pop back in, you go right ahead. Prime or Flash. You're saying Metroid Prime. See, I don't consider it a running gun. I think of it as an adventure game. It is you explore, you search for things. There's a story for the most part that you go through. Connie, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. FPA is kind of the term that I've been hearing for that now. So, not sure I'd call Resident Evil that personally, but I wouldn't call Resident Evil a shooter. That's the thing is I wouldn't call when I hear shooter, I think an action game. I think that the combat is the primary aspect of when you look at a Call of Duty, for instance, there's a story mode, and sure, the multiplayer is obviously all shooting, but even when you play the story mode, shooting in combat is the primary reason for what, like, it's the primary practice of what you're doing. Whereas, not 2D Metroid, no. Hi, you're Alice. No, but then when you play a Resident Evil games are like puzzles. You're again, I'm mostly thinking of the older Resident Evils, but you're searching for puzzles, you're searching for clues. It's more suspenseful. It's not always about you. And I didn't play Village yet. I know 7 was like this. It's not always about you shooting and killing the enemy. It's about you getting away from the enemy so that you can keep solving the mystery. The mystery is the primary focus of a Resident Evil game. The exploration and adventure is the primary focus of a Metroid game. There's combat, but that usually is interspersed in the actual exploration and stuff. So I think adventure game is better for that because I don't think shooter. When I hear Metroid or when I think Resident Evil, I don't think shooter. When I think Halo, I think shooter. When you go through the first Halo games, because I only really played the first 3, when you go through those, what's the primary function of Master Chief? Is to shoot and kill the enemies. There aren't really any puzzles. There's not exploration in that way. There's no item upgrade progression. There's nothing like that in a Halo game or the Halo games that I played. Shooting and combat is the primary focus of a Halo game. That's a first-person shooter. That's an FPS game. It doesn't seem correct to say
cool.
that.
Someone wants to be friends.
Thank you so much. You're Alice. I appreciate that. It doesn't feel correct to me to say to call Metroid a first-person shooter because it's an adventure game before it's a shooting game. I thought you had 2D Metroid at first. I think my issue is I think exploring for resources and adventure are different. Are different in this kind of context. How so though? How would you think that they're different? Wouldn't exploring for because you're not exploring for resources? I feel like that's a misnomer. Exploring for resources is health, missiles, resources, items, things like that. In a Metroid game, you're exploring for movement upgrades, upgrades to your character. You don't gain levels, you get stronger by the things that you find. So in an adventure game, you would say that too. Let's go to a high fantasy adventure game. You would find stronger swords, stronger armor, different types of weapons, magic spells to enhance what you do. That stuff would be adventuring. That's what you do in Resident Evil, though. You're finding resources, but you're also solving puzzles. That's why you're not just finding ammo in Resident Evil. You're finding the MacGuffin that you got to rotate around and look at the back of it in order to figure out what lock it goes into. Or you have to find the 3 MacGuffins and put the MacGuffins together and open up the MacGuffin door where, where you get more of them. You're not just finding ammo. Call of Duty, for instance, you're just finding ammo. You're finding different weapons. You're finding grenades. You're not just finding that stuff. If anything, there are Resident Evil runs where they use just the knife and they don't find any resources. But you still have to engage in the primary focus of the game, which is the adventure element, the finding the right keys to the right doors, finding the right doors, figuring out and when you fight an enemy, you don't very often you don't just kill an enemy. You don't just take your gun out and you shoot. I mean, if you're me and you ignore all of the mechanics of the game, then yes, you just take your gun out and you start shooting. But normally, and again, I'm kind of going back to older Resident Evils. You're not just shooting the enemy, you're figuring something out. The big shark, Neptune. How do I kill the big shark? No, you don't just shoot it. You drain the water in the area and then you electrocute it when it's in the water. It's not, combat isn't the focus in a game like that. This is an extreme example, but it would be like saying that Undertale is a combat game. Sure, there's a way to get through Undertale where you fight, but realistically, you get more out of the game. There's more content revealed to you out of the game when you don't fight, when you sort of speak to the characters and you talk your way out of the fights and stuff. There's more game when you do that. I guess to your point, if you pointed at Zelda and Resident Evil and said these are both adventure games, I'd question that, because having elements of one thing doesn't make you a thing. As we've said about 16. Why wouldn't they be though? Isn't that the same type of game? Isn't it a similar gameplay loop? Isn't a Resident Evil similar to a gameplay loop of a Zelda game where you have to find the items that unlock access to the next area of the game? It's just in Zelda, it looks different. I think one of the problems is that the word adventure, I worry that has become that's why I mentioned earlier, I said like a high fantasy game. I worry that adventure game sounds too much like medieval fantasy game. And it's not. An adventure game doesn't mean swords and armor and stuff. It means weapons and exploration, and maybe some puzzle solving and having to think your way through the games. Resident Evil games, you have to think your way through the game. And I guess that's a good way to put it. Whereas a shooter game, combat is what you're doing. I don't have to think my way through a Call of Duty game. I just have to make sure that I shoot the bad guys before they shoot me, and then I will get more bits of the story. I'll get more storyline if I just shoot the bad guys faster. There's I think I've told this before. I love this as a bit for Call of Duty. There was one of the games recently, a few years ago. I think it was Vanguard or something, and they do we have to sneak past these guys. So then so there's a video of it out there. Somebody just starts shooting them and they sort of bottleneck them. So they keep showing up and eventually they just kill everybody. And so now you don't have to solve the puzzle. You don't have to do the stealthy area where you try to sneak around and not get caught. He just killed everybody. And then the NPC that's with you actually says, well, that's one way to do it. Resident Evil games are Zelda-likes when you think about it. You start out weak. You don't gain levels. You explore. You search. You find items. You find upgrades for the items you have. You find better items. sometimes you have to fight, sometimes you have to run, especially with the later Resident Evils where they added Mr. X and well, not later because they did that earlier. Mr. X and Nemesis. That's not combat. You're not supposed to fight Mr. X. You're supposed to keep running until eventually you get to the point where you can fight them. I think the different structure matters in this case. Again, to 16's point, it has RPG elements, but it's not really an RPG. Much like Symphony of the Night isn't an RPG, even though it has levels and such. The Symphony of the Night's kind of cheating because games like Symphony of the Night, I mean, this is going back into the Metroidvania thing where we came up with a different name for them, but we do call those RPG elements. To that point, even that, we call them RPG elements. Even if we don't call the game an RPG, we don't call them action adventure elements. We call them RPG elements. So I think even there, you're kind of there's a sort of misnomer thing happening because leveling up a character is just leveling up a character. It's reaching a threshold where your character gets stronger, but we immediately call that RPG elements. And there are games that do that stuff. And some of them we call RPGs and some of them we don't, which 16 is in this weird area where I think 16, I think one of the reasons we have so much trouble with that game is because 16 is in this weird space where there's such a focus on combat, but there is also a focus on the other stuff. It's such a thin line between the two. When you look at a Skyrim, we don't argue about what we think a Skyrim game is. A Skyrim game feels like an RPG. It's a Western RPG that we like to call it that, but it feels like an RPG. We don't really think of it as an action game. But Skyrim puts so much into the stuff that's not action that, or doesn't put enough stuff into what, hold on, let me restructure here. Skyrim puts so much into the things that aren't the action aspect of the game that we don't even think to call it an action game. When you look at Final Fantasy 16, a lot of that stuff is there. It's not as elaborate. There's no gigantic skill trees. I mean, there's a combat tree, and that's kind of what part of the problem is that there's a combat tree. But then the combat is also so heavily focused on. So I feel like no one wants to call Final 16 an action game because of all the RPG stuff, but no one wants to call it an RPG because of all the action stuff. I think 16's on this weird line. So that's why we have such a hard time with it. But like a Skyrim, for instance, no one questions that. Everybody calls that an RPG. But there are action elements, and it doesn't just because you're right that just because it has RPG elements doesn't make it an action game. But it doesn't make it an RPG. But just because it has action elements, it doesn't necessarily make it an action game. There's a balance between the two that you have to strike, and the more you strike it, the harder it is to identify that game. Castlevania Order of Ecclesia is a weirdly split up Metroidvania. It has like a level-to-level structure, but some of them are slightly maze-like. But having elements doesn't make you a thing. Unless the game is up for an award. Well, that's different. I'm not going to get into the award thing because I'm tired of getting into the award thing, Dragoon, for the simple fact that we get so heavily into the award thing, and then when it's time for the awards, we claim that they don't matter. So if the awards don't matter, then the classifications don't really matter. It's just more of a curiosity for us to figure that out. But I like to figure it out because I like to tell people what kind of game it is. It's the whole Metroidvania thing, which I will get back into. It's the Metroidvania thing where, we can call this a Metroidvania game because you collect things to power up your characters, right? You collect traversal items and whatnot. But really, when you say Metroidvania to somebody, 2D is the first thing that pops into your head. I have never in my life had somebody describe a game to me as a Metroidvania, and then when I turn it on, it's a 3D game. It's a 3D perspective game, right? It's not a first-person game or anything like that. But I like to have that classification because I need to know what to tell people when I tell people about a game. If I tell you that this game is a Metroidvania and that's all I say, and you turn it on and it's a first-person perspective and you've got a shotgun, you're going to question me. You're going to say, oh, well, wait, that doesn't really make any sense. That wasn't what I was expecting. Listening while working today. Is NBA 2K an RPG? Executor. That's an interesting point. You have stats and XP in those kinds of games. Are they RPGs? Or are they sports games with RPG elements? I think it's relevant because the narrative of the award show people made. The last half of that message is relevant to the whole is it an RPG debate. But again, that whole debate, for as heated as we got with it, that whole debate was based off of an award ceremony that we also claim doesn't matter, and that we claim that the award show doesn't even care about. So why get so heated about it? The only reason I get that way is because I like to understand. If I was telling somebody about what kind of game it is, like if I told somebody to play Final Fantasy 16 and it said what kind of game it was, I would have to tell them that it is an RPG and action game together. You know, like it's not really more one than the other. If I'm being completely honest with you, that's what's interesting about 16. But if you tell me Skyrim, I'm gonna say it's a Western RPG. It's a high fantasy, right? It's swords and dragons. And it's a mostly an RPG game, and the combat is there, and it's important, but it's nowhere near as important as the other stuff. Talking more about Final Fantasy hasn't been but that's yeah, of course, yeah, but I'm not going to get into that because that's not really what I'm thinking about right now. I'm just thinking about like just classifying the games in general, and that's 16. And like I said, 16 is its own special case. But Resident Evil games are adventure games. I feel like most people would say that Resident Evil is an adventure game before it's an action game. If anything, wasn't that the big gripe about 4? Weren't there people that were, you guys told me about this. Aren't there people that were pissed off about Resident Evil 4 because it was more action than adventure, because adventure is what they were used to? The exploration, the puzzle solving, and 4 kind of toned a lot of that down, especially with 5 and 6. So wouldn't that alone tell you that Resident Evil games are treated as adventure games? And again, all of this spawned off of the idea of FPA, a first-person adventure game. And regardless of whether or not you think 16 is this or that, or Resident Evil is this or that, or Metroid is this or that, the reality is there is a difference between a first-person game that mostly relies on combat and shooting and a first-person game that relies on adventure. Even I mean, there's even first-person games that aren't shooters, right? You got Kingsfield, right? That's an adventure. I mean, that's basically early Skyrim, but first-person doesn't always exactly mean, it doesn't even mean shooter. You can be first-person and not even be a shooting game. So what do we call that? We don't call Skyrim an FPS, or we wouldn't call Kingsfield an FPS. Actually, wait, you can call Kingsfield an FPS because it's first-person sword. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Is it boring Final Fantasy 16? Is Devil May Cry? Well, Devil May Cry is a straight-up action game. That's a straight-up action game. And I think even that sort of has RPG elements. So, yeah, that's a straight-up action game. How would I compare 16 to Xenoblade? Xenoblade's an RPG. Xenoblade's basically... it's not really turn-based combat, but it sort of is, and it's like looks like the quarterback is throwing a Cura. I'd say for classic Resident Evil, you're more correct, while modern Resident Evil, and that's why I say the old Resident Evils, because 5 was definitely more action, 6 was definitely more action, but when you get to 7 and 8, 8, I say 7 because 8 I didn't play yet. Were they more adventure? I don't remember fighting. When I played 7, I don't remember fighting nearly as much as I remembered exploring. In that case, you might need something else. You might need first-person exploration game. But I feel like that's too vague. You're not just going to run around and explore and do nothing. I feel like it's more like an adventure game. The big issue with label games have gotten weird because we're still trying to re-decide how those labels should be reapplied while also throwing out labels that we used for a long time. I would just say, what is the primary focus of the game? What is the primary action that the player is meant to play? If I gave you a game that had an amazing story, rich characters that evolved over time, power-ups, right? Power-ups to your combat system. If I gave you all of that, and then the bulk of the game, the bulk of the combat and the problem resolution is a Tetris style game, right? What Catherine wasn't Catherine like that? or was Catherine a bunch of mini games? But let's say all of the battles and stuff that I do are like Tetris style puzzle games. Would you call that an adventure game, or would you probably call that a puzzle game with a story? Minecraft. Minecraft, everybody says Minecraft. Catherine is a puzzle horror game. Puzzle, you said puzzle first. You wouldn't say horror game, you wouldn't really say adventure game. It is a puzzle game because the primary way that you resolve the issues in the game is by playing a puzzle. So I think that's what it is. When you look at Metroid, for instance, the primary way that you get through that game, sure, there's combat and there's bosses, but really you're finding power-ups, because if you don't find that double jump, you don't beat the game. If you don't find that plasma beam or the missile upgrade or the power bombs, you don't beat the game. There's no amount of shooting that will let you beat that game. In Skyrim, you could put in a Game Shark code, and from level 1, well, you would need a Game Shark, but yeah, actually, no. Skyrim, you're not going to beat without finding power-ups, unless you're doing some ridiculous challenge run. A Call of Duty game, for instance, you don't have to find any power-ups. You get a decent couple of weapons, and you probably beat the game. There's no power upgrade. There's no anything like that. You just you can win. You can win by fighting better than anything else, and that's the primary function of the game. So that's an action game. First person sword. The S is for sword. I remember wanting to explore in Final Fantasy VIII and got sad after playing. That's my issue. I think adventure is too vague. It's very broad. I think it's broad, but I don't think it's that broad. I at the same time, I think exploration and interaction. I think that's it. I think that's an adventure game. I think you can have an adventure game without any combat. I think you can have a game where you explore and you find items and you solve and you survive traps and you try and undo the traps and stuff. And at no point will you have combat, and it's an adventure game. And I think most of the adventure games that we have kind of look like that. They just also have some combat, but the combat never really feels like the full focus of the game. It never feels more than 50% of the game. I think what makes 16 so interesting is that 16 is on the brink of that. Even the upgrades that you get in 16 are to your combat. So I think that's why it rides the line. But everything else, a lot of the stuff, that's basically the newer Dooms. Hey, Mercy. Everything else, I think, is I think adventure is very clear. I think when you say what an adventure game is, I think there are certain things that you can understand. There's probably an equipment path, an equipment upgrade path. There's almost always an ability upgrade path. And there's exploration. There's some level of free exploration that, even if it's relatively linear, like Metroid Prime 4. Metroid Prime 4 is hilariously linear, in my opinion. Not the worst example, but it's hilariously streamlined. But I'd still call it an adventure game, because you don't know it's streamlined until after you adventure. When I play Call of Duty, I don't in any way whatsoever do I expect to be exploring an area. I have never seen Call of Duty gameplay, and I've only really played one. But at no point in that one Call of Duty game that I played, that one campaign that I played, did I ever explore. I went where the game told me to go to, and I fought. And that was a combat game. Action game. I'd happily call Resident Evil an exploration game. To me, that's like adventure, though. That's like an adventure, because you don't know when the focus is to explore, you don't know what you're going to find. I don't know that I'd call it an exploration game if I knew there was nothing there. I would call it a time sink. If I just wandered around and I knew there was nothing there, there would be no point. Would you like a Prime game that has the exploration but also has a more combat focus? Yes. Not necessarily more of a combat focus, though. I just wish my combat was better. I wish that there were more things. I like when any of the Metroid Prime games, I think, had a decent amount of combat. I just wish I could do more things. I wish that Samus was more versatile. I wish she was quicker. So see, even Prime 1, no, I don't think it should just be Prime 1. I think Prime 1 should have been the beginning, and I think it should have gone further than that. I think there should have been different ways to use your abilities and your items. There's the standard, right? There's the double jump and the guns and stuff. You have, in this modern one. Let's take Metroid Prime 4, where you had the ice missiles. I mean, that's really what they were, right? That's what I'm going to call them. Or the ice gun. It's kind of weird because it shoots like a gun, but it replaces your missiles. It kind of pisses me off. So let's say that we had these sort of elemental shots, right? You had the ice, the fire, and the electricity. I feel like by this point in Metroid Prime, for the combat to evolve, I feel like there should be other things. I was happy with 2, where they added different types of weapons. I wish that I could. One of the things I've always wanted to have were, hey Sean, were actual not elemental missiles. I just wanted the stuff that we always had, right? The ice, the plasma, and the wave. I wish that we could apply those to the missiles and the bombs. I think wave bombs that drop when you lay one, it drops into the floor, so you can hit a switch that's in there, or a plasma bomb that would create almost like a napalm explosion. Same with the missiles. I think that we should have ice missiles, which we already had. I don't understand why we don't have plasma missiles and wave missiles that shoot through solid objects. There's a natural progression to combat that I don't think Metroid Prime has done. A natural progression to the equipment and stuff. I still love the idea of combining the and actually Prime 4 kind of does this one. I love the idea of combining the morph ball with the grapple beam, and I could swing around and do things with it. And you can kind of do that in Prime. In Prime 4, at least I remember. Diffusion missiles, but they were such a pain to use. Yeah, I just wish there were different ways. What I mean by that is just that I wish that the combat kind of evolved, and I don't feel like the combat evolved. I feel like when I'm playing Metroid Prime 2, I feel like I'm the same character as Metroid Prime 1, except she has different upgrades now. 3 was the same thing, and then 4 I just felt more like Samus. It's like, that's great, but I by the fifth game, because I'm going to count Hunters, I really should have some other things. Yeah, it's called but Combat Evolved as Halo. Have actual stuff like headshots. Yeah, I mean, that would be more combat focus. Yes, that would be where you're getting to more combat focus. I don't necessarily need that, but I do wish that her combat was a little bit more evolved, that she was a little bit faster. That's why I'm hesitant to call the Uncharted and Tomb Raider games adventure exploration, because I do not explore in Uncharted. I go where the story wants me to go. I would still call that exploration. Well, I haven't played Uncharted, so I don't know how bad the situation is. Because like I said earlier, you don't know that it's linear until after you play it. Tomb Raider games, I still feel like I'm exploring. When I played 2013, when I played the reboot, I still felt like I was exploring. There's a linear path to the story, but you had the little side areas, you had and then you tomb raided, like you had little stuff like that. So there was still an element of exploration, but that stuff really isn't in a true action game. In a Devil May Cry 5, there's exploration, as in if you go over there and you turn the corner, there's a thing. But and you needed the crystals or something, but I'd be hard pressed to call Devil May Cry 5 exploration. I think exploration and adventure are different, especially since RE is more about exploring the environment rather than going in an adventure. But I don't know. I feel like this is a weird semantics thing, because to me they're one and the same. Not one and the same, but they are heavily related. I think that they're heavily related to the point where doing one just kind of feels like doing the other. Due to name vagueness, it fits into both, but if we're trying to be the most accurate, I think exploration is most accurate and clear. Yeah, I don't know. At least much like your Catherine, if I added adventure to Resident Evil's description, it would be several words down. See, I would think like horror adventure. The irony is, I would say I would call Resident Evil an adventure game more than I call it an exploration game. It's called The Various Suit. Wait, what was that for? Hold on. Let me go back up. Was that go? Hold on, scroll up. Where the heck is this message? All right, I definitely missed something there. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, Samus should get a brass knuckles upgrade. Gold, yes. Yes. I said that when I was playing Prime 4, and I said that when we talked about Prime 4. I think it's wild that by the 5th game, we don't have a melee attack. I think that it's wild that we don't have something up close. And it doesn't have to be brass knuckles, although that would be hilarious. But I don't understand why she can't swing the arm or the other hand or use the lasso from the other hand for enemies. Because I don't think, actually, no, you could do it when you were supposed to. But I think that there should have been a melee added to Prime at some point. I think that that's useful. I think that there's a lot of moments where enemies are really up close to you, and some sort of melee attack would actually be really nice. Survival horror is probably the best thing for Resident Evil. Power Bomb Punch upgrade. Yeah, it also doesn't help that Dread has a melee attack. And Samus Returns had a melee attack. Dread's melee attack wasn't even the first one. It came from one of the other ones. And if you really want to go hardcore with the concept of a melee attack, of a physical attack, it's not really the same thing, but you could speed boost enemies as early as Metroid 3. So it's interesting that there's nothing like that. Give me an ice punch. Why not? Why not? Or just an ice touch or something, but a punch I would rather have. Would you like it if different elements, as if they were like different weapon classes, so snipers, SMGs, rocket launchers, shotguns being in different elements? No, but that would be interesting because we don't really kind of have something like that. That would be interesting if, well, some of it we do have. So like, let's say the ice, if you power up the ice shot and it turns, it's almost like a shotgun. It's like a blast of small ice particles, or there was one where you could focus it down and like the plasma. Let's say you can. There you go. What do we call those upgrades, Ronan? What if we say that we had the diffusion, right? So we call it the ice diffuser, and what it does is when you turn the ice diffuser on and you fire a powered up shot, it's like a shotgun that hits across an area. Or you can have like the plasma lens, where when you fire the plasma beam, if you charge it up, it fires a super narrow plasma beam that hits further away and does more focused damage. And then the wave, what would we do with the wave? Since the wave already goes through things. This all just sounds like Mega Man. No, but you would get it by upgrading your powers. You have to get the ice beam first, and then later you get the ice diffuser. You get the plasma beam first, and then you later get the plasma lens. You get the wave beam first, and then you get what would we do with wave? Ooh. Wave would be what I gotta come up with a cool word for it. I gotta come up with a cool name for it. I don't know. I got to come up with. I'll let you come up with a cool name for it. So when you charge the wave shot, instead of flying away, it coats your body for a few seconds, and then when you run into enemies, they take damage. Or you can coat yourself in the wave energy and then pass through a solid object yourself. Oh, wave shift. Like the phase shift or something. Wave shift, yeah. So you said the same thing. Wave shift, and it coats your body for a few seconds, and that lets you walk through a solid object. Like I just feel like there are evolutions to the combat and to the equipment in Metroid Prime, and it hasn't happened. Does it make the games bad? No. But at some point, you are kind of just playing the same thing. When I go and I play the Metroid 2D games, there are 5 2D games, not including the remakes and stuff, and each one of them feels like a different game. 2 feels different than 1, 3 feels different than 2, 4 Fusion feels very different, and then Dread obviously feels incredibly different. When I play the Prime games, I'm just playing Samus again. I'm playing Samus, and she's almost the same exact character. And even in 4, I was happy they changed things in 2, and then they went back in 3, and then even in 4 they gave her different weapons. But did they really? Did they really give her different weapons? They gave her the ice beam. They gave her some sort of fire beam, plasma, and the closest you get to a different a type of weapon is that the shock beam isn't really the wave beam, but it's the same thing. It's like, come on, man, we should have went with the different. We're even in a different place, right? We're in a different planet. There's a whole different race here. They don't really know. They don't know who the Chozo is, and yet we're getting the same 3 types of weapons. It's just now they replace our missiles for some reason, which is still a weird. I'm not going to get on a 4 tangent, but it's still weird to me that those beams replace missiles and not beams. Overall needs to push rework labels to be more accurate, which is good, but also led to the wild west of labeling, where some things we now want to be very specific about. Others we say they're pretty close, so it's fine. The industry really just needs to sit down and make it official now. I think it's not official because of the line, because there was always going to be a line. There's always going to be something more than other things. And now we're getting games that are so large, they have tons of both things. You go and you play a Zelda game, and you could spend hours and hours and hours doing the combat. Or if you're like me, you spend hours and hours and hours doing the exploration, and you're avoiding combat usually as much as possible. Prime 1 had a flamethrower, at least. If we look back at the genesis of horror gaming pre-Resident Evil, what do we have is stuff like Sweet Home, an RPG with horror theming, Clock Tower, a point-and-click adventure game with running away from a serial killer, Kamaitachi no Yoru, a visual novel locked room murder mystery, and even Alone in the Dark is heavy on puzzles. Survival horror is very unique mutation of a point-and-click adventure game, if you will. I do agree Prime Samus needs to grow and get more options, while Samus Returns and Dread's counter eventually were accepted. Both were a criticism in many reviews at launch. I don't remember it being a criticism in Dread. I remember it being a concern in Dread because of the way it was implemented in Samus Returns. In Samus Returns, it was boring. You couldn't do it on the fly or on the run, and it was the same thing for everything. In Dread, there's a lot of enemies that you just don't use it for. You don't need it. But then the enemies that you do, really, like, you can use it for a lot of the enemies, but there are some enemies where, no, you definitely want to use it. And then there's a lot of enemies where it's just not there's no point in using it. I like the way it's used on the bosses, though. I think that's my favorite. Honestly, a race not knowing who the Chozo is shocking in itself. Unless, Mercy, it's because that race existed millennia before the Chozo. Or they lived in a different part of space entirely, so they never encountered them, as is what some of us think is going on in Prime 4. I started Bayonetta 2 again, so playing that makes me want a Metroid game like that, and not Other M. Look, Metroid Other M. Metroid Other M. Other M starts to approach that line for me. Other M starts to approach the line where it feels like they wanted to make an action game. They really wanted to make an action game, and I don't think that they particularly failed. I think if you're ever going to ask me, I think until the end of time, what was wrong with Other M, it's always going to be the characterizations. It's not going to be the inclusion of characters or a story or anything. It's always going to be the way they characterize Samus and the way that is integrated throughout the game. The whole I'm not going to use things until I'm told to do so. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like Samus to me. Even in Fusion, one of the reasons she didn't do that, or she did that in Fusion, was because she had to. Remember, she had a brand new suit and a lot of the power-ups weren't ready, so they were giving her the power-ups as she saw fit. But then they throw a fit when she gets a power-up that they didn't authorize, which she did anyway. That, to me, is Samus. And Other M's characterization of Samus, I think, was terrible. But other than that, it was just a different direction for a Metroid game. And if they didn't do the characterization badly, and if the action, I think, was okay. I had some minor issues with it, but if they had done that better, we'd get another one. We'd get the other M. Will Prime 5 take another 7 years? No, because I think that they're developing it at the same time. I think they're developing it at the same time. It's pointed out that many reviews in Dread forcing its use being unneeded in a game like this. But again, to your point, over time, fans changed their mind as they got used to being it. Yeah, I think when Dread first came out, I think there was this idea of like, oh, here we go, we have to do this again. And it probably took a couple of weeks for people to realize, oh, wait, I don't have to do this all over again. I don't have to wait for the enemy to do the thing, and I don't have to come to a dead stop to do it. So yeah, a lot of that I think was just initial reaction. Also remember my first run. My first run with Mr. X in the original Resident Evil 2, and I'm glad they have him a bigger role in the remake. Which, I'll be honest, Mercy, I watched people play Resident Evil 2, the original, and I don't remember Mr. X. Like, I don't know how it happened, but I didn't even know that was a thing in that game. It was, right? That Mr. X was a thing in the original Resident Evil 2, wasn't he? Just make another game like Other M, but not Other M. I mean, another game like Other M, but not Other M is just Bayonetta, right? Is it? Ooh, there's a mod for Other M that attempts to fix the story. You're going to have to link that to me somehow. Can't believe we will get Prime 5 before GTA 6. I don't actually think that's entirely impossible. For me, a bit controversial for the moment. Just try. People say Pokemon and Sonic fans don't know what they want, but I've never seen a talk about Metroid that has not ended in arguing about how everyone in this laser-focused idea of Metroid and violently argue about everything. At least Sonic people can agree on things. The difference is Metroid people are getting good games, and we are defendant of those games. Listen, it's like millions of Sonic fans just cried out at the same time. Shots fired. I'm too fast for him. No. Okay. I'm going to spin off on that, and then we're going to get started with what we have to do today. Yes. Zero. I agree with you. Every time there's a discussion about Metroid, it devolves into what we think the franchise should be, what the franchise has been, where we think the franchise is going, why certain games feel like a mess and other games feel like masterpieces, and why sometimes even that's not correct. Right? Other M is not the disaster everybody thinks it is. Federation Force has its way to play. I think Federation Force is ironically a game that a lot of people have started to agree on, that it's not a terrible game. It's just, it came out at a bad time, and it's not a fun single player game. That is a multiplayer focused game. So yes, that always does end up happening. I joked about like, but Metroid fans are getting good games. And that's mostly a joke, but Sonic fans get a lot more games. That's the thing. When a bad Sonic thing happens, you just have to wait a year or two, and you'll get another Sonic thing. There'll be another chance to give it a try. Metroid stuff for the last 20 years hasn't come out that often. So when we get a Metroid thing and we don't like it, we have no idea how long we have to wait for another Metroid thing. You know, we were joking about Prime 5, and I think Prime 5 is going to come quicker. And yet, we actually don't know. If you ask somebody, will Prime 5 come out in 2027? I think a lot of people would say, probably not. Based on nothing other than the history of Metroid. No, Stone, we're mostly just talking about Metroid in general. And why right now we're talking about why Metroid fans are so much more defensive of the franchise. Why arguments get so heated. Yeah, just Prime in general. And Metroid in general, really. And how and with how fine-tooth the comb every game is analyzed, no wonder why they take a decade per game. It's also the other way around. One of the reasons we go through them with a fine-tooth comb is because we don't get many of them. So it's like when you get that 2-minute trailer of a game, and then what do? You go back, you watch the trailer, and then you go back and you analyze the trailer. And when you analyze the trailer, it takes an hour. It takes 1 to 2 hours for us to analyze a 2-minute trailer, even though it's only 2 minutes to watch it, because there isn't much. Other than mod link and side chat 1. All right, there we go. Okay, I'll see if I can look into that. I think we won't get another Prime game for a while because dev cycles have gotten so long. So when we talk about whatever's going on with the franchise, right? We had Dread a couple of years ago, and we have Prime 4 now. Who knows when we get the next Metroid game? We genuinely don't know. And that's why I think the Metroid fan base has become so defensive of Metroid itself. Because when we finally get something, we want it to be... I had a restaurant that I used to go to, and they closed it down. They had the most amazing ribs. Actual literally fall off the bone ribs. When they brought them to your table and they put the plate down, if you grabbed one of the rib bones and you pulled it pulled right out of the meat. Unbelievable. Ribs! Spare ribs! Exactly. They had a lot of other food. Obviously, it's a restaurant and their food was good. But I didn't go there often. So whenever I went there, I fully wanted to order something else. But because I didn't know the next time I was going to go there, I had the ribs. I almost always had the ribs while I was there. They were amazing, but they were so amazing that I would need to have gone there more in order for me to want something else. And that's what I think Metroid is kind of like. I think people would be more open to different types of Metroid experiences if we got more of them, but we don't. We got Metroid 5, and we didn't even know that was coming out, and then that turned out to be Dread, which was this whole big legacy in itself. And then we got 4, which took forever even to get announced, and then another 8 years to finally come out. So when we get these 1 or 2 experiences at a time, we want it to be good, and then we pick it apart. Metroid are ribs. Said that, how long is long enough to be abandoned? Oh, the idea, 10 years. It's like modern dev cycle now. Yeah, but that's like a modern dev cycle now. That's assuming the game's ideas don't become instantly outdated because they're 10 years late. If a kid is born and now getting ready for high school, but the game is still not out, that is too long. Double-edged sword to the ribs idea is that if you only analyze and replay or eat the one you like, it's going to make following it up almost impossible at times. Yes, and that's why I say that when people start to complain about stuff, and this is kind of true for any franchise, when you start to complain about it, try to look at it in its own way. You know, we try to judge games on their own. You can judge it with the franchise too. I don't think that that's actually a bad thing, but it does need some exploration on its own, whether or not that works. And then I think later you could also decide, does it fit into the franchise? There might be good games in franchises that are different from the franchise. Zelda 2. I always defend Zelda 2. I think Zelda 2 is a fantastic game. Is it different from the franchise? Yes. Absolutely. Just the side-scrolling aspect of the game makes it different. It's still an adventure game, but it feels fundamentally like a different type of Zelda game. Zelda game. Ryan, yeah, hello. How goes it? Finally got access to my pharmacy tech courses web portal, and all that info is for last semester. I think pills are the same, right? Really want to plan things out, but I just can't yet. I'm okay. I'm doing all right, Ryan. I went and saw my father yesterday, spent some time with him and told him what's going on. I haven't actually told him everything that was going on, so talked to him. And then I went downtown and I bought a Gunpla. I bought another one. And I'm going to get back to, what's it called today? My Armor Core 6. Orbiter? This guy? This guy. He's like half done. He's been on my table, on my desk here. He's been on my desk here for months. Here's his top torso. This is his torso without the head, because I for some reason the instructions don't have you attaching the head. I don't know if there's decals or something that go on it, so that's probably why. And here are his arms. And they've been here for months. Oh, not Arbiter, Orbiter, right? Isn't that what it's called? Yeah, Orbiter. So I'm going to finish that so I can get to the one that I bought. I'm actually super happy. This is on top of the pile. I had a list of the things that I was going to build in the order I was going to build them. This one goes on top of the pile. Most builds with you have to end most builds have you with to end hold on. Oh, okay. Most builds have you end to fully. Okay, I think I understand that. That box says 30-minute mission, not 30-day mission. That's not a 30-minute mission. It actually is relatively easy to build. I just haven't done it. But yeah, I got Ariel. They had the Ariel rebuild, which was the bigger one, the one from the end of the series, I believe, but I didn't like that one as much. And they were sold out of the full mechanics set. I also didn't know that the full mechanics set was a 1/100 size. These are 1/144, which I for right now I kind of like just for space issues. Do I have any 1/100s? I think all of the ones I have are 1/144. So that's on top of the pile. That was getting built later. Also, the 30-minute mission. Look at the top left. Oh, is it really? Oh, yeah, these are the 30-minute mission series. They have a bunch of them, too. They have way more of the Armor Core 6 ones now. And they have a bunch of the... You know what they have? The place that I went to? They have a bunch of the G-Quacks. The Gundam G-Quacks. By the way, how the hell am I supposed to watch that show? Because I don't think it's on Crunchyroll. But they had a bunch of the G-Quacks ones, except for the main one. But I have the main one already. Prime. Is it Prime? Yeah. Good news. I should be getting a replacement CPAP. Oh, you don't have one yet? Oh, my God. I hope you've been sleeping okay, Ryan. You got Ariel? How is she? I haven't built it yet. I'm excited to build it, though. Stop watching anime and build the model kits that come from anime. I really probably should. Well, I'm kind of watching anime right now. I'm watching Batman. I'm watching Batman TAS. Late season 1. Most kits have you build everything before you put things together. Oh, okay. It makes it easier. Okay. What's this? Do I have magically rotating gun bit for her? No, is that in the full mechanics set? I mean, not the rotating one, but isn't there a stand that comes with it that has you can put all of the bits separately? I wanted that, but they didn't have the special stand for it. Is there a tiny Suletta in the Gundam? No, they never put the pilots or anything. None of the few that I built have pilots in them. The full mechanical set is a hybrid between the RG kit and the MG kit. So it has MG details, but RG simpler construction ideas. Oh, AKA no under frame unit. Which is funny because the under frame unit is in the G-Quacks one, I think. Had to arrest. What's this? I had to arrest a kitten last night. Little guy pawed my leg. He was clearly a danger to society, and he now lives in the station. Watching stuff via Prime is almost impossible. The ads are so bad. Ugh. Oh, my sleep's been erratic. I keep getting up every few hours unprovoked. I'm doing fine, but the sooner I get the replacement, the better. Ryan, there's a medical solution to having a hard time sleeping. I'm sure there's a place that can dispense some medicine for you. My favorite anime, Batman and Robin. Ariel has a sold separate stand. Okay. Or there is a separate sold one. HG kits don't have pilots. RG and up tend to have. Oh, do they really? I never built anything that big. I dropped my pot. Hey, trios. I have a little time before I have to go and do exercises. Damn, and my weeds. Yeah, you know that does work for some of us. Executor. Oh man. Oh, the frame in G-Quax isn't. Oh, it's not an underframe. It's an underframe. An underframe is the entire unit, just naked without the parts. When you attach a lot of the outer frame, see. Yeah, I thought. Hold on. So there's your new time at 7 in the morning. Well, it's 10 in the morning for me. That's around, Marcos, when I want to start. Usually between 10 and 11. Probably closer to 11 a lot of the time. That's around where I want to start. Hold on. Oh. Yeah. So this is the G-Quax one. This one was a little higher. Looking to see if it has. Yeah, because I thought this one has an underframe. Gimmicks. Maybe not. I could have sworn this one had one. Let's do this and this and this. And my poor Strike Gundam. My poor Strike Gundam is just sitting there. It's going to be the last one I do. Don't think there is an HG with an inner frame. Okay. It does not. Okay. It doesn't. You have that one. And did I ever show you my Gunpla glasses? Have I ever showed you my Gunpla glasses? So, as an old man, one of the reasons I'm not wearing my glasses right now, I need my glasses to see further away. I see better with my glasses. I see better up close without my glasses. They're like right like this length, 2 feet away from my face. I actually see much better without my glasses. But as an old man with aging eyesight, the closer I get, the harder it is to see. So I needed reading glasses. I had to go and I had to buy the over-the-counter reading glasses. My glasses that I got, like my regular glasses, they're a slightly stronger prescription. So because they're stronger, when I'm looking up close, it's actually harder for me to see. It's harder for me to see the monitors with my glasses on because they're so close. So I have to take them off. But when it's really close, I need reading glasses to see. Yeah, you go to like a 7-Eleven, not 7-Eleven. Well, actually, the 7-Eleven does have some. But you go to like a CVS or something, and they have a glasses thing that says like +1 or +2.5. Like it goes up in strength, and they're reading glasses. They're to see up close. Because you can just try the different ones on and figure out which ones. And when you get bifocals, it's just reading glasses on the bottom part of your lenses, which I didn't do. So I had to get reading glasses. So these are my Gunpla glasses. These are the glasses I have to wear because when the instructions are really small, I can't see them. Or the parts are really small, so I'm like, so I bought like a 3-pack of these, and then I had a pair that I would take with me. So I am the old man. I will become the old man that has my glasses, and then on like the little neck chain thing, I've got my reading glasses. Those are Clark Kent's glasses. I'm nearsighted, so I can thankfully just use my normal glasses. G-Quax is one of the best HG quality kits you can get. It's part of Bandai's new initiative to improve the quality of HG kits and use these ideas to improve the higher grade ones. So that's some really cool upgrades. Some of them have fun with the figures. Like we got things like Turn a Gundam Master Grade. What's this? Turn a Gundam Master Grade. It comes with a 1/100 figure of Lauren and a cow. What the? A student came up with the number 3. Wait, a student came up with the number 3. Look, it's a PS3. Kiddo, you weren't even existed until the PS5. I'm very nearsighted, but my glasses let me read clearly for the most part. Yeah, see, I'm nearsighted, but I'm also losing my closest vision, so I have to have the glasses to make up for it. I should probably have just gotten my glasses that I have with bifocals on them, but I don't know. I think I just didn't want to admit it. Where's my astigmatism crew at? is an astigmatism a permanent thing? Because I've always heard the astigmatism is like when you look at lights and there's the streaks that come off of the lights and you're not really supposed to see that. I used to have that, and now I don't. You say the letter A like the letter. So you say astigmatism? Where my astigmatism at? Meanwhile, my eyesight is so poor I need surgery. Oh, I may need surgery in the future to fix them. I mean, to be fair, Ryan, anybody who wears glasses could get surgery to fix it. So it's not, I don't think it's terrible. Turn A Gundam. I'm like, wait, astigmatism? Turn A Gundam. Okay. All right. My MG new Gundam not only came with a few little Amuro figures, it also included an entire cockpit that goes in the he goes in that sits in the chest unit. Yeah, okay. Turn A Gundam. Turn a Gundam. All right. We got to get into this because we got a lot to do today. And first things first, I'm going to need an explanation on something. So the Animal Crossing DLC. I got a Master Grade RX that came with a bonus core fighter and a little Amuro. I mean, those Master Grades are really awesome, though, aren't they? That's what I want to build up to. Eventually, I want to do a Master Grade, and I don't know which Master Grade I would do. I think I asked you this before. I think I asked you guys this question before. Do you have for the Gunpla builders out there, do you have one that you just always get? Is there one that you look at and you're like I've seen the people that they've got a bunch of Gunplas and then they've got a wall of RX 78s. The OG. Is there a Gundam that you have or a model that you have or a character that you have where you say, oh yeah, I have one of every Gundam, and then I have 37 of that one. Sometimes I forget I have photophobia. So what's this? So I'm out in the snowy mountain in the sun, turning to my friends and go, guys, I can't see. Photophobia? What is that? It's the Gundam Mark II or the new Gundam. Like, do you have them? I like you have one. I feel like every time I see a Sazabi, I feel like I want to buy one. But then there's other ones I want to try, and I was just kind of curious. I don't have repeats of the same grades. Is that a weakness to sun rays? I should try and get into Gundam models. Man Spider, I did last year. I think it was last year that I started getting into it. And one of the reasons I got into it was because I was thinking about it, and I've thought about it I used to build models when I was a kid, but like American models. So it was all military stuff, but it was glue and, you had to do all of that. So when I started to learn about Gunpla, I thought, oh, this is kind of interesting. I'll give this a try. Last year, I finally gave it a try. I didn't realize how cheap they were. I thought that they were, whenever people talk about Gunpla, they always talk about it from the further end up. So they're like, oh, I'm on the real grades, I'm on the master grades and perfect grades, and oh, it's I have thousands of dollars of Gunpla that I haven't even built yet. Like, they always talk about that. And I was at a Hobby Lobby, and they had Gunpla. I was kind of surprised. So I said, all right, well, let me see how much these things are. And my very first one was what do they call it's I think it's the only one that's called that. It's like starter grade. It's supposed to imply that it's where you should start. Like it's the most simple build. I bought one of those of a 7800, and I think it was for entry grade. Thank you. Entry grade RX 7800, and I think it was like $12. It was like 12 or 14. I was like, oh wait, that's awesome. So I bought that, and I think I bought my little clipper things, nippers. I hate that word because it's way too close. But my little clippers, I think I bought those at the same time, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. So then I have it. I built it, and it's really awesome. It sits on my shelf, and I think it's going to be like my practice one. I did lines. I bought one of these really thin pens, and I did panel lines, so that all the little lines that are molded into the plastic, you fill them with black, so it makes everything stand out. Like, I practiced it on that one, and it looks really cool. It actually really does look cool. But yeah, I was surprised at how cheap it was to get into. And yes, as you go, you do want more complex ones. You want bigger ones. So I know that at some point a perfect grade is in my future. I just don't know what it would be. Well, I'm lying because it's going to be a Sazabi. And the stupid store that I go to has a perfect grade Sazabi up on the shelf, and it drives me crazy. Check side chat one for my HG, RG, and PG Gundam Mark II. There it is. Look at those guys. I like the scaffolding type stand there. Yes, if you're going to build Gunpla, buy a nipper. Well, I don't like those little black. Was this the black biting things from my? Oh, yeah. What the hell were they called? Were they called nippers? I thought Gunpla was some kind of food, and not realizing it's Gundam. So the way I've been explained, you know how the way your eyes work is by capturing light in your eye for a millisecond so that your brain can process the image. My eyes capture the light too hard, so when I look at pure white, it stays on my eyes longer than I can see it. Oh, I see what you mean. Like you get flashbanged, Stone. I want the Gundam from Witch of Mercury series. Wait, I want the Gundam from Witch of Mercury. Man Spider, which one? Are you talking about the one we were just showing? This one right here? Ariel? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that's just like her pilot profile, right? I thought she was in the box. Yeah. Pretty sure they were called nippers. They are called nippers. I just don't like the word. Oh, the little enemies. My trip stopped by to say hi. Hey, Draketh, thank you so much for stopping by to say hi. Oh, wait, what magic store are you using that has a perfect grade Sazabi? No, don't they have, isn't there a perfect, I've seen a big box there. Maybe it's a master grade. Hold on. I've seen a big box there. Hang on. Let me see here. They have a really big box with the Sazabi in it. Sazabi. Maybe it's a master grade. Perfect grade? Is it this one? Hold on. It might be this one. Neo Xeon. Anaheim. What is this? Master grade. Okay, it's a master grade. My bad. Yeah, it's a master grade one. That's what it. This one. Hold on. Copy image. I'm going to put it inside chat 1. I think it's this one that they have. Yeah, one with the big white box. Yeah. Chick side tap for the purpose of that frame. It has Dragon does look cool. Remember the Armored Core 6 Collector's Edition that came with that? It came with like the scaffolding with the mech. Oh my god, I would want one of those so bad. Of course you showed it when I was looking away. I'm sorry. Earlier I meant. Hold on. Man Spider. Hold on. I'm gonna Man Spider, I'm gonna hold this here until you tell me that you saw it. Yeah, that is one hefty boy. I want that one. And that's not bad, because they do have perfect grades there, and their perfect grades are like $200, $250. Now I kind of wish I really do wish I went to MagFest just for that, so I could see them. Jeff, what's going on? Still can't see it. What do you mean you can't see it? All right, well, now it's over. So when I'm on a snowy mountain, and the sun is out, like it's like getting a flashlight perpetually to my eyes, unless I get some shades. I'm like that to an extent, Stone. But I think a lot of people are. It'll be full snow outside, and I have to have sunglasses when I'm outside. It just feels better. How about perfect grade Unleashed a Gunpla? For who? Is there a specific character? Perfect grade. On a Unleashed. Oh, I see. It popped right up too. Unleashed. I see the 160 size. Is that what you're talking about for the RX-78? There's a perfect grade. Oh my God. Perfect grade Unleashed 160 new Gundam. Hold on. Oh my God. That thing is gore. Oh, look at it. Hold on. Copy. I'm putting it. Oh, look at that RG Sazabi. You know what else they had? I think I mentioned this before. They had the Sazabi that is metallic. It's the real grade size metallic for 60. It was like $66, $65.99. I think it was before tax. So $70. It's $70. New Gundam is wild expensive. Don't include the LEDs, but it is beautiful. I put it. Look inside chat one. Look inside chat one right now. Yeah, 65 was good. Let me see if I can find that one, and then we'll get started with the Animal Crossing stuff. Sazabi RG metallic. Yeah, usual are 30 to 70. They had the non-metallic one for 40, I think, and then the metallic one was $60 was $70. Let me find I see if I can find the box for you. Is it this one? I don't think it's that one. Yeah, they're all here. A lot of the time when I search for it, it gets confusing because what I end up finding are metallic paint jobs. Yeah, $40 for RG Sazabi is awesome, and then it's $70 for the metallic paint one, which is it's one of those things where I kind of want to buy the regular one, but I know that I'm going to be bummed out that I'm not buying the metallic one, so I haven't bought either one of them. It's just so cool looking. it's so cool looking. So there's this one. Yeah, see, there's this one here. I'm just posting everything in the side chat one, by the way. So if you go into side chat one, metallic coating, paint, and then I'm trying to find the one. I knew I should have taken a picture of it. When I was there yesterday, I should have taken a picture of it just to see the different box. But yeah, they had two of them. There's two different ones. They have a Caesar model kit that I'm probably going to get. Hot take. Ghost of Yote is a pretty good game. Would that be a hot take? I don't know. People seem to like it. Yeah, I can't find the right one here. All right. If I find it later, I'll put it in there. It does make me kind of want to go back and get one. New Gundam 690 with another 100 to 200 for the LED kit. The Aerial HG kit is a good buy. It was one of the first new HG initiative builds Bandai did. Again, mostly perfected by the time the G-Quacks came out. Really wanted the the Sex Gundam? Is that what that is? Sex Gundam? Lukewarm at best. I wonder if you'll start painting Space Marines at some point. No, I won't start painting Space Marines. I question whether or not the because I don't paint my Gundams yet, or my gunplay yet. I don't paint them. I'm not there. The most complicated I am with my building is I cut the things off of the little tree, or what do you call it? What's the they had another word for it. I always just called it like a part tree or something, but there's a word for all of sprue. Like I try to nip it, and then I take like a X-Acto, and then I try to cut those pieces off. I don't try to nip it too close, and then I have the different grits of sandpaper. So then I'll try to sand them down. That's the most complicated I get. I haven't done building I'm not building, like the elaborate painting or the flat paint. The flat paint I want to try. I do want to try where you paint it with like the flat texture, matte texture. But I don't do any of that. Panel lines, I did panel lines on one of them, and then I didn't do it on any of the other ones. So I haven't gotten. I don't know that I'll get to that point where it's ultra complicated. Spruce is the war. It's Sprue, right? Isn't that what it's called? It's supposed to be Super Gundam into Super EX Gundam, but it's abbreviated into Sex Gundam. Yeah, I don't do panel lines, just stickers. I haven't done like water decals, but I think that's going to be for bigger ones. So I wouldn't mind trying that stuff at some point just to see if I can get it done. But I know that from a cost perspective and a time perspective, it'll just be a lot. That'll just be way too much to do. Oh, and did I panel line the little one? I forget if I panel lined my little Sazabi, the little tiny one. Super EX bulk looks so Super EX looks so cool, but it's so bulky. I kind of like that it's bulky though. I think that's why I like the Sazabi so much, because the Sazabi's tall but it's bulky, right? It's got the big sort of booster things, flaps around the feet. I'm looking at it right now. It's got the big things around the feet, big giant shoulders. Everybody loves a good robot with big giant shoulders. I don't know, something about it. It has presence. To that Gundam. Anybody getting those Lego Pokemon sets for $85? No, I don't. I mean, it's Pokemon just in general. So, and Lego. If I was gonna start cranking out money for anything Lego, it was gonna be Star Wars Legos. And even then, there's only a handful of sets that I really, really want. Water decals are MG and up. RGs usually come with sticker style decals. Maybe a hot take, but I prefer the sticker and rub style decals to water slides. I haven't seen them in person to know which one I prefer. I feel like from a use standpoint, I would rather have sticker style decals, but I haven't seen them to try. I'm also kind of curious as to how they hold up over time. As water decals get older and they dry out, they're sitting on the shelf for years and years. Does that become a problem? Like stickers, for instance, does the adhesion of stickers wear off and then the stickers start falling off? Or is that something that stays? Like, I'm curious to know what the longevity is like. I've watched videos of people applying water decals, and it looks obnoxiously complicated. I'd rather the Lego Game Boy. I hate water decals. I think Sazabi, especially Nightingale, are over-designed. I think that's why I like it, though. I think that's why I like it, because there's so much... And I think that's why I like mechs in general, especially when you talk about the elaborate Gundams. They're so over designed. It's so much. I don't know why. I get a kick out of it. I've as a kid, I always liked that stuff. I always liked watching like mech stuff, and the robots just all look so complicated. I like Mega Man, but I don't like Mega Man as a robot, because Mega Man doesn't feel like a robot to me. It feels like a little boy, which is the point of Mega Man. But then when you get to X, and X is more complicated, you could say this or that about the color scheme, but the fact that it's like overcomplicated or more complicated, I love that. The big, especially when you get the artwork where they have the big giant calves. Right, with the bottom half of the leg is huge. I don't know why. It's so elaborate and or exaggerated. Not elaborate, exaggerated. It's such an exaggerated look that I get a kick out of it. Oh. So, okay. I think this Nightingale here, I think my Hobby Lobby had one of these. And Hobby Lobbies were always on sale. Their Gunplas are always 50% off, but they have a very limited selection. I think they had one of those at some point. I only applied to a few. My version KA Double Z Gundam. Water decals are a nightmare, but they do look noticeably better. The most I build is Lego flowers for my partner. One of my cats just wants to eat any real flowers. Yeah, after Sage passed away, I was able to start getting plants. I actually got some plants. You know what I like, Nephiloid? The Lego bonsai trees. That's another one that I would do. That's another one. Later, Trios. I'll be back in about 2-ish hours. We'll be here. Trios, we got a long one today. If you're still here. Mega Man's dirty little super. Van, I don't know where that came from when I started doing that in the playthrough. I have no idea where that came from. And I'm not exaggerating. It wasn't even like earlier I thought, I'm going to say this and it's going to be funny. I just thought that on the spot. And it made me laugh that it was bothering Elliot so much. So I just kind of kept doing it. Nightingale and Zabi do have that final boss energy to them. The intimidation, the power, the sheer gravity, and swagger with that red sports car finish. Maybe that's what I like about it. The robotification of classic Mega Man is so annoying. The boy is capable of expressing emotion. Nightingale and the New Gundam are complete versions of the New Gundam and the Sazabi. In the novels for Char's counterattack, very different than the movie. The final battle takes place later. Oh, so both units are fully built. I'm still waiting for the model building stream. Ronan, it may not be far. I have a second camera. I do probably want to try and set something up. So that may not be far. I'm going to finish the Armored Core model because that's halfway done. So I'm going to finish that first. But that might not be that far off. I do want to try and do that a couple of times. I want to see how I feel about it. I want to see how I feel about building a Gundam. Because building a Gundam for me, for the few times that I've done it, is very peaceful. I just sort of sit there and then I do it. But when I stream, I always talk. So I'd be curious to know how I would react. What I may do, Ronan, is I may test it a little bit. I may record myself finishing the Armored Core one so that I could set the camera up right and I could make sure everything is set and I can see how I feel about it. Because we've done camera down stuff before. We've done camera stuff down when we did, remember when we were cleaning the SNES games? We were opening them all up and cleaning them and taking a look at the damage and whatnot. So we've done that kind of stuff before. And I made those videos kind of more mellow. They were sort of pseudo ASMR videos, which I think the Gunpla videos would be too. Which playthrough is it? I gotta watch. What Flash for the Dirty Sewer Boy thing? That was Arkham Origins, the one that we just finished on SGB. I think it was like one of the last 4 or 5 parts. I forget which one it was. People say the same thing about painting Space Marines. I think you're about to say you sit and stare at the model confused. No. No, I do it, but it's not something that I really talk through. So I've never done it with commentary. New Gundam has the one wing of funnels. They don't have time to finish the funnel holders. They built a temporary one for the shoulder. It's why in the movie the funnels eventually just fly off on their own when they ran out of power. Later shows and stuff do allow the funnels to reattach to the base New Gundam though. Like say your average EC era mobile suit is roughly 17 to 18 meters tall. Nightingale is close to 28 meters tall. So closer to not quite the Big Zam, but in that direct. No, the Psycho Gundam. Wasn't the Psycho Gundam significantly larger than the other Gundams? Right, perfect excuse to listen in. Yeah, I think the Psycho Gundam was that large. I wouldn't mind a Psycho Gundam model, but I imagine they're hella expensive because it's so large. And the one with the moon thing, I thought that was kind of cool. Yeah, the Psycho Gundam is like a building, is like a tall building tall. Oh, grabs the nipper. Guys, I'm lost. Yeah. God damn, this thing is confusing. Like 2/3 of the Psycho Gundam, of a Psycho Gundam in MS mode. Hit my hand. All right. So, Gundam discussion out of the way here. Let me put this window back to where it's supposed to be. Where the hell is this window supposed to be? Over here. Okay. The moon. My local place has an HG Psycho Gundam. It's like $100. It's massive. Oh, it sounds so cool though. I learned so many weird things that I quickly forget from some servers I'm in. All right, so Animal Crossing. So we're gonna boot up Animal Crossing. The first thing I wanted to do. So this is where I need some clarification for you for Animal Crossing. I thought we were just getting started. No, we've been live for an hour and a half. So far, so much for the beginning part not being that long. And jumping right into it. Let me switch the category to Animal Crossing. So then, Animal Crossing New Horizons. All right. So the Animal Crossing update came out. 3.0. It's got some upgrades, but there's two sets of upgrades. Now, I haven't bought the upgrade pack, which is $5, but my game did update. So my original plan was to go into the game, see the loading times, run around for a little bit, see how the graphics look, and then I was going to go and buy the update and then apply the update, and then we were going to see how much faster everything loads up, which I still want to do. But my game did update. So what I'm confused about is what updated normally and what's going to update when I pay for the upgrade. The Switch 2 upgrade gives you the megaphone to buy and the mouse controls. Is that it? So the update that I okay, so we're not going to be able to see like the old loading speed. I downloaded an update and that's already everything. That's already the graphics update. I'm assuming there's a bit of a performance boost. That's all of that stuff. So we're just going to be loading in and that's it. The update for the content is free. The hotel, the Zelda, and Splatoon update, it's all free. The resolution update, which I don't really need because I'm on a 1080 screen right here. The resolution and Switch 2 features are paid for. So the resolution bump is a Switch 2 upgrade. That's part of the $5. So I am going to buy that. Yeah, loading speed is already boosted by the base Switch 2. We did try it at some point, and it wasn't super fast, but it was faster. So I'm curious to see if this actually makes it much better. Correct. Okay. So yeah, so I'm going to have to buy it. I'm going to have to buy that up anyway because on my TV, I want it to be 4K. The resolution boost is the resolution boost is included in the free upgrade, but can only be used by the Switch 2. Okay. So is my game in there? Yeah, so my game is in there. So we're going to jump to the game here. We can still keep talking, which I hope we will, but making me want to play Armored Core. Neff, I've been wanting to play Armored Core for a little while now. To go back through Armored Core 6 again. I've been wanting to do that for a little while. Bing. And I tried after I finished Armored Core 6, I tried to find some other Armored Core games, and they are impossible to buy. Save data will now be updated due to the new release version. Paying for a performance patch would be so BS. I mean, Stone, we kind of do that already. Because it's not just a performance patch for the sake of being a performance patch. It's an upgrade for the Switch 2 specifically. So, a lot of the games where the Switch 2 version was 70 and then the Switch 1 version is 60, you pay the extra money for the upgrade. Yeah, the Switch 2 update is the resolution update. Okay. Turn it down a little. Deadpool releases tomorrow on Marvel Rivals. I feel like I should go back at some point. If there was a coupe, what's this? Coupe in Armored Core 6? Like a convertible? No, coupe is a small car, right? Yes, see, this right here isn't much different. This is about how long I usually wait for the game to start up. Has it really been this long that I've played the game that there's snow on the ground everywhere? It's like I asked if you had to buy the Switch 1 game with the Switch 2 upgrade, even if you couldn't use the upgrade. It is. It's 12 seconds. Oh, it's 12 seconds faster, GVG showed. I mean, it was super long. This is still kind of long, though. This is still kind of long. Oh, person at the campsite. A coupe is a type of car. Yes, okay. A hotel has been built on the island's pier. We hope the hotel and the island's natural beauty will draw lots of visitors. The hotel will open as soon as the hotel staff finishes their preparations. Resident Evil. Residents hoping for a peek inside should head to the island's pier. And with that, I'll get back to work supporting you and your enjoyment of our island. Apparently some of the studios did that on PS4. Actually, hey, Billy Vicious. There you go. Fix your hair. Poor Isabel never takes a day off. I assume, Ryan, that the job is just super easy. Hey! My name is Rossetti. I'm here to greet all the island residents and inform them of our terrific reset service. Ah, dirt clods. That ain't how I talk. Let me give it to you straight. I'm going to start over. My name's Rossetti. That's clear, ain't it? On your Nook phone, you got the app for the rescue service, right? Yeah, that's me. I'm the rescue mode. What? Ain't gonna lie, it's a tough gig, but I figured I'd start another job. Don't worry, I filed the paperwork. It's the reset service I mentioned earlier. It's called the reset service. Yeah, that name says it all. Anyone who knows me knows resets, and I have a little history. I get riled up at just the word. The game has changed as long past. Okay, so wait. Yeah, hurry up here, Rossetti. Wait. What? There's a lot to get through, so no, not enough. What can I reset? Let's start with the basics. I can reset decorative things like furniture, fencing, ladders, and stuff, and also things placed on the ground. Stuff buried in the ground like trees, bushes, veggies, weeds. I ain't touching it. Can't do. Stuff I clean up will go to your home storage, so be sure you got room. Want to hear more? Oh wait, he can't do flowers. He said that's a bummer. Let me tell you where I can reset. I can tackle the entire island in one go. I can also focus on specific spots like beaches or areas you choose. It's your call, boss. Oh, he can do flowers. He can do flowers. When I say beaches, I meant sandy or rocky bits next to the ocean. Shells and other things that wash up, I don't touch them. It ain't like you put them there. Earthworms. I haven't told you how much this is going to cost you. Daily fee is 60,000 bells. It may sound a bit high, but it covers a whole day of resetting as many times as you want. Any part of this island as many times as you want. You call it and I'm there. It's like an all-you-can-reset buffet. I got a special deal. You're going to love it. It's free. I got a bit more to explain. Yeah, flowers aren't included in stuck in the ground. It's an optional service. I can... Oh, here we go. I can reset planted flowers and custom designs placed on the ground. Okay. Oh, okay. That's why I was confused. And you can choose to toss out the flowers instead of putting them in storage. Also do some pest control while I'm resetting. If your house is infested with creepy crawlies, it won't be when I'm done. That about covers it. One more thing. If you ever need a reset, give Isabel over at Resident Services a call. She'll put in the order, and I'll come a tunneling. The reset service is available whenever you need it. I ain't working during festivals or whatnot. That's a given. No. I'll pass. All right. Well, I'll have to find somewhere to test that. All right. So, how long you been talking to him? That had to have been a good 4 or 5 minutes, right? Hey there. When did you get back? I can't believe it's been 2 months. Oh, wait. I talked to him last time. Oh, good. I didn't have to wait that long. Yeah, I have some areas that are really kind of screwed up with flowers. I just didn't know what to do with them, and the flowers got way out of control. Like, look at this. This is not. I don't. I have no idea what to do with all of this. This entire area. Oh, it's the beaver guy. I have no idea what to do with all of this. And he said he won't touch weeds or anything, but I can take care of that. I don't want to clear it out until I know what to do. Yeah, more flowers means less space for weeds. That's why I don't really worry about it because, oh, that's the book. I'm not touching it. All right, so let's go and see. Whoop. I kind of wish these items also, well, it's moss, so I guess that makes sense. I was going to say I kind of wish they were snowy, but. Okay, so let's go see the hotel. It's down by the pier. Yeah, look, it's just overrun. I just don't know what to do with some of those areas. Flowers at snow temperature? We already have a Leaf the sloth who's been upgraded to have his weed service be better and cheaper. That's a blue shell. So this is the hotel. Okay. All right, so let's see what this looks like. So good of you to stop by. We built this hotel so that more folks can visit. Let me introduce you to Captain's family, since they'll be in charge of running the place. If you need help navigating through the hotel, please read the enclosed instruction book. This here's the wind in me sails, me wife, Leilani. Weed service. As soon as I heard a hotel was going up, I had to come and see it. And this island's so lovely and bustling. I'm sure it'll be just as Mr. Nook says. More and more folks are bound to come visit once the hotel's open. Just between us, though, we're not quite finished prepping the rooms. I've never been good at designing a hotel. At this rate, we're leagues away from opening for business. Oh, I'll volunteer Silver to do all the work. Then I could talk you into preparing the guest rooms. Arranging the furniture just the way you want it in the rooms. No different from how you decorate your own home. Of course, we wouldn't dream of asking you to work for free. You'll be compensated for your assistance. Sure. Let's do that. Ever so reliable. Do you ever get the Happy Home Paradise DLC? Yeah, that's the one from before. I think I have that. I'm pretty sure I have that. They added a hotel. The age rating just went up. Just went way up. Especially Man Spider. Especially since it's a Nintendo-owned hotel. Go chat with me when you have time to pitch in. I volunteer the young man who owes me so much. I did give him an entire house for free. And have him on a non-interest loan with no due date. This is pretty much that, but now it's free. I've always had this feeling that Tom Nook is doing something more shady. Yeah. He's certainly not making money from us. Oh, there's stuff to buy. Oh, look at these sweaters. Wonder what this mannequin is for. No. Talk to the... Can you read the sign? Are you here to help out with the hotel? It's probably lend her hand. Okay, so you have to help first, and then I guess you get some sort of points that you can then use to buy things. Oh, okay. So not yet, yeah. Oh, I should talk with Leilani first. Can you help with decorating? Let's give it a try. You know who I miss? Who doesn't show up in the games anymore? Whatever happened to Rover? The cat on the train? I'll give you this free for 10 easy payments of $5.99.99. This here will be room 1. I want you to start decorating. Decorate the room so it looks nice. I mean, place some furniture and changing the wallpaper and flooring and such. I'll make the whole process easier. If you pick that, you can take out all the furniture, you know. So just use what you got. Instead of having similar rooms, I think a variety of rooms will make our guests happy. Shaking it. Oh, so wait, I have to provide the furniture? That's why I prepared some room themes so you can be designing based on the mood you're feeling. For example, with room 1, I'm thinking of giving it a kind of seaside room atmosphere. Oh. I put some fitting furniture on your recommended tab, so navigate there if you're lost at sea. That being said, I'll leave it up to your considerable artistic senses. You gotta do it your way. They give me templates. Okay. You can use anything you've owned at least once. When you're done with your decorating or you're unsure of anything, come jabber with me. And now I'll leave you to it. Will I have to do all 3 rooms? I'm assuming it's going to be 3. So wait, I can do this. Or, okay, so let's do this. So let's go. I have the full rattan set, or almost. Damn it. This would let you use the mouse controls if you had the upgrade. So, oh, you just do one? Can I do another one? Let me ask you this. After I do one, can I do a second one? Because what I'll probably do is buy the upgrade pack and then try the mouse mode because I haven't actually tried the mouse controls yet. All right, so then. Oh wait, can I do? Yeah. Okay. You get up to 8 and a VIP room. Okay. So let's do. I'm so basic. Like the headboard's got to go there. Go here. You can always change rooms later. Let's put you. Let's put you there. We'll put the basket there for when we're feeling sick. I'm making my hotel a sleazy motel. So let's do that. With that. Yeah. Sure. Let's put another chair. Yeah, I was gonna say I know I'm missing something. Where are you hiding the camera? That's gonna be in the dresser. Here we go. It's gotta go there. This doesn't feel right. I don't know. Ooh. What's this? Butterfly model? Ah, look at that. That's perfect. Oh, wait. I need... Is there, like, beach wall? Oh, so this is her recommended stuff for... Okay. Yeah. Let's go there. And... that's what's on there. Hold on. Oh, thank God, it's right in the middle. It's gonna drive me crazy if it wouldn't let me right in the middle. How do I that? Okay, there we go. Get that, and I want a nice plant. I never got into Animal Crossing. It just wasn't for me. Are you into these types of games at all? Are you into like Sims or city builders or something? Like, is there any sort of design creative game that you're really into? All right, so where's the fridge with all the expensive drinks that have a sensor for when you move anything and the hotel charges you despite not consuming the beverages and snacks? I'm bitter. Oh, we'll get to the refrigerator. All right, so let's get. Oh wait, a Monstera. Absolutely. I like Dreamlight. What's this? I like Dreamlight Valley. I know it's basically the same thing. No, that's why I was asking. I was kind of curious. We need one of those safes with the little key in it. I need a dresser with a Bible next to it. So that's everything. So let's get this in there because I like that in there. I want a stool. Oh wait. And sure. Oh, that's good. Nope. And we'll go for. I still need. What else do I need? I do want the mini fridge. Is this no longer Villy Vicious? Let's see here. So we got that. I just need. You know what I need? I need a stool. Let's get a washer in there. And why not? We'll get one of those. Okay, so I need. What is this? Is that one? Is that one? And then. How do I open up the menu for the rest of my stuff? And do that. And we'll do that. Let's go there. I want to put this. I think I'm going to move this over one. And then I want to put this here. Nope. Yes. Surfboard. And I just need a stool. And that's for the lights. I want something to sit at. What's it called? Here, we'll do one more. We'll just put one more. There we go. There we go. That's a nice room. I think that's nice. Eleanor, thank you. Yeah. Neil Levas. Thank you so much. In the hunt with a Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate that. It's might be one of the most annoying games to develop for, honestly. We need you to model a potted plant. A Mario potted plant? Nope, just a plain ordinary potted plant. Nielivas. There we go. Nielivas. Okay, there we go. I got it. I saw my GameStop completely vacated and empty, and all I could think was the clip from Fresh Prince. Where the video games? Linky was posting pictures of his GameStop that it closed, and it's sad. It's sad. I know that we dunk on GameStop and stuff, but it's sad to have that happen. You're still out of a job. It still kind of sucks. I like this room. I think this is nice. It's nice and simple, understated, right? Nothing really crazy. Here, let's do. They had some wall art. What about a clock? Let's put a clock in here. Oh, hey, the pennant is there, but I haven't owned that pennant, I thought. What is this? Calypso Reggae. Okay. So we got the clock that we'll put over here. And we got... There we go. Any GameStop employees here mad at Amazon and the internet for stealing their jobs? It's hard to say. Because there's a lot of companies that are still well in the business with Amazon existing. All right. I like it. I like it. When you're done decorating, I want you to take a photo using your camera app. I'm mad at Amazon for being Amazon. The photos you take will get used for guest rooms guide. All right, so this? Okay, well, that's not good. So, hold on. So, the camera, I don't remember the camera thing. No. 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 I don't remember the camera thing. How do I do the camera thing? ZL. Right here. Whoa. Oh, I don't want to see the pictures. I don't want to see the people. Can you not show the people? There we go. Let's... How do I zoom in? Okay, I think that's good. A little bit skewed. Right, there we go. All right. And there we go. That's nice. All done. The guests are gonna love it. I think it's a nice room. Don't need to be a GameStop. I'm mad at Amazon for being Amazon. Don't need to be a GameStop employee for that. In my first room, I put a poster of Smash Bros. Villager hidden behind a dresser. He's always watching. Designing mundane as purposefully boring objects happens way more often than you think. One time, a friend was tasked, you have to design the products that are going to appear in this random ass gas station in a Despicable Me movie. Make them boring. The scene never even made it to the movie. I mean, yeah, that's always going to be, animators. I think animators always have this idea, like, we're going to go in and I'm going to make all these great things. And then they're the ones tasked with smear frames. There's always going to be a bunch of boring aspects, but that's kind of the point of them. So, you look at this space right here. We need you to design, you're going to design the brooms that hang on the wall and you don't ever move them, right? The bell on the counter that you don't ever touch. Like, there's always going to be a bunch of mundane stuff. That's what makes, but the good mundane stuff is what makes the other stuff so interesting. Excuse me? Oh my God. Jesus Christ, what happened to you? Are you a guest from another island? I wanted to see Silverleaf, so I dropped by. It's a pretty fun place, so I kind of want to stay longer. And then I saw this place and thought maybe I could stay here. This is a hotel, right? Can I stay? Shout out to junior and entry position artists in movies. We've all been there. Designing boring stuff still pays like designing fancy stuff. Don't forget the YouTube Rewind animator spending a week of their life rushing a 2-minute animation to make a deadline, only for YouTube to use maybe a 5-second clip from it. Lucky, get back to my island. Yo, yay, yo, yeah. You'll be our very first guest. Let me show you to your room. Oh, I guess we're open, by the way, huh? Are we open now? Can I buy things at the store? Lucky was real happy. The stairs in the back will get you to the guest rooms. If you ask me, it's never a bad idea to check on them. The hotel's open and we be off to a great start. It's all because of your hard work. Get out your phone. I can thank you for all your hard work. Here's 200 tickets. I like it. You can spend your tickets over at Graham's souvenir shop. Turns out she doesn't take hotel tickets as currency, though. You can start working on room 2 if you like. Hope you help out again. Okay, so yeah, so then you have the option to make more of them. You're only required to make the one. This isn't realistic at all. The old hotel lady knows how to use a modern technology. Yeah, we can also craft in bulk. So no, it's what? Nook Miles? Why was it? There we go. Oh, this is one of these I gotta click, right? No, right there. Right there. Up to 10 at a time, but that's still a godsend. I mean, my bigger complaint was always just the storage stacks. I hated that for some reason the stacks of materials stopped at 30. Did they fix that? I do kind of like these sweaters. Oh, wait, can I not? Okay, we're running the whole system. Changing every day. We got a catalog you can order from. So this is just another inventory set. I'd like to try and buy something. 10 tickets. Okay. You can buy custom kits at 50 a pop now. Now I'll pass. Alright, so then... So that'll get to the back area. If I take the stairs, it'll get me back up to the rooms. Okay. Ah, she's adorable. I hope they have something for her to do later. Oh, so you can just go and see the rooms. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's visit Lucky's room. Can you have visitors make the rooms? So much I want to check out. Makes it hard to know where to start. If you're a local, you can tell me all the super cool island know-how. That kiosk next... Oh, that kiosk next to Graham is what I want. It has to be me that makes them? Because it had a little icon that said that I made it. I guess it's because other people might be playing on the same island. Oh, is that... No, wait. This kiosk here, you mean? This thing here? Let me see something here. Hold on. No, that kiosk doesn't do anything. Talking to her is how to look at the catalog. This is... What is this? Oh, it's a pickle dispenser or a cucumber dispenser. That's right, because they like cukes. I think visitors can request ideas. Oh. Okay. So that's the hotel. I'll give that a try with... Yeah, you just talk to her. Yeah, that's the catalog. No, the catalog is her. Because if you just talk to her straight up, she says the same exact thing. I think I just kept accidentally talking to her by mistake. The hotel now. We want even more people to learn about this wonderful island. That means highlighting the goods Silverleaf offers. Oh, brother. The cucumbers are there so they aren't tempted to grab your soul ball for... What? Ooh, you're in trouble. Ryan, I was a little disappointed in you yesterday, Ryan. I was a little disappointed because I posted something on Blue Sky and it wasn't you that responded. It wasn't you that correctly responded to my comment. And I thought if anybody was going to get it right, it was going to be you. I'm a little sad. Silver, you kidder. I mean DIY, of course. They try to grab your soul ball from your ass and get distracted by Q. Oh, okay. I'm more Wario. I kind of understood what you were saying. I was just more curious about soul ball from my ass. We developed this island together. I believe if more folks knew about our DIY, our brand recognition would skyrocket. Bringing it back to my request. Decide which items we want to share with the outside world. I'd like your help crafting them. You'll need to procure the materials to fulfill the request yourself, but there is a bonus in it for you. You get hotel tickets good for obtaining items from the hotel souvenir shop. So you say, I don't mind. You only help one at a time. Sure? Yeah. I always love that, I always love that the two different answers are just different versions of yes. Allow me to briefly explain how this works. So this is probably the tutorial for crafting multiple items. We need you to craft and how many we need. Yeah. Simply craft the requested items and deposit them into the box. Once you're done, you'll immediately receive hotel tickets. But thou must. No, it was here. I'll type it in here. Hold on. That was what I posted on Blue Sky. And at least one person was kind of curious. People were kind of wondering what it was. A couple people were wondering what it was. But I figured you'd be the one to get this. Mr. Z got it too. Aha! As I suspected. You'll immediately receive hotel ticket. After that, Cap and our courageous advertising salesman, as it were, will distribute the goods, promoting to the outside world the wonders of Silverleaf. Just leave all the transporting to me, you landlubbers. Yes or yes, but in yellow. Yeah, the question. Aha! As I suspected. 32 flavors. Have a look if you forget any of the details. For your first step, you should check the box to see which items we're requesting. You can also check the request using DIY Recipes app on your trusty Nook phone. The information is shown on the DIY requests page. That's everything from me. Thank you for all your help. You know those little plastic tips at the end of your shoes? They're called aglets. Their true purpose is sinister. Okay, so then they want... I guess this is because you get bonus points for them. So they want nets. They want... Can you just bring them the completed things, or do you have to make them here? Oh, wait, can you make them here? No, you can't make them here. Okay. All right, I understand. All right, so what else is upgraded? I don't like that they don't all tell you how long it's been since they've seen you. Some of them are kind of curious to know how many years it's been. And it's still 30 frames. Huge upgrade. Now you can build using materials from your storage. Oh, thank God for that one. Hold on. Yeah, now we got to try and build something because holy smokes. Thank God for that. All right, so let me go home. Let's try and build something and see how we feel about it. So when another question managed to snag a hottie like Huntress in his DC in the DCAU, she's attracted to his eccentric charm. I think that's how he says it. Hardly. You're attracted to my eccentric charm. Was there ever an on-screen version of the question? Or was that really the first time we really got to see him? He has charm? Of course he does. Oh God, those are all weeds. This is my love pond. What the hell? There's so many. Run! It's Godzilla. Do you ever see the Godzilla statue? I love the Godzilla statue. Hold on. Go. Can you climb? Thank you. Does Rorschach and Watchmen count? Oh, that's who he was supposed to be before the DC said maybe do some original characters instead of our C-listers for this. Not to mention, that whole universe, right? The Watchmen universe is so much more violent and aggressive. You would need to make a new character to sort of tone it down a little bit. Just putting Rorschach, like, could you imagine trying to put Rorschach in regular Batman? Like a Batman animated universe where you can't be nearly as aggressive. All right. Oh, so there's somebody staying at the tent. What in the world is that? Wade? Is this Deadpool? It's a bunch of fun camping on this island. The air smells good, like food. I want to bite it. So it goes. Which one of the Watchmen babies? Watchmen babies, our comic book is good. Watchmen babies will beat you like Red Hood. Oh no. Watchmen has given us a lot of good memes. These people, I'm tired of them. Oh man. Watchmen babies. Now when they open the closet and something weird is happening, it's probably Dr. Manhattan's fault. Right now, a comic, a Superman versus Homelander. Can't wait for a dragged out fight because Clark feels sorry for him. I have to save him. I don't want to kill. Meanwhile, Homelander's trying to pull his eyes out of his head. All right, so let's try and make something. Let's see how much more simply simple they made the making process. And what is? Oh, I got another 9,999 bells in interest. Oh wait, throw away. Mom sent me some mail. We'll keep Mom's letter. My Happy Home Academy is still S rank. Oh, Red's treasure. Holy smokes, I forgot about that. And throw away. As the boys finally stopped spinning its wheels, been meaning to get back to it. It's the last season now, right? Luna. This is a region of dream space I want to show you. Wait. Is this new? Oh, wait, hold on. It's kind of wild how much of this stuff I remember to do. The fact that I just automatically remembered how to get to all my tools, even though it was the wrong tool at the end. Season 5 of The Boys is the final season. So let's open. That was Rockhead statue, which was the real statue. Mom's art. She's terrible. And Snowflake wreath. Must have so much AC interest at the moment. I hate playing. What's this? I must have so much AC interest at the moment. I hate playing for a long time. You're talking about Animal Crossing or Assassin's Creed? It's not odd that Amazon is not one, but but Superman is bad. Actually, shows when run by real life Lex Luthor. Hey, Sean, what's going on? Sorry for dipping for a bit. No problem. You don't have to apologize. Needed noms. Now that I'm heading towards bed, I'll leave you with a question. When are you going to play through the fantasy? Ooh, when am I going to play through the Phantasy Star series on stream? I mean, are they even worth playing, Sean? 4, everybody loves, but there seems like so much mixed reaction about the first 3. Are they even, is it even worth playing them? I mean, I would still play them, but. Welcome to the Silverleaf Museum. Make a donation. How long until I pivot to become a PSO2 streamer? I think I'd become a Final Fantasy 14 streamer first. I did love me some PSO, though. I never got to play 2. Oh, I can't donate mom's art? What kind of art museum is this? It is a rock head statue. No, or was it Ace Combat? Oh, yeah, or Assetto Corso. Yeah, you're right. PSO2 was fun. Yeah, I never got to play it. I see the interviews. Some other staff members from Stranger Things, not the ones who reported chat, got used. The response was, well, I didn't see it-ish, but even if I did see it, who didn't just have ChatGPT running in a separate tab? Oh, wow. So they're kind of acknowledging it. I played through the first game. I loved it. It's simplistic in terms of story and scope. The games that definitely deserve the remaster. They're games that definitely deserve the remaster treatment. Yeah, so I heard 1 was decent, and then I heard 4 was the one that everybody loved. But 2 and 3, they have this sort of weird reputation. And I watched a video one time that kind of explained it, and I understood why, because there were some fundamentals that apparently were just different. Oh, wait, I want to go back in, and I want to see if I can find that thing. You played it on PSP. I think I have that one. No, I don't think I have that one. Where is art? There we go. Doot. Rockhead statue. Wasn't one of those. Oh, this guy. Yeah. It was this one. No running in the museum. There were 2 US PSP Phantasy Star games. 2 and 3 are one story that basically got split into 2 games and it suffered for it. Or the translation was problematic. I don't remember. I think I remember people saying they didn't like 3 like story. Like some stuff that was happening. I'll give them a try. I need a good way to play them. Sean, what do you think is the best way to play them? Bearing in mind that I'm a streamer. So I have to play them in a way that is accessible for me to stream out. And I talked about this a couple days ago, and I have to be honest with you, I keep thinking about it, and it's kind of bothering me. Okay. More and more, I keep thinking about, like, with everything going on right now, the job situation and stuff, I just keep thinking more and more about, man, I really wish I could do this all the time. I really wish I could just be a streamer and have this be my career. I know it takes a while to get off the ground. I know we've been doing it for 8 years, but I never really made a serious push into it. I was just this was always just a hobby. So I just keep thinking about what it would take to do more with it. And I do wonder. I think about, like, playing more games and playing different games. I've thought about what do you guys think about reaction content? The people that watch movies and shows. I wouldn't watch YouTube videos. Like, I thought about doing some of that because I'm watching Batman TAS. So I thought, oh, what if I just, like, recorded reactions to all of these episodes or something, and just for fun. It's something that I've already seen before, so it's really me going back to it, and it just makes me kind of sad because I do think about it. I think about stuff like this, the entire Phantasy Star series. What if I just played that stuff? I just don't make enough off of it in order to live off of it. If I did, or if I was even close to making enough money off of streaming and YouTube content because I don't really do YouTube too much. If I was even close, I would say, oh, I'm probably going to end up doing that. Oh, yeah, I forgot I put this here. Phantasy Star 1 has the Sega Ages version on Switch, which is my recommendation. I don't know anything about 2 and 3. I have them as mobile apps on my phone. Because there are collections. There are things that have 3 of the Phantasy Star games on there, but it's never 1. It's always 2, 3, and 4. Me and my coworker talking about Animal Crossing on break. Best make a Kick account before... Oh, God, no. Making it big for YouTube streaming, for streaming in YouTube is worth. Yeah, it's definitely a job. I'm not talking about it like it's gonna be easy. I'm talking about it like it's gonna be difficult. But I don't have the financial stability to take however long it takes for that stuff to become profitable for me. Especially since I'd be paying my own taxes, I'd have to get my own medical coverage. You know, there's a lot that you have to do. Like, I would have to make a lot more before I'd feel comfortable, before I'd even be capable of doing that. Shovel. If I was in between jobs, I'd be working hard on my channel regardless if I make it big or not. In time, that's kind of how I feel, and I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think I'm just in my own head about it all. Oh, wait, I don't want these. I have so many of those. Oh, so hold on. Speaking of that, let's go back and try and craft this thing. Probably because 2, 3, and 4 are on the Mega Drive, while 1 is a Master System game. Yeah, it's a lot of prep work and initial investment if you're trying to go long term. It's not impossible, and I have a lot of the legwork done. Right, I've been a streamer for a long time, so it's not like I don't know what to do. It's just there's certain things that I know I would absolutely have to do, and one of them is that I would have to start making YouTube videos. I think that's the biggest hurdle for me. The biggest hurdle is not streaming. Streaming is easy for me. Like, I like it because I like it so much. I don't mean to say that it's easy. It's just I like it so much, so it seems easy for me. Don't judge my room. It's got an S rank. It's the other stuff. It's YouTube. I think it's the YouTube side of everything that I'm just very slow on. So let's craft. So I need... These are craftable. Outhouse. Snowflake. Wreath. Do I have the materials for this? DIY benches and kitchens can now use materials and ingredients in your home storage. Stored items cannot be used while on another island. Perfect. Any materials and ingredients in your pockets will be used first before those in your home storage. Oh my God, it's so good. So, okay, so I don't have that. What did it say? Can I look at the requests? There we go. Yeah, so let's craft that. Craft it. During DIY, press Y to set the quantity of items you want to make up to 10. You must have enough materials or ingredients. So craft a brick oven. Hold on. Nah. So wait. So I want to do... Where do I want to hit it? I want to hit craft it. Yeah. Oh, why didn't that work? I hit the button. All right. So we'll just keep crafting. So we'll just make another one. Right, because I have 2. It's the edit in YouTube or the VODs. On YouTube right now is my VODs. But I would want to do custom YouTube content, which is either to split up the Twitch videos and then take out the chunks. Whenever we have a specific discussion, take out the chunks and then post those up, or make actual YouTube videos. Okay, so this. Oh, damn it. Hang on. Let me scroll up so I can craft flimsy nets. Yes, let's craft. Flimsy nets. This? Okay, so. No, okay, that just sorts everything. So do this. So I can't Yeah, aren't I supposed to hit a button here and then have it so that I can make more? There we go. There we. Oh, you have to be on that screen. So let's do 2. Okay. Have you considered making right-wing grift content? I heard that's blowing up recently. You mean like donate so that we can build the wall? Keep crafting. I played the Master System version, but it switches to first person when you're in a dungeon. Yeah, it does like the old school dungeon crawler thing. And in an 8-bit game, it's kind of confusing due to lack of details. You're expected to draw your own map. The Switch version comes with an auto map option. Stone, I played a game on the NES that did that called Golgo 13. It was an anime that got an NES game. That's exactly what you had to do. Is you have to draw your own maps. You definitely have to do that. So let's go do that. Do that. Do that. Okay. Oh my god, this is so much better. Also, side note, while it's technically available in the US at the moment, Stardew Valley Switch 2 is not globally available and has several massive bugs. With no date or estimate of when these things will be fixed or globally released. Have you considered saying a slur and begging people to just give you money because you got a trouble? No. I'm afraid to say the word nippers when talking about Gunpla. So there you go. We'll build the wall around our island and make Rossetti pay for it. so that's my reaction there. So hold on. Let me see something here. No. What am I doing? Hang on. Let's craft something. So it only shows me those, but didn't they need... She needed more of them, didn't she? Or the person that was out there? Say nipples instead for safety. Yes, that's probably better. Probably slightly better. Actually, Stone, to be honest, I don't really even know. I don't even know if that would be better. I feel like where we are right now, people would be more offended if I say nipples. Is that Hazel? Is that Hazelnut? What's up, Hazelnut? It's been like 2 months. I also wish you could lock the camera because every time I leave and come back outside, it resets it. My favorite character is Eggman. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it. One of these. Oh, did I not have these recipes, I guess? I don't have that item. Huh. Stardew Valley Switch 2 really feels like it was rushed because while it's cool and the mouse controls add a ton of utility, even they feel off. Like the game sometimes forgets you're using them. That's on top of several recipes. Just will eat your material and build nothing, and a few eat inventory items instead of the needed materials. Oh my god. Devs apologize, but it's since gone radio silent as far as I know. All right. So now, okay. So I think we're good right now. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna save. Ready to wrap things up. Let's see how long it takes, and then I am going to buy the DLC. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna buy the DLC now. And we can try out the mouse. Do I have my mouse? Yeah. We're gonna try out the mouse controls, and I want to see if I'm curious to know if the DLC makes it load any faster or slower, as we've just discovered with Monster Hunter Wilds. Did you guys see this post about Monster Hunter Wilds that supposedly people have done experiments to try and figure out why the loading is so slow? And the speculation now is that the reason the performance is so bad on Monster Hunter Wilds is that it's constantly doing a check to see this is the speculation at this point. It's the game is constantly doing a check to see if you have the DLC. So when you don't have the DLC, it works worse because the game is constantly checking for it. But if you have the DLC, it checks it, it sees that you have it, and it stops checking. So the performance is better the more DLC you buy. It's all speculation right now, but that is kind of a wild, if true, sort of situation that's going on there. All right, so let's see. Animal Crossing, upgrade pack. Yeah, I mean, well, Stone. I mean, I'm gonna shit out of my ass. Well, then it must Stone.
Hello,
Then it must be true.
How have you been?
Okay, we don't need to talk to you.
We'd like to
You've
introduce
selected
the
this title's
Animal
upgrade
Crossing
pack
New
for purchase. You'll need
Horizons
Animal
Nintendo
Crossing New
Switch.
Horizons to use the upgrade pack. Did a little bit of research. If you have the Genesis collection from Steam, you can play. Yeah, I have a couple of those fantasy or those Sega collections, and they have 2, 3, and 4, but none of them have 1 on it. None of them have part 1 on it. And what's available on the Switch? Is there? Remind me after I download this. PayPal. Yeah, it's Capcom. Wait, it's Capcom though. Capcom tough. Remember me. Please remember me. There is no more. See if I remember. This is definitely the one that I use. I have like the longest password for is Nintendo for some reason. As far as I know, just Phantasy Star 1. Oh, which would actually work out because then if I buy one of the collections that has 2, 3, and 4, I would just need to buy 1 separately. Oh, for AC, the DLC doesn't affect downloads. Doesn't affect loads. The Switch 2 natively speeds up load times. I figured as much, but all right, continue shopping. So let's see. Upgrade pack download complete. Restart the software to use this feature. So let's see Phantasy Star. I almost went for F. Fantasy Star. Not Fantasy Star Wars. Oh, wait, hold on. Space Star. Guilty Gear Accent Core is on Switch. Wow. It's $8? $8 for a Master System game? Oh, later, Sean. Have a good one. Whew. Yeah, there go the dungeons. I mean, that's more. I'll tell you what. That's more detailed than Goggle 13. That's for sure. That is definitely more detailed than Goggle 13. You can't be that long. What's the password? All right. What? Nobody told you to do that. Don't do that. Do I need to update it again? Okay. It goes for sale like $3 on Steam and has online worth a damn. I'd favor it and wait for a sale. For Phantasy Star? Oh yeah, that's probably a good idea. Oh, I gotta get the. Hang on. I don't remember how to remove the Joy-Con. I got it. Hang on. I gotta change the controls. Change grip order. Okay. And then we'll leave that for now. All right, so go home. I probably like it more than Strive if it had a bigger player base. You have the Genesis Classic game on Switch. If you have the Genesis Classic game on Switch, you do get. Oh, if I have the app. Wait, what? Hold on. All right, so I got the Joy-Con here. We're gonna explore the game with the mouse, and we're gonna try and design a room. Oh wait, where are my little? Hold on. Haha. This side. A little clippy clip. All right, so I can play it like this, or I can just design like. Can I do stuff like this? So I'm holding the one Joy-Con. I'm holding my left Joy-Con like this, and then I've got the right one down. Now plug in a keyboard so you can type. Mouse controls don't work. I thought they did. Only for the house building. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. So go to the house and decorate. So let's go. Okay. And then now, okay, about mouse controls. With the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, you can use mouse controls in decorating mode. When this is displayed, place the right Joy-Con upright on a flat surface to enable mouse controls. When using mouse controls, you can press R to rotate or pick up furniture. Some button functions change during mouse control. Refer to their on-screen guide for details. So, okay, so we're using mouse controls, moving around. All right, it's not bad. Let's move one of Mom's cakes. It would be a lot better if this was oh God. It would be a lot better. Can I do that? Yeah. Okay. If it was just a bigger mouse. Oh, not the app. Genesis Classics is a separate game, which is very weird and very Sega. All right, so I can move it around. This mouse, the right mouse. Huh? Oh, the right. Okay, the right stick doesn't do anything. The left stick still does stuff. So that's it. I can just use it for this. I'll be honest with you. I don't really see a point in this. This doesn't really seem like there's a big point to it. If you could play the whole game in mouse mode, I think that would be different. But the fact that I would have to have, especially if I'm using a Pro Controller, the fact that I would have to be switching controls, I don't think it makes it so much easier. Because now that I switch out, I suddenly can't use the mouse. Like, the mouse controls don't do anything anymore. I think. Let's go outside. Let's see if we can pick something up. If we were bringing a mouse, it would make for a worse controller. But you can buy mouse mode grips. Yeah, I've heard people say I want to see what they kind of look like, but because I saw one of them and I thought it doesn't really seem like it adds a lot. That Genesis game has a ton of input lag. I don't recommend it. It would definitely be more of a problem for action games than for something like a Phantasy Star. No, stop. Yeah, I can't. Like, you can't. Oh, you can talk to them. Okay. Yeah, I think if you're a Joy-Con player, I think that the mouse mode is fine. I think that when you go into, because I think you can use it when you build stuff out here, which is kind of what I really would want to use it for. So let's go to the Island Designer. Yeah, let's start construction. All right. So let's go handy construction skills. Facing cardinal directions. Outside, press L to face the nearest direction, up, down, left, or right. Oh. Hold L and tilt to move without changing direction you're facing. Press A when you're holding L to use the tool in your hands. Now put it all together. Hold L, move with L, then press A, and you'll finish projects in no time. All right, so let's see here. So this is, I have the ground right now, and I don't want that. So let's do that. Let's switch to this one because I want to remove this. I had a rock here that I would get into this corner, and then I would hit the rock with the shovel so that I could farm all of it. And I accidentally broke the rock. I forgot that when you eat a piece of fruit and then you hit something, it breaks. So since I finished it, I'm going to clear all of this up. Okay. So now I kind of want to try. So if I hold L, I can move. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at how easy that is. All right. I want to get rid of it, though, so. Here, let's do that. Oh, that is a lot easier. Good boy. Where was all of this when the game came out and I reshaped pretty much every part of my island? And I put all these paths in. All right. Okay, so then we'll hit start. And yeah, because then you can do this. Oh my God, yeah, hold on. So I want to do, well, I went out. Oh. Whoop. I like the little hop that he does. Whoop. Is it here? No. Yeah, I want to close it. Am I done building? Yeah, I'm done. Took Nintendo 5 whole years to realize, wait, this may get tedious. Yeah. Oh, so let me also check my storage inside. I don't know if they changed the stack. I'm glad that you can craft in bulk now. Yeah, this might get tedious. Might. Will. Oh, it already hurts my fingers a little bit to use the mouse mode like this. Oh, I want to see my storage. Kind of forgot you could store parts. Materials? Here we go. Yeah, I really wish... No. I really wish that the stacks were bigger. I don't understand why these stack at 30, but then I think the flowers stack a little bit higher, and I know that these stack at 50. I think there's things that stack at 99. I don't know. I can't stand that the materials only go up to 30. Yeah, same goes for bulk crafting. I am glad that you can use the stuff in your storage now. That's one that I was wanting for a while. Okay, so this isn't bad. See, yeah, 99. These stack at 99. Let everything else stack that high. Materials in Minecraft only go up to 64. I've been listening to Silver Gunner rips too much recently. I'm expecting the song in the background to start playing the tune of the Flintstones. These are all recipes that I already have them, and I just have extra recipes. And every time I used to open up the town and... Oh, brother. If there's anything I wish I could turn off on Animal Crossing, it is people showing up at my house. Because now I can't even save, right? It won't let me save. Oh, no, you can. Oh, my God. Get out. I don't like when they come over like that. Yeah, just walk out. I don't think you can. Can you not walk out? Or when you walk out, don't they go, it triggers them to leave. Like, I can't stand it. Just don't do it. Or let me put like a do not disturb. Because I'll be honest with you, every single time, the last time I played it a couple months ago, I would come into the house and they would just, like you saw it. I go into the house and I'm not there 30 seconds and they're just there. You walk out and they say, oh, I can take a hint. If you're not in another room, they leave after a little. I just can't stand that they're there in the first place. Oh, I didn't buy and test the megaphone. Okay, hold on. Oh, I only turned it off because I wanted to see. I'll leave the mouse controls on. I saved because I wanted to see if it would let me save. Yeah, I just don't like them. I don't like that they come into the house like that. All right. Oh, I can tell you that loading was definitely faster. Imagine you buy the DLC and you have to go buy the megaphone and he doesn't have it the first day. Oh, wait. It only uses mouse mode during the building. Yeah. But this is kind of my problem. If I wanted to use mouse controls to build, I have to play with the Joy-Con, and I pretty much have to play with them separated. Otherwise, I'm breaking it off so that I can use the Joy-Con mouse, or especially if I've got a Pro controller, I have to have the Joy-Con with me. So I'm kind of not a fan of that. So that's that. All right, so then. What the heck? Megaphone is exactly what you need. Take out the megaphone, hold A, and call out someone's name. If they're around, they'll hear it. It only works on the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, so keep that in mind. Let's see, 3,500 bells. I'll buy it. You can also just have a Joy-Con on the side, which you said as a type, yeah, which insta deals between the two controllers. Insta switches. Does the game not allow you to use Pro Controller's gyro as a pseudo pointer? No, it's mouse controls specifically. When pulling up the menu for furniture while building, the game doesn't recognize the mouse mode. It reverts back to D-pad inputs. All right, so now let's see what happens with the megaphone. Oh, by the way, here's another thing that I wanted, and this is what we talk about when we talk about this stuff, the sort of escalation where this thing was fine, but now that you added this other thing, I want more of this. Can I please get a toolbox so that these aren't filling up my inventory? Is there some sort of toolbox that I could have which is a separate inventory so that I can just put this all somewhere else? I hate that this is all intermingled in. Yeah, I'm holding the A button. I wanted to see if it would let me move it, but it won't. All right, so let's try it. So who am I looking for? Hazel. Hazel! No reply. Maybe they aren't nearby. Is that Tad? Hold on. Let's get him off screen here. Tad! Ah, there he is! I kept calling out for Raymond and Boone kept responding. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hey, dumbass! I had to talk to him now. The fact that he responded to that, I at least have to talk to him. Hey, dumbass. He keeps hearing it. Everyone who's stupid say what? Nobody? Okay. Took too long. Again, 5 years, Nintendo didn't think to streamline that. Yeah, like there's just certain things where, you know, popular is popular, and the game is obviously, it's sold a bunch. It's as a franchise, it's really popular, but it does feel like there are certain things that you could probably start doing a little bit better. At the same time, I wonder if they just keep it more simple because they're still trying to sell this to kids. Even though I don't think they realize kids are probably not buying. That's actually kind of curious, though. I wonder what the difference is between kids buying this and wanting this and adults buying it and wanting it. Continue to sell a bunch. To be fair, yeah, HC sales haven't really slowed down. I just wonder who's buying it. Like, are kids buying this? Are parents buying this for kids? Or is this a straight up, no, grown-ups are buying Animal Crossing? When placing items, I saw you can shuffle left and right and back and forth to make it easier to place, but I thought if you hold it, it would just keep using the item. Oh, no, we did see that. We tried that while building, Lilac, you just before you got here. We saw that while building. You can hold the button down, and yeah, you can shuffle to the side. I think this is one of those for everyone evergreen titles. Kids are building skyscrapers in Fortnite. Kids can handle it. I would like for the next Animal Crossing to give us more utility to the furniture I put on my island. I want my villagers to use it. Yes. More utility to the things outside, and more recognition of the public spaces that, like, I built all of this stuff here. I built all of this. These are just because, you know, they added farming, so you have to, even though there's no point. Oh my god, I thought that was Snoopy. But like, I would love to see my villagers sitting here in the chair, walking over to the vending machine. I wish they would do other things. Yeah, I know more adults that play Animal Crossing. I put a bench in my park, and my animals still choose to sit on the ground. Like, I really wish they would use some of this stuff. I wish maybe I could designate something as a public space where the animals would know, oh, I can come over here and we can hang out. I'm reminded of mini games in Mario Party 6 where you had to say names of fruits, but you could just try other words and the game would still respond. I mean, we talked about the motion controls in Zelda and games like Skyward Sword, where a lot of the time people wouldn't even, you know, they were in the beginning, they're like, oh, this is awesome. And then by the end, they're like, yeah, I do wish they would do a little bit more. They do. My villagers use stuff, but not always, which, to be fair, is realistic. I've never seen anybody sitting over here. I feel like this is the closest I've seen anybody standing over in this area. Pants off. Time to streak. Put that away. I won't do all my chores and stuff, but I probably could. Do you watch Animal Crossing streams? Do you watch streams of games like this? Like, obviously it's a cozy stream. This is going to be something that's more cozy, but if I put the teacup ride on my island, I want my villagers to use it. Which was it and honestly, Marcos, it's kind of the point. It's kind of the big idea about that, where the teacup and stuff that's set up in the flower area where I said I didn't know what to do with that. I was gonna make it like an amusement park. You know, I had rides and stands and everything, but the villagers aren't gonna use it. So I don't know. I felt like I started making it, and then I immediately thought this kind of feels pointless. You know, all of this stuff has a purpose to it. This was my initial farm where I made a bunch of money. one of those kids playing Twilight Princess on the Wii, being all on the motion controls for the sword some 20 years ago almost. I met villagers use benches, play instruments, etc. But also sometimes they just sit on the... See, I've never seen them play an instrument. I never had them do anything like that. Though I don't think I ever had the instruments outside. So I think I'm missing a fossil. I have 5 fossils, but one of them was from the last time I played. Notice the difference so far. I do notice the loading is faster. I feel like I'd be noticing the faster loading time more in a side-by-side type comparison. But it still feels like it takes a while. It would be side-by-side for me to say, oh, this is definitely faster. The mouse controls are fine. They work. They function. It's just that you have to toggle on and off. You know, you can only use it in certain spots, so it starts to feel like it's more of a hassle than it's worth in order to do so. All right, so hold on. What the heck? Look at what he's doing. Look at his legs. Yeah. This is the button to line myself up. Oh, so the L button always lines you up. Okay. Oh, that is actually very helpful. Wait. I think that might be one of the most helpful things so far. I think the most helpful thing so far is the L button. So I'm not... Right? How many times in Animal Crossing have you meant to dig up this spot and you dig up in the diagonal? The L button might be the most important thing. Wait, let me go and hit a rock. Hold on. All right, so we tried that rock already. And I'm still going to bounce back when I hit a rock. So let's find a good rock to hit. Oh, and I think that was my last fossil. Okay, so this one I have here specifically for this. Okay, so you still shuffle a little bit. Oh, okay. So you still shuffle a little bit. So you still need something to hold you in place. Because that's what this tree was for. This tree is so that there's still something to hold you in place when you're hitting a rock. Because you can hit the rock up to 8 times, but you can't move. Oh, wait. That's another fossil? Wait, how many of these things do I have? I got a lot of them. Put Twilight Princess HD and Wind Waker HD on my ROG Ally, and it runs perfectly. Ooh. I have an entire square filled with every instrument I collected. I even had some villagers play music together. It's cute and silly. So maybe I should do that. Maybe I should set them up. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Yeah, this L button thing is amazing. How is this the best feature? Red's not here, is he? No. Fish. Now, where's the... Oh, my God. Wait, is there an... Can I do this to fish? Nah, but that felt good. What's the best feature? The L button. I think the L button might be my favorite addition to all of this. L now always lines you up with the closest card on the... Yeah. I think that's what makes it so great. Oh, no. I thought I heard that earlier. Hey, Hazelnut. Oh, wait, can you call anybody with the megaphone? Rossetti. No response. Huh. Oh, so you can only call villagers. I know there's a wheel to bring up, too. Where is the wheel? Where's the wheel that you bring up? There. Can I do... that's... Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's do that. Okay. I know Captain could hear it in New Leaf. Another quirk. You can only decorate a hotel room once. Something. If you want to get max rooms right now, you got to time travel. Oh, once a day? Is it once a day? Yeah, Marcos. For some reason, it blocked that word. I don't know what word you typed there, but hey, doggo. Once a day. Oh, really? Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, I mean, I guess for the next week, that means you'll have stuff to do. Yeah, Twitch thinks Marcos is mad. Yeah, I wonder why I did that. And then Luna said something about the dream world. Did they bring back the dream thing? Was the dream thing always here? Whoa. Yeah, I want my NES game. That's what I want. Marcos, I still don't understand why they don't make it so that from inside the game, you can access your NSO app. Just let me do that. Let me access my NSO from inside Animal Crossing. Hell, even if you limit it, even if you only want to limit it to games that are Nintendo games, I kind of wish it would let me do that. Oh, it can be any bed. It can be any bed. Hold on. Should I get some sleep? So it's one asleep and then it's slumber time. Slumber time? The Switch probably isn't built to have more than one game running at the same time. That's a bummer. Maybe that's it, but I always like this because of the dream haze over everything. Welcome, welcome. I trust you feel rested. If I'm not mistaken, this is your first trip to this region of dream space. It is here that slumber islands are made. Blank canvases, brimming with potential. Has the waking world ever held your imagination at bay? I'm certain it has. Sadly, the crude nature of reality means that things like inventory and time must constrain one's ideas. Yet on Slumber Island, your imagination is free to decorate and renovate however it pleases. Provided we have internet access. Demonstrate away. I use this music to sleep at night. Thanks, Nintendo Music and Alarmo. One moment whilst I connect us to the internet. I'm still not entirely sure how this works. So this, if it was like the other ones, you can create a lot more freely, and then you can share the code with people, and so then they can visit these places too. Please imagine an island. I will now ask you a few questions. None of your answers are permanent. Just relax and be honest. Gaze through your mind's eye. How large is the island that you see? Large. Oh, you can join in real time with this version of it? Large. You see a large island, so it's similar in size to the one on which you live. Is that correct? No. No. That's wrong. Medium. Let's go medium. You may only dream if you have internet access. Isn't that accurate? Mm-hmm. Now to compile your vision into a digital dream. Which of these islands calls clearest to you? What are we thinking? This one's got 2 water places. I kind of like that. But not a lot of high ground. Everything needs an internet connection these days, and I hate it. I mean, it doesn't. If you build a little retro area, if you build a right, like a little CRT, a little VHS DVD player. So what is this mode? So this is the dream mode. When you go here, you can make something, and the way it worked before was that then you could share the code with people. But now you can have people show up here, and you can build with you can build everything a little bit more freely with this. So let's do that. So this is all relatively flat. This is flat with a little bit of a raise in the back. This is flat with a little bit of a raise on the side, and this has a 3rd height, but I'm assuming this is like a waterfall. Let's see if this is a waterfall. Please close your eyes and no peeking. The compiler hates being watched. Yeah, so this is like a dream area where you can build. I think one of the smartest things that they've ever really realized with Animal Crossing is that people want to keep building things. So they gave you the hotels, they gave you the island originally where you could do a few more things, and they just created scenarios where people wanted to build more stuff. That's why the whole Happy Home Designer and all of that, people kind of bashed it. But Animal Crossing fans, I think, would tell you that they like doing that stuff. They like decorate. You know, the museum ended up with 4 rooms. I think it was the last game where the museum had 4 rooms that you could decorate all your own. I think they realize that people like that stuff. So they always add these things where you can build more things. Yeah, I love the hotel DLC for that exact reason. The museum had 4 rooms, and you could decorate those, and those were great. Imagine having to put in your Wi-Fi password to sleep for at least 8 hours. You can still and you can still terraform in Dreamland. Okay. So this is Slumber Island. Slumber Island works different from what you may be used to. Once you are out of bed, I will be happy to explain, but do take your time. You look very comfortable. All right. I'd like to know more about what you can do on Slumber Island. How do I save? Playing with others. This island's name. And what can I do here? Decorating, my pockets, housing, construction. Never mind. Let's go to construction first. And I won't go through everything. I'm just gonna walk around. Pressing that to that button will let you place fences, while switching to that lets you landscape. You may use any fencing you have at home and any landscaping features you are permitted for. For large projects such as moving a house or building bridges and inclines, please speak to Lloyd. I'm okay now. Didn't sleep well last night. I had lag while I was asleep. That's all for now. All right, I'm gonna walk around. I don't know why, but for some reason here, the world coming over the horizon is more noticeable here. Either that or it doesn't. Does it happen in the original when you're out of the slumber area? I feel like probably just because of the angle that I have the camera at. You know that if someone has the pocket camp items and the reset will lose it forever? Or can they still reorder it? Oh, and they reset. Will they lose it forever? Good question. I have no idea. I never really did the Pocket Camp thing. I didn't buy the offline version of Pocket Camp. I wonder. Hold on. Let me see something. Are there different fish? Wait, I can change the weather? I can change the weather? I'm gonna do that. I believe you can still get your Pocket Camp. I think they clarified that. So if you delete your file, if you start a new town over, you're still going to be able to have your Pocket Camp stuff? I caught a sea butterfly, but I'm still dreaming. Oh, maybe you can't take... I guess you can't take this stuff back home. Since you're in a dream, you're not actually catching any of this stuff. Is that how this works? Oh, that's so weird. Now 100% sure. I believe they talked about making Pocket Camp items easier to reacquire now. I think you can join my island. I just opened a lot. Yeah, let's test that out. Let me run around and take a look a little bit here. And then see. Oh, wait, hold on. I hate that that's the menu for that. Woohoo! That's such a fun feature that I ended up not wanting to use. Only if you want. Well, I want to see it. I want to test it out and see how it works. And see how well it works. That's the other thing. Dragonflies, flight is might. Hey, that furniture looks familiar. Yeah, these are some cool spaces. I like this. That. Whoop, nope, nope, nope. Okay, you jerk. Okay. All right. Now you're doing it on purpose. Oh, he's good. He's okay. Don't you turn around. Woo! Pond smelts, but I'm still dreaming. Oh, wait. I may actually want to do the bigger island, too. We can make an arcade and have NES arcade-style games next to it. But you can't play them. Alright, so I'll have to... So, when I spoke to her before, she said that that the choices you make aren't permanent. So what happens when I leave? Do I have the option to not save any of the decisions I make? No. No. You can save your dream or also reset it at any time. Okay. Oh, so then what's... This is my house. Is this my house? Oh, it's fully built, but there's nothing in it. You can save your changes. Okay. Honestly, you know what's funny? I kind of wish that this was my house with, like, decorated the full way. That it had all of the same decorations, because then I could use this as a testing ground for what I would like to do with the design while not committing to it. And then I could say, oh, I like that, and then I could do that in my actual house. Yeah, I kind of wish it was furnished right now the exact way that I have my house. Because there are times where I want to redesign my house, but you know what? I also don't want to lose my S ranking on my house. For some reason, I love having that. what was the game that we played that it was like a cozy game, but it didn't have any music? So then we would play Animal Crossing music the entire time. Okay, so now let's wrap up the dreaming and let's see how that looks, and then I'll go to your place. What's this? Welcome. Please allow me to assist you with any construction or installation dreams you might have. Oh, look at that. How may I assist you? I'm good. Oh, wait. Do I have to talk to her or name this island and need? Okay. All right. I don't think I want to save my changes just because I'm probably going to wait and try all the island sizes. Are you ready to wake? Yes. Thus we part ways for now. Also, in Japan, the Switch 2 is now outsold the lifetime sales of the GameCube. 4 million, right? I saw a post that said it sold 4 million units. I wonder what it's up to worldwide. All right, so we can... hello? Get back in the bed. All right, so slumber time. All right, so Marcos, I don't know if I'll need information from you. Hold on. Yeah, you go to slumber time and choose visit island. What would you like to dream about? Someone else's island. Visit a friend's slumber island, of course. To send you on your way, I will first need to connect to the internet. I'm testing it for the first time as well. We'll find out the current worldwide sales soon, as in February, Nintendo has their next financial report. What was the last one? The last financial report, how many had the Switch sold? We are connected to the world. We're connected with the world. How shall I find a slumber island for you? Find a search by... Give me your Doze code. Let's see how that looks. Or here, let's try friends first. Hold on. Yeah, let's go friends first. The only slumber I can find is being... Yes. Let's go. Well, I was curious what the codes look like. It was above the Switch 1's launch. Oh. Now I want one of those little gyroids as the little gyroid incense burner. Oh, Marcos, what'd you do? Did the game crash on you? Oh, no, I'm here. With the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, camera footage from game chat can be displayed while you're online. I really hope not. It still resets the island. No. This one? Right. Oh, so you got the big island. Wait. You did the big island. Here, I'm going to wander for a bit. I want to see. It still does that thing where it resets the island. So you have to, do you have to save it first? Yeah, I kind of want one of these incense gyroids. Oh, can I call for Marcos with the megaphone? Do I even have the No, you don't have the megaphone here. You don't have the megaphone. Do I have an inventory? Yeah, it's just this stuff here. I suppose so. I mean, I guess it would just make sense in the sense that everybody's got complicated names. Oh, you did the same thing I did. We could make it. We could game chat, which would make the microphone pointless, the megaphone pointless. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mostly just wanted to see. I wanted to see what it looked like. I wanted to see what this looks like. Ah, this is great though. If we ever start doing more stuff together with this, with Animal Crossing, they also, I saw pitfall seeds. I saw that you can do the pitfall seeds. You can also terraform as I see. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. Although I did like, you know, I'm too much of a control freak, but I did kind of like when they showed it in the trailers. Oh, you can all work together to build something. Oh, maybe this can be the island. Maybe I can do murals here. Do big giant murals. Okay. So this is good. All right, I'm going to head out. I'm going to head out from your island. Oh, it's got the different beds. Oh, that's cool. It's time to wake up. I'll wake up. Uh-oh. Marcos watches me sleep. Oh, man. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. They had it in New Leaf, and I think New Leaf, it was really fun, but then I don't think people used it for very long. I don't know why that cracks me up that he wakes up like that. Wow, I'm really late. Sorry, Greg. Not been too well the past day. No problem, Latimer. I tell you guys all the time. You don't have to apologize. I wish you could play minigame. Yeah, I mean, I always wish that there were minigames. I was curious about the pitfall seeds, Marcos, because when they first did the online thing with the Switch 1 game, and I think they did it with New Leaf. Actually, no, I'm thinking of New Leaf. People they made the sumo game. Did you ever see the sumo game where you have a ring of circles and then you put pitfalls in, and then whoever gets pushed into the pitfall, like that's the loser. That's like, it's like sumo wrestling. Whoever gets pushed into the pitfall is out of the ring. Sega put out a video for Sonic's 35th anniversary. It doesn't show anything, but it could be a start. Yeah, remember that? Remember when people would do like sumo wrestling in Animal Crossing? So if you can just have an unlimited amount of pitfalls, you could do that. You can go to the island. What the heck? Hold on. Is that a dung beetle and a snowball? Oh, no. Oh, you. Okay. Sonic turned 35. Isn't this year a ton of anniversaries? Metroid is 40, I think, this year. I think who else is like, what other franchises are 40 or 35 or something? There's a bunch of franchises that have big birthdays this year. Remember Tortimer Island? Do you remember Tortimer Island? Was that the GameCube island? Was Tortimer Island the GameCube one where you could make a bunch of money? My little mid-river walkway here. I never did the new. I think it was New Leaf that had that. Dragon Quest. Oh, Dragon Quest is 40th anniversary this year. Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of them. All right. So I think we're good. I think this is good. I won't do too much. New outfits, new stuff. Hold on. Hello. I like Sable. I always say hi to Sable. It's always one of my. There's always a handful of things that you do in an Animal Crossing game, or that I do in an Animal Crossing game, and one of them is always to befriend Sable as much as the game allows. Because I think some of the earlier games don't really allow you to befriend her, but once they added, oh yeah, you can talk to Sable and she'll open up to you. Great. Pokemon is 30 next month. When I'm thinking of New Leaf's iteration where you could play Whack-A-Mole. Oh, with the robot Tortimer. Oh, okay. As a guy who's fallen out of being a massive Sonic fan into Sonic enjoyer, I'm cautiously excited about the next Sonic game. Yeah, you visit. Like I used to visit Brewster. I don't visit Brewster as much anymore. I stopped visiting Brewster when they put for this game when they put it inside the museum. I don't like it inside the museum. I like for Brewster to have his own separate location. I also always befriend her. I don't know why. A blue hedgehog. And the funny thing is, Latimer, she's a blue hedgehog. Mabel is the other one, right? Mabel's the blue hedgehog. But she doesn't go fast. She likes to take her time and relax. I came in here for something. What did I come in here for? Where's my inventory? Put in storage. Put away. Do I have any Splatoon amiibo? Yes. Yes. Oh wait, is that a thing? Hold on. Where do I do amiibo at? So we're playing. This is the new update. How do I do amiibo? I don't actually think I've ever used amiibo in this game. Oh, you can see the new villagers at Town Hall. Oh, and Zelda amiibo. Hold on. Where's Minoru? Oh, I don't know. So where do I go here? I go here? Oh, it invites him to my campsite. But my campsite has somebody. Oh, look. Hold on. We were able to the hotels. We're putting a little ceremony together. I'd love for you to be there. After all, your hard work made it happen. Let me know if you're interested. It's the ATM. So here. Hold on. Give me a second. Actually, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then when I come back, it'll be real quick, and then I'm gonna grab some of the amiibo. So what is it? It's Splatoon and Zelda amiibo. And I think I have my villager is out. So I have villager. So give me a minute, and I will be right back. All right. So I have Inkling, girl, and boy. I have Villager. I kind of wanted to see if that would work. And then I have Toon Link. These are the ones that I have open. So I go to... Oh, you can't use the L button thing inside. It has to be outside. Or at least not in this room. Finally, some genuine honesty. Toon Link is the only... No, it's the only one that I have out of the packaging. All the other ones that I have are in the packaging. Do I have any of the idols? I don't think so. I know I don't have Callie and Marie. I think maybe I have Pearl and Marina. Is it this? Invite just a camper? If you invite a camper with the amiibo, current guest will leave. Do you want to use... Yes. Here's the amiibo compatible. Oh, okay. So there's a list compatible. All right. So let's go. Which one is it? It's the right one. So. This amiibo can be used to invite Viche. Hey, AGM. In GarageBand, what's going on? Yes. I don't think I know this character. What in the world am I looking at here? Oh, she's kind of adorable. All right, so let me go. I'm gonna go talk to her, and then I'm gonna kick her out and summon another one. Is it random, or every time I search with girl, Splatoon, Inkling girl, is it always gonna be Viche? It is amiibo based. Okay. That's what the list is. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. She is kind of adorable. All right, so let's boot her. And then let's summon somebody else. Oh, and are these custom characters? Or are these characters that have been in the game before? She's actually... Yeah, I was just asking that. She's actually a returning villager. She just cosplayed as Marie in New Leaf. Now she's Fry. Oh, wait. You can only do it once per day? Oh, that's a bummer. Okay. All right. Is there any other function for the amiibo? Are there items I can get or something? Toolin and Minoru are new. Oh, so you can only do that once a day. That's a bummer. Here, let's try it. Let's try it with this rock. It's literally the last one. Okay. It's only once per day. You need to invite them 3 times to have them become villagers. Oh, so it's once a day to avoid abusing it. Okay. I was hoping this update would add Ganon. Okay. And I know that that's somebody's book, but I'm not going to pick it up because I don't feel like looking for them. Okay, so I guess we're good. She's easily impressed. All right. Oh, wait. While I'm here, I might as well. I'm going to invite Minoru to my town. Just tell me this. Just tell me this. Can I invite Nibbles? Is there anybody that brings Nibbles to my town? If there's any villager I love the most, it's Nibbles. Assess fossils. All right, so let's. Nibbles has their own. You need an amiibo card. Okay. Now I gotta buy an amiibo card. Okay. Yeah, if you own the Nibbles amiibo card, just give me a Nibbles amiibo. That's all. That's all I need. Or an NFC emulator. Sell? Imagine they went, oh, by the way, your turnips are 600 bells today. Who the hell is Nibbles? Nibbles is the character on my icon for my profile. We'll just sell these. And we'll sell that too. And that. I just want it out of my inventory. All good? Yes. Sold. Alrighty. So that's going to do that. Alright, so we're all good. Yep, ready to wrap things up. Okay. The heck? That? Okay. Got to take these things off. Oh, I got an NFC emulator, but a friend is currently borrowing it specifically for Animal Crossing. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. And do this. The Midna amiibo invites Minoru. I don't know who she is. I still haven't beaten Tears. I would recommend that you go back and you beat Tears, and then you find, you discover the character that is, an awakening for some. Hold on, let me put my Joy-Con back. I haven't done that since the system came out, but I forget how jarring it is, how strong the magnets are when you go to put the Joy-Con back onto the system, and the magnets are so strong, it snaps the controller away from your fingers and it snaps into the system. It's kind of jarring how intensely that happens. An awakening. I mean, she's all right, but nothing special. I don't know. Yeah, they're such strong magnets. All right, so overall, that's not bad. I have to plug it into my my monitor here is 1080, so I'll have to plug it into my TV later, and I can see how well it looks. Are we doing that Madden free trial? No. But yeah, there was a game trial update, so now there is a game trial out there for Madden. Here, let me hang on 1 second. You playing Madden? No, they added a game trial for it. As weird as that sounds. So that's that. Taking a look at my look, and you get 100 points. You get 100 points for playing the trial software. See, look. I wonder how big the download is. Does it say how big the download is? Learn more. Come on, it's like an RPG. Oh, brother. Flip. I don't know if you were here for that. Yeah, now you have to for the 100 points. So you get 100 points off of it. View membership options. 57 gigs. 57 gigs. Oh, you were here for that, Flip. Okay. 57 gigs. I mean, that's That's a chonky. That's a chonky download right there. I mean, it's, you know what? It's like, it's free, so. You know what bothers me? I'm going to tell you what bothers me. I understand that this is a commercial. This is what bothers me. They sell you, and they've done this for a long time. They sell you on the idea of playing Madden more so than they sell you on the game itself. Right? The thing opens right up, and it's a bunch of people playing it. It's like, oh, look, it's fantasy. It's fast. Show me the game. Tell me how interesting the game is. And you can't.
Madden NFL 26, built from real NFL data, built from Sundays.
Oh, I want to leave this. Yeah. I have no desire to try Madden. You're not wrong. They sell the sizzle, but not stay. They sell like the other stuff. They sell like, oh, this is fun. You can play it like this, and it's like it's got real rosters and real plays, and it's like, all right, but how's the game? And it's got real different things, and it's like, okay, but how's the game? And it's like, stop it. How is the game? Yeah, I'm not playing Madden while getting a haircut. At Extra Label in Japan, some people were complaining their fingers were getting snapped by the Joy-Con 2s going in. Oh, my God. Yeah, they can't sell you the game because it's not very good. I remember having to sales pitch Madden. Yeah, remember you would try to Flip, I remember that even back when I worked at a video game store where you're trying to convince people that Madden is awesome, and you're like, it's a football game. It's
Friend request incoming.
which is not terrible. Cosmic Rave 78, thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciate it. Like, it's a sports game, so it's a sports game. If you like them, you like them. If you don't, you don't. To be honest, way back in the day, back when there were two choices, I used to pick 2K. I thought the NFL 2K series was way better than Madden. I feel like sports games, within those franchises, the EA sports games in particular, they really don't need selling. Nobody needs to sell you a Madden game. You either like Madden-style football games or you don't. You know, if I want to play a football game, but I want something more arcadey, you probably already know that Madden isn't what you're looking for. I sort of played NBA 2K. Did you think it was a different game? Is the Madden curse still in effect? Oh, I have no idea. Wait. Oh, wait, hold on. The Madden curse. Do you mean that when they put a team on the cover, the next year they do terribly? It might be because the Eagles just lost going into the playoffs this year. What do you mean you're having trouble pushing Zumba on customers? We need to sell more of these. Like, yeah, also sell more subscriptions. Like, there's just some things that you can't sell. Zumba, maybe, if you get somebody looking for a fitness game, but they probably already know if they like or don't like Zumba. Or is it that the person on the cover will have a shitty future? Well, who is this? I don't know who this is. I don't know who he is. I want to say it's Saquon Barkley, but I'm just going by the names that I know. Yeah, I mean, if the curse is that the person on the cover doesn't do very well, I know in the last game they had Barkley all locked up, so there was no way he was getting anywhere. Eagles wouldn't have deserved to win that game, even if they had won it. Yeah, who is this? Oh, it's an Eagles uniform. That's definitely an Eagle. I think it's like Saquon or something. Yeah, because don't they usually pick a player from the last team that won the Super Bowl, or the team that won the Super Bowl prior? Because the Eagles won, so you would put an Eagle on there. Yeah, it's Saquon Barkley. So you'd put an Eagle on there. But then I think the Madden curse is like that player did poorly in the next season. And I think Saquon did okay this season, but the Eagles themselves did not well. Overwatch 2 is my favorite sports game. So do I want to download the game trial just to have it? I feel like I want to download it just so that I can get the points. If you're new to game trials, please remember you download. If you decide, earn 100 My Nintendo points. I'm gonna download it. First time watching this, hearing your hilarious commentary on SGB. Joining on a Madden tangent feels very funny. But to be fair, this is Nintendo's fault because they put this here. So let's. How do you download? Because I'm not gonna buy the whole game. How do you download the game trial? Here we go. There, up there. Download the game trial. Okay. Don't do it, Gref. It's not worth it. Gref. All right. Because I'm gonna turn it off. We're done playing Switch right now, so it won't let me do what's that? Oh, you need 57 gigs of free space in your system memory and SD card. How much space do I have? Okay, I'm not deleting any of those. How much space do I only have 25 gigs left on my system memory. Okay, well, no game trial. All right. Cancel download. Is it too late to convert you to rugby? We don't have a rugby game in the US. We did on PS2. I think PS2 had an EA rugby game. You have none memory. I never bought the memory card. Yeah, what is on my system memory here? Hold on. Are game trials not just the crunch down demo thing? I think they're the full game. I'm wild? Wait, why am I wild? Have you considered the ways of F1? I would probably be more into like GT racing. I like watching a nice F1 race, but I'm probably more in the GT racing, like the cars. I love watching the Gran Turismo tournaments. I think they're a lot of fun. And Ronan, what's it called? It's the electric vehicles. It's the electric Formula One cars. It's like, it's not EF. There's a name for it. GTE? What? It's Formula E. Thank you. Formula E. Yeah, I'd be curious to see some of that. I'd be curious to see how that works. Oh, no SD card. Yeah, I have no need for it. Or I didn't think I had a need for it. This says 32 gigs free. How much are they now? How much are the memory cards for the Switch? Yeah, it's so full. Good at organizing and such. I'll never forget how in college our GameStop manager said he planned to keep a few holiday hires. Then after a period ended, he kept one guy who never spent a single day of our job running register or floor. He just worked in the back organizing. We were all a bit pissed. He was a good guy, but left after he actually had to work the floor. 256 Express is pretty good. Last night I watched Porto versus Benfica football. The match itself was shit, but it looked like a group fight was about to erupt at any time, so it was entertaining. Stone, welcome to hockey. Well, hockey's my favorite. Hockey's my favorite one. 3 house mortgages plus 500 per 500 gig. Hockey's my favorite to watch. I actually watched. There's a clip that I have. I can show you because I'm going to switch over to Metroid Prime 2. But there's a clip that is, to me, it is the embodiment of hockey. I have a terabyte, but I got it because of the GameStop coupon and trade-ins. Yeah, it just normally isn't worth it for me. I mean, think about it. I ran into a storage problem putting a game on here because it was a Madden game. When would I ever really do that outside of this? Fire Emblem 3 mortgages. Whenever you can beat a game trial before the trial ends. That was always a question, Ronan. I think technically you can because I think it is downloading the full game. I'd be curious to know if I cared that much about Madden, could you run a whole Madden season during the 7-day game trial? Can you start up a campaign and just run a whole Madden season? I have 30 to 25 gigs. I'm going to need eventually I'm going to need room. Well, I just remove stuff as I need to. Trios. Ew, Madden. I was going to download it just as a laugh, but if you try the game out, you get 100 points. You get 100 platinum points. So I was just going to do that. You can. I beat Disney Illusion Island using the game trial and had no desire to buy it. Is it Madden? That's what we were talking about, Lilac. We're talking about the Madden curse for the players. All right, so we're done with the Switch now. Many people do this on Game Pass. It's funny seeing people who beat stuff like Persona 3 and Metaphor in a week. Oh, like the player on the cover always get. Oh, is that the curse, Lilac, that they get seriously injured? No, so it's not now because Saquon wasn't injured. The Eagles just had a terrible season. That was all that happened there. Well, it wasn't a terrible season, but it ended up with them not going to the playoffs. So that's got to be a problem. Selling out to Madden for 100 platinum points. The trial is a full game, and you can 100% it before it's over. That's all. But that's all you're playing for a week. So let me put this here. Let me move this over here. Okay. But Fire Emblem. Yeah, where's the Fire Emblem free trial? Let me put this here. Either way, American football is just rugby for babies. I don't know. We always, we joke about that stuff, but here, I'm gonna put this here. Now, hold on, let me show you the clip that is probably one of my favorite hockey clips ever. Hold on. Hopefully it doesn't just automatically start up. Okay, I'm recording this. Hold on. So this is a hockey player in the penalty box. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. This is a hockey player in a penalty box, and he's about to get out of the penalty box. I don't know what game this was. I don't know what the situation is, but you understand really quickly what's happening here. So this guy got put in a penalty box for something. I guess he had a situation with another player. Okay, I'm recording this. So this is him. The penalty box is the penalty's about to be done, and he's going to go back out onto the ice. He goes out with the full intention of continuing the fight before he went in there. And the other guy was right there waiting for it. He came out of that box and he was ready to go. I had that set, right? You guys actually saw that clip. That's such a great clip to me. And I think that that's like the embodiment of hockey, is that they were all ready to go. Like everybody knew what they wanted to do. And it almost would have been insulting if he didn't want to fight him. We really pay people to assault each other live, don't we? Bro, did command grab a wake up? That's so great. But I love stuff like that. And I'll be honest, the fighting in hockey, I'm not one of the people that's like, oh, I really want to, I want them to fight all the time. But when it does happen, when there's a good reason for a hockey fight to happen, it's great. I like in the comments, someone said I went to a fight and a hockey game broke out. Oh, that's all I ever see a hockey, just dudes be. Yeah, see, if that's because you watch the highlights, Trios. If you actually watch hockey, I'll be honest, most hockey games that I've watched don't have a fight in them. Nothing like that happens. It's just incredibly aggressive. One of my favorite things that I always say about hockey is I don't think there are any other sports where you change players as you're playing the game. When you're going to change your line in hockey, you have to do it while the game's going on. You don't time out and then change players or anything. You have to change them while the game's going on. Football's kind of like that, but football has a lot of, it's got the downtime in between the downs. So it's not really the same thing. I love it. Hockey's awesome. It's definitely the sport that I prefer to watch. Oh wait, just because I'm here, I have to.
What is it? What do you smell? Man flesh. Jeez. Oh my stars. Oh, did he say man flesh? They've picked up our trail. Drat. Aragon. Let's go. Let's go. I'm really hungry. We'll show these.
I'm sorry. It was right there. I had to play. What do you smell? Man flesh. Jeez. That's so good. All right. So let's get myself sorted out here. Just that's just Uruguay. Uruguay. Did I see the Marvel Rivals Deadpool trailer for Deadpool? No, I haven't watched the trailer for it. Should I? Is that a good trailer to watch? We do have this open, so if they got Fred, George, and Joe at the office to do the voices. I was so tired I didn't want to get out of bed. Well, Flash, if you have your cell phone, you can just watch us on your phone. Oh, there's a reason why. If I like Deadpool. All right, hold on. Hang on. YouTube Deadpool. I didn't even watch the Rogue one. Deadpool Marvel Rivals. Is it the one from 2 days ago? Yeah. Okay. See, I'm not a huge Deadpool fan, but I'm curious because we heard that, I think it was you guys that told me that he plays as all three positions. No, not that. My bad. Wrong one. No.
It's Deadpool's turn to shine.
Oh, wait, hold on. I got it. I saw it at the last second. Hold on.
It's Deadpool's turn to shine. Pew, 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 pew. Heads up, losers.
I miss you, Rivals.
A game within a game. A meta. Thank goodness this book has pictures.
He has more jiggle physics than Emma. I don't know about that. Unless his thighs jiggle the way Emma's does.
I'll take my paycheck now.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, God, it's been a while since I heard
Said
that.
it.
There goes Rogue.
It's a pool party. Oh, look at all the little ways. Say cheese. Sucks to be you.
Only 60 seconds left.
I can't perform under that kind of pressure.
Listening
Let's
to it
get
makes
this
me want to
game
go
show
back
on the
to
road.
it. I hate that.
What are you aiming at?
Wait, hold on. I'm like, I'm not a huge Deadpool fan, so I tune in and out. But that clip I'm familiar with. What are you waving at? That clip I am familiar with.
What are you aiming at? Well, are we taking them down or not?
That looks annoying.
It's Deadpool time, kiddos. Let's go. Come on over. Daddy DP will heal you up.
Okay, I know. Listen, I know it stands for Deadpool. I know that it stands for Deadpool. But Daddy DP, either they knew or they didn't know. And I think they knew. And it ain't Dragon Punch.
You're lucky I programmed my sword to heal. Now get to slicing. With me on the front lines, we
And then as a
can't
Vanguard.
lose. Hawashi power!
Oh, he's a dive tank.
Okay?
All right, he looks like a dive tank. Or a dive Vanguard.
My work here is done. I'm the best there is. Suck it, Logan. One for the scrapbook.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything you can do to make me like Deadpool. I'm not a Deadpool person, and it's because of the constant quipping and stuff. It just kind of drives me crazy. As a concept character, he's great. The first movie was great, then the other ones were just kind of okay. Well, the second one was kind of okay. The third one I thought was awesome. I don't know. I've never been a fan of the characters that won't shut up. You know, whether it's because they're screaming all the time like Zenitsu, or it's because it's a joke every 4 seconds with characters like Deadpool, and then you get the people that are trying to the Deadpools are trying to out Deadpool each other, and I'm so like, it's a joke. It's a joke that wears off fast for me. It's funny when you first see it, and then it like wears off. See, you guys, you're saying Spider-Man, and I think Deadpool is how people like to view Spider-Man. I don't think Spider-Man was ever as bad. I don't think there was any iteration of Spider-Man that was ever as bad as a Deadpool type character. I think it was just too much. And Stone, to be fair, I also wasn't ever the biggest Spider-Man fan, but that had nothing to do with any quippiness or anything. That had more to do with just the street level nature of him, and I've always been sort of hit or miss with street level characters. Deadpool also quotes GTA San Andreas when respawning. So the what are you waving at is also a line that I know from a meme. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. It's from CS, I think. It's like an old CS clip. Here, hold on. Language.
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at?
Deadpool has the issue of many of the jokes can be well inappropriate. Well, I mean, that's part of it, and there is always that's a part of it too, where I'm not a fan of you have to make the most inappropriate jokes all the time. It's like, all right, we can let some of them go by. So what's this clip? This is Deadpool and Galacta interactions. All right, so hold on. So we'll bring this to its own window. He's not one of the good guys. That's fine, but it's less about being a good guy or a bad. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, oh, he uses rough language, that's terrible for a good guy. It's from a viewer's perspective, from somebody who's trying to consume the media. It just gets on my nerves. Whether he was a good guy or the worst hero ever or the worst villain ever, I would still think, wow, that's annoying that he just doesn't stop. And that's funny for me to say as a streamer. As a streamer whose just chatting segment is way too long. Oh wait, I have to change the stream info too. Hold on, because we're still in Animal Crossing. I know it's almost hypocritical for me to say this character talks nonstop and it gets on my nerves. Spider-Man also does it as a coping mechanism to deal with uncertain death. All right, so these are
5! That's amazing!
5? What's next? 6, 7, stop! Me.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Sounds easy. Which means it's probably not, right?
You're about to find out.
She has direct responses to him too. Yapper complains about yapping.
Trying demanding for a disembodied cosmic voice.
Get back in action before I shut this whole thing down. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Felt like the most reluctant. The third one was
Do you
awesome.
happen to have a map? I'm directionally
I
challenged.
lost my world. Just stick with your team and you'll be fine. Probably. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I'd rather take a quick break. I'm sure my team can handle the rest.
So much for maximum effort. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Whatever you say, Galactica.
No, it's Galacta, daughter of Galactus, you idiot! Only 60 seconds left.
Come on! I can't perform under that kind of pressure.
Funny, Death told me the same thing. When you two dated. 5!
That's good. I like that there's some little interactions there. Was this that felt like the most reluctant? Well, third one was awesome. No, the third one was great. Because that was Wolverine and Deadpool and Wolverine, right? The third one was great. The problem, one of the reasons that I thought Deadpool and Wolverine was so great was because he was not the only main character. Wolverine was clearly another main character, and B, most importantly, he gets told off. I like my absolute favorite part of Deadpool and Wolverine is when Wolverine tells him off when they're in the minivan, and he just lays it on him, and I'm sitting there watching the movie thinking, oh my God, someone finally said it all. I'm so happy. He gets told off on all of them. I don't think it hit the way it did in the third one. I think he gets told off in the second movie, and he what does he do? You know what it is, Stone? When he gets told off in the other movies, what does he do? He quips right back. It's almost like he didn't even hear it. He was just waiting for his turn to talk so he can quip right back and say something. And it was the 1 in 3 where Wolverine goes off on him, and by the end, he just has nothing to say. Yeah, I'm gonna fight you now. He has nothing to say. There's no response for it. And I love moments like I love when insufferable characters get told off and they just have nothing left for it. Family Guy, great one. There's a great scene in Family Guy where Brian is out to dinner with Quagmire, and Quagmire lays into him for a solid minute. And it's probably one of my favorite moments in that show. And I love Family Guy. I thought Family Guy was hilarious. But I love that moment of that show because he lays into a character who just doesn't even think it's coming. And it just annihilates him. And I love it. And I love it for that. That last one. What was the last one?
Funny. Death.
Oh, when you dated. Yeah. Logan insulting people just hits different. He acknowledges he's not a good guy when Colossus calls him out. The Quagmire diss session should go down in history. Unbelievable sequence. Brian did get his own back in the end after banging Quagmire's dad after he transitioned. I mean, obviously there's stuff, but that moment is just great, and I love moments like that. So that was why Deadpool and Wolverine was a great movie just on its own. But when that moment happened, I just remember thinking this is the best of these three movies. Is right here. What a thing to read. Wait, what a thing to read? Hold on. What happened? What did we read? Wait. What did I miss? Did I miss something? Are you guys talking about something else? I like it if it didn't come from a literal sex offense. Wait, from Wolverine? Hold on. Now we're getting weird. So what were you doing with Prime 2? Oh, we were playing Prime 2. I have it set up. Oh, Quagmire. Oh, they're talking about Family Guy. Okay. Yeah, I know that it comes from Quagmire, and like he even says it at some point, like he's horrible, but like I don't know, it's such a great moment, and it has nothing to do with the fact that Quagmire is saying it. It's the fact that it's being said to Brian, because Brian was an insufferable character. He was one of those characters. Brian reminded me of Lisa Simpson. It's fun to see Lisa interact with all of them, but a lot of the time, Lisa, I just look at her and I just think, God, you're really annoying. Like, and I know that's the point of you as a character, but that means that the point of view as a character is to not be liked by people. And there are moments with Lisa where I just was fully disconnected. All right, hang on. So, wait a minute. One second. He's honest that he chases. Yeah, he's honest that he chases women for sex. Brian acts like he's deep, but it's just as terrible if it's not worse. Meg had a good moment for that. So Meg had a moment where she yelled at. I don't remember if it was everybody. I remember her yelling at Lois the most. That was a really good moment, but by the end of the episode, she does the it's I forgive you and I love you, and I'm like, no, I really don't think you should have done that. I don't like that the character did that. I think that the character laying into Lois and everybody else, like I think it should have just left it that way. And then you brush past it, right? You don't have it so that the next few episodes she's uncomfortable with everybody. You brush past it. But for that moment to be there in that episode and then for them to undo it later, it was like, you shouldn't have done that. You should have let that stand. Yeah, and then she walks it back. Like she walks it back in the same episode. And I don't think she should have done that. Like Quagmire doesn't run it back. He gets revenge taken on him in some indirect way, but Meg kind of walks it back in the end, and I didn't like that she did that. I quite watching The Simpsons when they make the Family Guy crossover and very inappropriate joke. She takes up the role of being the family's whipping post too, so it works well when she finally gets to come to hit them back with something. But then she kind of takes it away. Family Guy walks back so much of its amazing character development. And I know it's not supposed to be the show that has character development. It's the silly show. But that makes the character development more interesting. And some of them they kept. You kept the change that Stewie went through. Stewie used to be, I'm going to take over the world and kill all the family and stuff. But they stopped doing that a long time ago. A long time before I had stopped watching the show, they kind of moved Stewie into a different position. They kind of have to walk it back for the kind of show it is, where they essentially reset their dynamic. Yeah, so I understand that you're going to have to walk it back at some point, but it would be nice for it to stand a little bit. Yeah, Stewie now is flamboyant and he's best friends with Brian. You know, they started setting that up early, where in the very beginning he hated Brian. That bit of Stewie being evil would have gotten very, very tired if they kept it up. And I'm glad that it seemed like they changed it. They started to change it relatively early. There's an episode where they address Stewie's change. I never saw that one. I did see the moment where Brian and Stewie go to the safety deposit box in the bank, and then he talks to him about like why he has a gun and stuff. And I was like, oh my God. This show has its moments. He has some time when they throw back to his evil days. I'm just glad they stopped with the let's put Stewie in gay situations. I don't mean him being flamboyant. Things like him being in a gay bar chatting up a dude. Yeah, there were a few of those where they would kind of put him in that stuff, but it was bad, Lilac, because that was the whole joke. Right, the whole joke was, oh, Stewie's in these situations, but he's actually a baby, but he's actually not. It's like, you could have done something different with that, but it's fine. I'll allow, like sort of with Deadpool, for instance. I'll allow some of it. I'm not gonna say that every time Deadpool opens his mouth it's annoying. It's just that he keeps doing it, and that's why I want to enjoy him as a character more, but the type of character he is, I just don't get a kick out of it for very long. It's funny for the first 5 minutes, and then you realize that the movie is 2 hours long, and now I don't want to deal with it anymore. I get it, though. I get why, and mind you, I'm talking about Deadpool from the movies. I don't know Deadpool in the comics. I don't know how obnoxious it gets. That might not even, it's kind of like a Zenitsu situation. It might not be that annoying he might not be that annoying of a character because I'm not hearing him scream all the time. I'm reading it and I'm not hearing it. So maybe hearing it is the problem. Oh, we got a picture of Sophie Turner as Lara Croft too. I wouldn't mind sharing that. One of my favorite jokes, Seth MacFarlane talked about how he never intended for Stewie to end up with a British accent, but it just sounded right for an evil genius. So when they did the episode where he was born into a rich English family, he had a Midwest American accent. Oh, because he would have been the villain to them. To them, he would have been the villain. Where's that Sophie Turner picture? Hold on. I think I have it here. Hang on. My God, I know some great artists. Hang on. You posted it in side chat too? Oh no, let me see. I had it on here. Where is it? Oh, there's another picture I wanted to show you. Blue Mary's coming to City of the Wolves. I don't really play City of the Wolves, nor do I care all that much about it, but I do care about Blue Mary. Is it here? Yeah, I'll get the one from here. Side chat 2, you said, right? Yeah. Oh, it's the okay. Yeah. So this is the Sophie Turner as Lara Croft. Fatal Fury had a whole second season. But yeah, that's where I saw it. I saw that video for it. I'm gonna tell you, I love Zenitsu and Infinity Castle when you watch it. When I eventually watch it, yeah. Remember New World Eternum, Amazon's big online live service. They paid and pushed super hard because it was going to be the next big thing. They bragged about it's shutting down January 20th. I'm not gonna lie, I thought New World shut down already, but needs more triangular breast. I need to see it moving. I saw this earlier, and I need to see it moving because there's something about this I don't like, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that I do not like about this, but I don't. I'm not saying I don't like her as Lara Croft. I just don't. I haven't seen her. I don't know her. I don't know what it's going to look like. But looking at the image, is it that she's tall? I think so. I think it's the lanky. Lanky is probably the better word. I don't expect a big, buff, muscular Lara Croft, but I do expect one to feel a little bit more athletic, and I don't feel like she is athletic. As dumb as that sounds, I don't feel like this is the woman that jumps out of a plane and survives in the jungle for weeks at a time and raids tombs and old temples and stuff. I don't feel like this is her. And I don't know why. I think it's the lankiness. She looks too much like a model. I think so. Maybe it's the pose. Maybe that's it. You know what? Hold on. Maybe that's the problem. This feels like a beauty pose, which is what it is. It's to show off the outfit. But this feels like she's standing there and she's taking model photos. And I don't like Lara Croft like that. If she was swinging from a vine or something, or if she was standing on a rock overlooking a waterfall, I think this would look much better. But because it's in a studio, because she's taking this very curated image and she's not doing anything action-packed, I think that's the problem. I don't know if that's what it is. Is that Sansa? Yeah, this is Sansa Stark. This is Jean Grey. This is Jean Grey from the First Class, from the earlier X-Men type movies. I don't think it's the pose. I think it's the pose. Okay, I think the pose is ripped from a game cover, but it's weird. It could be an edit. It looks like she looks like she has abs. Well, she's got. Doesn't look like abs. It just looks like the flat stomach. Dude, she can kick your ass. I'd like to see her try. Yeah, I said the same. It looks like a cosplay. It said the same thing. Talking about new era Lara Croft model. I was really interested in looking for the Magnetics Xbox wrap to make my Xbox less boring. Oh, read what I said under the post. Hold on. I'm gonna move it out of the way here. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know what it is. So she still seems like an off choice to me. I think she's just a bit too tall and lanky. That's got to be what it is. It's got to be what it is. It just doesn't feel like that's the person that would be running and jumping through the forest. I don't know. And I may be wrong. When we see her, we may think, "Oh my God, this is great." Why didn't they stick with Alicia Vikander? Didn't people like her? I mean, I feel like a lot of people didn't see the Tomb Raider movie, but I thought people liked Alicia Vikander. I wonder why they didn't use her anymore. She definitely has abs. I've seen. It's not bad. Something's just off about it, and I don't know how I'm gonna feel. Hopefully, when all is said and done, and the show comes out, or is a show, right? Hopefully, when the show comes out, I think she'll be able to sort of defend herself in a way. People liked her in the movie. It just didn't make money. Probably use a stunt double for all the crazy scenes if we're going to be on it. But it's still going to look like her. And if you're going to use a stunt double, it still means that the actor needs to look like it's believable. Lara Croft is listed to be 5'9" in the games. Sophie Turner is literally 5'9". So I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Just normal for Tomb Raider. They never stick to anything and just keep rebooting it. Yeah, they kind of do. Maybe in motion. Yeah, I think in motion it'll help. I think I'll tell you one that I really didn't have confidence in was Uma Thurman. I didn't when they announced like Kill Bill. I remember thinking Uma Thurman. I don't know. I felt like I hadn't really seen her in anything, and she did exceptionally well in Kill Bill. But prior to the movie actually coming out and me seeing it, there was a lot of me looking at it thinking, is this gonna work? Now that's a lanky woman. I don't, you know what it is, before Kill Bill, I didn't have any real I don't feel like I had any action experience with Uma Thurman. And no, I'm not counting Poison Ivy because I never saw that movie except the beginning part. She isn't dark like Angelina. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's what I don't have a problem with that. It's definitely more, it's more of the silhouette. The silhouette is what I'm having a problem with. When I look at her and I see the character, I don't know. There's just something about it, and I think it may be the pose. I think it's not even the height. I think it's the pose. I think it's the way she's standing there. I don't like it. Angelina isn't a great actress. She can be when she's allowed to be, but you got to be in an Angelina mood. I have to anyway. Uma's Poison Ivy legit gave me nightmares as a kid. I was afraid she was gonna kiss me. I'd like to see her try. Yeah, I don't know. I saw the image and it just felt off. It felt, and then I always feel bad when things feel like that. When I look at Sophie Turner, and I say it feels off, because I'm also a nitpick person. I'm also somebody that will find the smallest thing and say, "Oh, don't like it, don't like it." I mean, I'm better. I'm at least going to give something a chance. But so when I look at it, when I looked at her picture, my immediate thought was, "Is it just me? Is it just me that looks at this image and thinks there's something wrong with the image?" And I don't even think it's something wrong with Sophie Turner. I just think there's something wrong with the image. The way that she's being portrayed in that one picture kind of bothers me, and I don't know what it is. It's so weird too, because the more we try and explain it, yeah, the worse it sounds. But it's not meant to be. It seems like something's off. It's a very summer camp counselor pose. Let's be honest. Most people think Angelina, hot, and don't give her any chance to be an actor. And I like stuff with Angelina. And I thought Gia was a fantastic movie. I loved Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I get a huge kick out of that movie. Tomb Raider, I saw the first one. I don't remember if I saw the second one or not. Like, they're okay. They're fine. I like Angelina as an actress. I think she's very, very good. Or actor? I never remember what the language is there. Yeah, I love Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I think it's a hilarious movie. I think that was about it. Oh, and the Blue Mary image. Oh, I love me some Blue Mary. I don't know if I like the jeans. They were never jeans before. They were more like military pants, like cargo pants. I don't know if I like the jeans as much, but I didn't care for Maleficent, but like she was great in Maleficent. I like that movie. I thought that movie was decent. Yeah, she always had the baggy sort of military style pants. They were blue with the star on them, and her pants in the trailer do have the star on them. But yeah, I do kind of wish it was the baggier pants one. Is that an AI? Steven, it's not an AI made photo, but it sure looks like it. We are at that point where it kind of feels like it looks like it. Maleficent was a good watch. Wasn't there a second one? Was there a second one of that movie? We said maybe it's the height. Nope. Accurate height. The pose, game accurate. Something's off. Something's just off about it. I don't know. I'm wondering if maybe it's just the context of the image. There was, never saw it. Okay. So there was a second one. It wasn't just some sort of weird fever dream that I had. Okay. So what we're going to do now, grab my controller. Boy, my hair starts to dry out, and it really is a mess. Too British, maybe? It's Stone. It's spelled Laura. Laura. They add the she's British, so you have to add the extra U. The second one was boring and then turns insane by the end. Maleficent might be a good movie, but I still hate it. It was the start of our trend of let's humanize and rewrite the villains. I don't hate that because I don't even I it's the first movie time that we got something like that, but the idea of humanizing a Disney villain, she was an original villain, but to me that kind of started with Once Upon a Time. If you ever watched Once Upon a Time, Alexis Padilla, I think is her name. Gorgeous human being, by the way. But she played like the evil queen, and then she sort of became a character. So that was a great moment for her. For the idea of humanizing a villain was fantastic. If you ever get a chance, watch like the first 2 seasons of Once Upon a Time. Excellent show. Very excellent show. But that does a great job of humanizing the evil queen character, because that's literally what she is. She's like a magical evil queen. But they do humanize her, and it does work. And then, yeah, it was after that, I think, that you started to see, like, oh, we have Maleficent, and then we have Cruella, and we have all these characters. Like, some of them are just villains. Not all of them have this horrible thing that happened. You know, Cruella's mom dropped off of a cliff by Dalmatians. All right, if that's the story you want to tell, that's the story you want to tell. And it's a good movie on its own, but not all of these characters need a tragic backstory. Some of them had relatively decent upbringings, and they just became villains. She was meant to be Lara Croft, but they thought Americans would struggle, so they changed it to Lara. And ironically, you guys now struggle with that because she call her Lara. Yeah, we call her Lara Croft from the beginning. That's what made me laugh. The Lara thing is like, that's Lara. Why aren't we just? It's Laura. I mean, isn't it literally based off the word laurels, the plant? It's annoying when it's like known bad guys from comics. Yeah, Cruella's mom getting drop kicked off a cliff by a Dalmatian. Humanizing. Some villains should just be evil for evil's sake, and Maleficent should have remained one of them. And Lilac, part of it is the stretch that they had to go to. Like you had to. It almost felt like you were creating entirely different situations. I know is the point, but it didn't feel natural to the world that she became a villain. If you had this whole other thing, I think humanizing villains can work. It's just they don't all need it. Say Laura again. Laura. Pronunciation is kind of fucky. You could make the argument for Lara. Seems to be a problem with Americans. You put a random U into the word, and then they start throwing T into the C. We say Laura. Yeah. Laura. See, that's what I'm saying. Laura. And that's Lara. Yeah. Lara. Yeah. But that sounds dumb. That makes me want to say Lara. Why the hell is that extra U in aluminum? See, aluminum makes sense. It's aluminium. Isn't it aluminium? It's the I. Who summoned the winged dragon of Lara? It should be Latimer. It should be Lara. Yeah, aluminium. Like, who put that extra I in there? And that's kind of funny, though. We get super offended when Disney changed our childhood favorites as if Disney themselves didn't bastardize the OG. Yeah, we're mad about the bastardization of bastardizations. We're mad that they changed this character. It's like, but they changed the character before. I like theater instead of theater. I don't get that one at all either. Why? I don't know why they're switched around, but it's so. I want to say it's so pretentious, but it was probably more pretentious of the United States to change it in the first place. Laura might have started the millennial unique baby names trend. I'm thinking maybe. Also, gray instead of, at least that one's still gray. And honestly, at least we both understand it. At least if you say with an E instead of an A, everybody still understands what you're talking about. My only problem with gray with an A is when you look at it really fast, I think it says Gary. We won the war, so we get to make the rules. It's simple. It's meant to be aluminum. First, when we sent it over to you guys, the inventor wanted it to sound like other elements. Oh, EM. Oh, that's why they did it. So it's not helium, it's helium, or lithium, or magnesium. So not aluminum. It's bastardizing a different team's vision, despite the same company. Assuming none of the OGs worked on these remakes. I mean, the idea of bastardizing an original work kind of goes through, I watched this video yesterday about how they changed the designs of the Batman villains from TAS to the New Adventures of Batman. And it was interesting. It was, they put more into it than I think they needed to, but it was interesting to see the characters change, evolve from one show to the next. And it was from an external standpoint. So the logic is that internally, that's just what they always look like. But externally, it was kind of weird to watch it and think, yeah, they are kind of changing designs that they shouldn't have, that they need to change. But then there's some of them, there's a reason for. Poor Scarecrow. Theater is spelt that way, same as center, because of its French roots. French roots? Roots. Okay, I see what you did there with roots. Hold on, I'm gonna give you because that was so clever. You get one of those for that. Okay. Assuming that was intentional. If not, I want that back. All right, so let's get back to. Let's switch this over to retro. And let's turn the controller on. And that. You can't see that, right? Okay. Dolphin, dolphin, I adore everything you are. Let's do the 6 degrees. Let's play the 6 degrees game. The pop-up video game. You'll have to look that one up if you don't understand that. So we're about to play a game on Dolphin. I just sang that little Dolphin song. That Dolphin song came from the movie Bedazzled. The movie Bedazzled had Elizabeth Hurley in it, and Elizabeth Hurley would have been my first choice to play Lara Croft in a movie. Yeah, Elizabeth Hurley as Lara Croft, I think would have been awesome. Not intentional. That's actually the reason. The word came from a combination of French and Anglo with the spelling, keeping French origins. That's why we have the U in so many words. No, I would, Lilac, my comment was about because of his French roots, but that's not supposed to be roots like paths, right? Is that supposed to be roots like tree roots? Looking at Maleficent isn't even really based on OG Sleeping Beauty character. It's based on the portrayal of a minor character from the OG story in a different interpretation of Sleeping Beauty. And then they transformed it into the villain, though. That's why, regardless of the origin, the story that they told you was that they're actually not that bad, right? Maleficent's not terrible. How does that tie back to football? We aren't playing a GameCube Tomb Raider game. No, we're playing a Metroid game. But we're playing it on the Dolphin. The Arga H and Herb because it's French. Oh, that's because I'm dumb and spelled the wrong roots. Yeah, see, I thought you spelled the wrong roots as a clever joke because it has a U in it. I take it back. All right, so we're gonna open Metroid. Oh, that was weird. Mainstream. Oh, I'll enter. Dolphin, dolphin, I adore everything you are. You ever gonna watch a funny Brendan Fraser movie, it's Bedazzled. I think if there's any movie that I would suggest you watch for Brendan Fraser comedy, it's Bedazzled. I think we should either start pronouncing all the silent letters in words or start cutting them. Ooh, Mummy's a good choice too. Mummy is a good choice too. Good luck with the word Q. Got my CPAP fixed. It was a power bank issue, it seems. Oh, thank God. Is the power bank something that you can just replace on your own in case this ever happens again? Hold on. This one. QEU. Easy to replace. Excellent. I'm glad you got it fixed. Then the Q sounds funny. Yeah, it's just Q with 4 silent letters. So, like, how do you pronounce those if you're gonna force it? QEUE. QEUE. Prime Trilogy opening, my beloved. Hey, Celise. I am behind the change of mum to mom. Well, you know, mom's the word. Hey, Bobo. French is BS with its silent letters, but it's pretty consistent with them. So at least it's actively a part of the language. I don't know why that image of her standing there felt so dumpy. No. No, stop it. I don't remember how to play. Hold on. I don't know if the... Hold on. I know, it's like 2 rooms over. Would you stop it? The knobby knee. Yeah, right? She had this sort of like... this little goofy looking pose. I don't remember how to... Oh, that one. There we go. I hit the wrong one. She really had a dopey stance going on. Buttons to play. Are you saying Metroid has a dumpy? I mean... Now I'm thinking of a Metroid with a dumpy. Not this version of Samus. Fun fact, Teddy Roosevelt did want to fix the English language in so many silent letters and exceptions, but he was laughed out of the room because no one wanted to do that much work at this point. Whoa. Haha. I need missiles. I just realized I have 4 out of 25 missiles. And there's a power-up somewhere. I can hear it. Hold on. I hear a power-up. That's where I came in. Oh, wait. You can see the game, right? Okay, good. Where is my Discord? There we go. I love that power-up noise. Like, I can hear it. I can hear that there's something here. Yeah, game's visible. Okay. Not that I would ever start playing the game when you guys couldn't see it. I would never. I hear it, right? And it's not just ambient noise. When you hear a power-up, it's definitely somewhere. Oh, it's the boost ball. There we go. Hi, Experiment. It's the boost ball one, so it's probably up there. Yeah, okay. Okay. Whoa. Stop it! Wow, I didn't even jump off there. Hey, cut that out. Hey, stay out of there! Stay out of there! Ah, good God, no! Samus starts flicking the light switch. Oh, I never noticed. I'm gonna be honest with you. I never noticed she has toes. I didn't notice that Dark Samus had toes. I always thought it was just pointy feet, like Samus's feet. She had toes. I never noticed that. Okay. No, she does have toes. I never noticed that she had toes. I just thought her feet were like the Samus's boots. Oh my God, Mom! It's just a phase-on. I don't know how that one didn't hit me, but... Ow! One problem with the locking on and stuff, I have to change it to... No, I have it set for that. Haha! Ah, damn it. Am I doing damage? I am doing damage. Okay. Probably just quicker just to shoot like this. She's got those venom grippers. Ow! Alright, just fire. Just fire. Okay. Toe boots. It's Dark Samus from Smash Ultimate. I actually had a friend back in college that had these shoes that separated to Skelly shoes. Cosmic Rave. Skelly shoes. Look up Skelly shoes. The people that wear them swear by them, but I think they look ridiculous. Spider name, she's a light world enemy, so she takes extra damage from the dark beam. Does Samus always run that weird? Samus? Not Dark Samus? Beep, 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 beep. I think the biggest thing I need to do with this game is just figure out a better button layout. You took a meteor comet attack from her and it only did 10. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, you're right, because I felt like I should have been more at risk of some of that stuff. The way Samus ran from Dark Samus explosion was all wild. Oh, I didn't see that. Damn it. I'll have to go back. Remind me later. I got to go back and watch the VOD and watch her run away. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't really a dangerous fight. Recording to logbook. That common attack should have been Dark Samus's up B and smash. Oh wait, I can. She very much nope ran, which looked silly but was very funny. How early is this in the game? 3 hours, maybe? I forget how much we played the other day. Storyboard package unlocked for purchase. What the hell is that? What the hell was that? All right, so I actually don't know how to change guns. Oh, the lock-on button. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, it's only been about 20 years since I played it. About a fourth, maybe? Are we that? Well, no, we're not that far into the game, right? Oh, not the lock-on button. It's the L button. Okay. Okay. My bad. Maybe some bonus. Yeah, what the hell was that? Bonus production stuff. But that wouldn't be in the GameCube version of the game, would it? Oh no, or the Wii U version. It's like over there, isn't it? Hello? There we go. Oh, so there's a room up there. Okay. It's probably back up. I'm just trying to... Alright, so we went up here. We got it. GameCube, you can view them based on how many items or scans you have at 50% and 100% respectively. Oh, it means you got to spend points to unlock it. Some of these required Wii Connect 24, which without Homebrew you can't... Oh, I didn't know that that was a thing, where there was like stuff that you could buy. So do I want to go back? Or do I want to go... I want to go this way. So... Okay, so here and here. Pew-pew. Okay. So we do that. We do that. We do that. And then we do that. Okay. No, no. What I missed. Wait. So what I missed at early stream. We did a lot of talking. We went through Animal Crossing. We did some of the new Animal Crossing stuff. Watched a couple of videos. I mean, not anything really robust. Okay, so we go this way. This is a light door up here, right? Yeah. Oh, let's see what this is like. Is that it? All right. I need ammo is what I really need. Ah! Missiles, I mean. There we go. A few missile expansions. Oh, I keep doing that. Another good news. My pharmacy tech stuff. Oh, my pharmacy tech stuff is up, so I can finally start prepping for that. Excellent. This is a good day for you, Ryan. Oh, time for my stream. Oh, later, Trios. Have a good one. We'll probably be still streaming when you're done, so I can't really send the raid over there. Because we got, for anybody that doesn't remember, it's 2:48 here right now, so it's almost 3 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, the Capcom Resident Evil event starts. It's if things get back to where they should be day. So can I blow that out? Structural analysis complete. to lure. Oh, that's bombs. Oh, did I get the thing in here already? I think I got the thing in here, right? Yeah. Is this a thing I can do? Is there anything of value here? Oh, I think this was the way back. This might have been how I got into the room the first time. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I remember this. All right. Relax. Okay. So. I know, Experiment. I'm always going to wander. Remember, you got to remember who you're talking to. I'm somebody I'm going to wander and I'm going to get lost. But I like doing that. I don't want to just, if I was going to just go back to wherever, I would just go and get a guide. No. Okay. I definitely need more. Yeah, let me get more missiles. Come on, you could have given me more missiles than that. Oh, I probably shouldn't be using this. Hold on. Yeah, yeah, we have a guide here. Come here. There you go. All right. And the second. Nothing? Why is the game being so stingy with power-ups? With resources, I mean. Oh, funny thing is probably 40 minutes and the enemies jump out of the ground and oh yeah, and the creepy music plays. Yeah, and or you shoot them. They are great. Do that. And last of my missiles. I think I want to put the oh yeah, like we talked about that earlier. Don't forget to buy all the Monster Hunter Wilds DLC so your game doesn't mess up on you. That's so funny. Wild if true. We don't know. Wilds if true. I feel like the dark beam in the dark world is probably going to be useless. By the way, have I not gotten ammo for this thing yet? Am I just not getting ammo for it? Wait, is it true? No, as far as we know, it's not. It's not confirmed to be true, I think. Come here. Where are you? Ah, damn it. Color-coded enemies. What is this, DMC? Oh, we're in a whole different world right now. A whole new world. A new fantastic point of view. Oh. Damn. Oh, wait. You can shut them off, right? I think now with the dark beam, you can shut them off. Oh. Hello, fellow. Parasitic infection. Oh, okay. Nah. I can't. Because I don't think I can get up there like that. I'm like afraid to do anything. Hold on. Whoa. Ah, you could have made that. All right. Is there not? I can't. Okay, no. So that's where I came from. Oh, so that explains that other area. Hmm. Ow, ow. Because this doesn't open. Oh. So do that. Oh, okay. It was these. Usually you can interact with them. That's interesting. Usually you can, like, highlight it and scan it. Not just wild either. They did Dragon's Dogma 2 too. Hook was now made a loop around the room. Okay, so do that. Ah, damn it. Alright. Go, go! Haha. Dark Temple key acquired. One of the 3 keys you need to open a Dark Temple. Nope. Okay. So now we do this. You have acquired a thing. You have acquired the Dark MacGuffin. Oh no. Wow, doesn't that always... I thought that being in the light area kills the guys. Or is that not an infected one? How many dark keys are in this game? Isn't it like 3 and 3? Aren't there 3 dark world and 3 light world or something? It's been so long. Nope, can't go that way. Oh, wait. Ow. And now I think I'm supposed to go back to the guy. Wasn't it whenever I get a key, I'm supposed to go back to him? Or this door. Okay, wait. Another door. Whoa. Oh, wait. Do this. Come here. Ah, damn it. Come here. Ah. I was hoping to trap him in the thing. What the Ing doing? I was hoping to trap him in the thing because I think if they're in the light zone and then you make the light zone appear, I think it kills them. He knows the strat. Yeah, I don't like that he knew that. Excuse me, sir. Could you die faster? Why is this guy so strong? Just shoot it, Fox. I know. You're kind of like, all right, just stop it. Do that. this way. Ow. Oh, so we can't do this yet. We need the light gun power for that. Oh God. Will that wear off? Where am I going with that? Oh, right there. Uh-huh. Anything here to get? No? No? Okay. Yeah, I think I gotta remap my controls. I got so used to trigger shooting that it's just kind of what I'm used to right now. This way. Scan the guy and it just says dead. Bioscan complete. He is a pile of meat. Whoa. Ah! Oh, God! Oh, why am I? Yeah, there we go. Is there a thing down there? Move my water bottle here. Oh, wait. Oh, power bomb. Okay, that's going to be a power bomb thing. Ooh. So how's everybody feeling? Let's it feels like burning. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody's week going? Now that we're in what, second full week of January of 2026, third full week of 2026. How has your 2026 been? Let me ask you that. Oh, over there. Could you scan the thing right in front of you, Samus? Access code enabled. 1 of 3 locks are offline. I feel better when I'm not. I'll feel better when I'm not at work. Had a really peaceful night yesterday, listening to Final Fantasy VII music. Fine, super close to catching up on late bills. Oh. My leg's running dangerously. My heart's running dangerously slow. Metalworks out my leg tomorrow. I kind of thought that was yesterday. Head spinning and I've had no sleep or food. Well, get some food then. I think I can give you a hard time about getting some food considering your health condition. So where's the last one? Right there. Got no heating of any kind? You can eat cold food. Not frozen. Yeah, so no warm food. I got cold food. I'm the guy that gets chicken tenders, like the frozen chicken tenders, and just lets them thaw and eats them because they're already cooked. Which door was it over there? Ah. Damn, now I want chicken tenders. I have chicken in my fridge and like raw chicken to make, and I still just want chicken tenders. We're using Prime Hacks. We are using Prime Hacks. We're using Prime Hacks, so I get to use Marcos. We're playing Metroid Prime 2 on PC with the PlayStation 4 controller. Oh, I've had no chance to restock. Won't get a chance until Saturday at the early. Oh, don't tell me you're not going to have food for 3 days. Don't make me order you a pizza or something. Ow. The hell was that?
Recording to logbook.
What is shooting at me? Oh, that thing? What is shooting at me? Oh. Ah, you little jerks! Oh, that's my... Okay, that one was mine. My fault. My fault. Where's the... Oh, they're right on the circle of the bubble. Okay.
Recording to logbook.
Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I've gone without longer. Well, I don't like the sound of that. I hope this isn't insensitive. It feels like it genuinely keeps placing more heavenly restrictions on JJK and experiment to keep him... Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Meow. Oh, you can. I thought that was glass.
Recording to logbook.
Right. Ow, 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 ow. I saw the Pokemon archives. Who the hell learns assembly in 2 days? Whoa! So light door's over there, dark door over here. So I gotta get up. Okay. Do that. Do that. Yeah. Okay. So then... Oh, there's got to be one to... Hold on. I got to bring the other side down. Where's the other side? Here? So go this way, this way, this way. There. There we go. There we go. There we go. Easy. Oh, and you just jump right into the light beam. Longest I've been without sustenance is just under 5-6 days. That includes sleep. That was for a project I never got paid for. I mean, yeah, so that's not good. I don't know whether to be depressed or inspired. I wish I could put that much drive into something for free. Yeah, I can't. I have too much stuff that I like to do that I don't get paid for. Shadow raiding with a party of one. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, the light gun, the cooler gun. Defeat enemies with the dark beam to earn light ammo. Ah, okay. And then couldn't I supercharge these? Yeah. And then you can... so hold on. So then, can I do that? Watch this. Watch this. Oh, it didn't work. Why did I side dashed and not jumped? Ow, ow. Prime 2. I still don't know why people hate Prime 2. I don't really think anybody hates Prime 2. The Sky Temple key thing, people don't like that, or the Temple keys or whatever the hell they're called. But people don't like that. I don't think anybody really hates Prime 2. Do they? Is there a cluster of people that are just violently hate Prime 2? Damn it! Got to start over now. I say Prime 2 is a good game if you don't try to 100% it, which, to be fair, is true of a lot of games. There's a ton of games out there that, oh, that's a great game, just don't try 100% it. I think Prime 2 just has OG Wind Waker problems. You mean like getting around and stuff like that as being the issue? Okay, so hold on. So that's all right. So I've seen that. Prime 1 has the same issue for me where you need to backtrack for the Chozo keys. And far, I don't think it's hate-worthy, but I don't find it very interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna gripe about anything, it's, you know, it is a Metroid game that's a Metroid game, and it doesn't really do a lot. I like, you know, it's not the same standard weapons or anything, but so let me see here. Oh, so I think I'm headed there. Anything up here? There's stuff up here that's worth going to, but or it's probably going to be the portal. Let's go and oh wait, we were in this room already. Oh no, wait, that's the light room version of it. This is the dark area version of it. All right, so let's go that way first. This way. So we're gonna go up or down. Let's go down. And the other big problem I have with this game, the ammo does kind of get on my nerves. I do kind of think the ammo gets on my nerves. I kind of like in Prime 4 where the elemental ammo all uses the same ammo. I do prefer that a little bit. All right, just collect it. And no! It's more, wow, this Metroid game is pretty uninteresting. At least. Interesting. Like, most of the gameplay is fine and passable. Then you get Temple Key, Triforce Charts, and Groan. Yeah. Yeah, the unified special ammo is a lot more convenient. All right, so hold on. So let's... Where's the sensor here? Armor systems online, symbiotic possession attempt failed. I was trying to see if I... Oh, wait. There you go. That's what I was trying to do. Oh, so maybe you have to use the super-powered shot in order for that to work. I'm trying to be fancy, and I really don't need to be. Where are you? There's one more. Where's the last one? Right there. Oh, there's two more. Damn it. Light beam ammo depleted. Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't shoot them with the dark beam, and then I need the dark beam to get light beam ammo, don't I? Is that what it is? Okay, there we go. I can just... it works if I just blow up the boxes with the dark beam ammo. Oh, why are there so many? Yeah, I forgot that the containers do that too. I need more ammo, he shouts while wasting his ammo. All right, what are we doing? It also seems to be moving. Yeah, I found all the Dark Temple Aegon keys. So let's switch to dark mode so we can do that. Yeah, I definitely would have been happier with just unified ammo. Oh, so let's do, hold on. So I'm gonna do that. And that. Acquired another thing. You can go back to the first dark world portal and access the temple. There's an energy tank and offshoot room to it too. So let's. Okay, so now we can get. There's the upper room too. Can I get to the upper room? Or the upper doorway there? Nah, probably not. Okay. All right. So we'll head back. Yeah, the recording to logbook. Yeah, I do really miss that. Oh, I got one. All right, so now we can go this way. Oh wait, is it? It's up there. I've returned from kickboxing class. Digital Foundry dug into the Monster Hunter Wild thing and confirmed it is. No way. No way. Tell me they're doing a video on it. No way. Actually, experiment. We got experiment here. Hold on. Let's ask the expert here. So experiment. The story of Monster Hunter Wilds that people have supposedly figured out was the reason that performance was so bad on, is it on PC specifically? The reason the performance was so bad was that the game performs checks to see if you have the DLC, and it constantly performs the checks, which lowers the performance. But if you have the DLC, the game checks, it sees that you have it, and it stops checking. So your performance is better the more DLC you buy. Is that an actual thing that is even possible? Apparently, Digital Foundry is saying that it's true. But the question was whether or not it was even possible that was a thing. The more DLC, the more FPS leads to better performance. Leading to better performance. How likely is that to even be true? Which I feel like would be brazen to be intentional. So I feel like it's just the thing that they didn't I want to try and give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's a thing that they didn't realize was going to happen. It's BS. Capcom is a bunch of idiots if the DLC is paid. Yeah. It's overly aggressive checks on scanning for DLC, which means scanning the entire file system. A sane way to do it to do a file system checkup on game start and not every second. It's not the first time a game dev's over-engineered something like this. Yeah, I thought that only the PC version had issues. It's all of them? Sounds like a really dumb bug, but it's certainly plausible depending on how they're checking for the DLC. They claim it was accidental, but also Capcom does have previous. I'm sure it's going to be previous like examples. The checking for DLC, the way default file explorer searches for anything is wild. Doing anything the way file explorer does is probably unhinged on its own. Oh, I didn't scan that?
Recording to logbook.
Yeah. If it affects one, it normally affects the other. You know, it's keeping this game from hooking me. I'm looking at more plot stuff I'm looking for more plot stuff than Prime 2 has. Prime 1 is also pretty plot light, but visually is more flair. Prime 3 and 4 make sure things feel like they're progressing outside of just finding stuff, which is probably why I like those games more. It's not just Monster Hunters. Dragon's Dogma 2, as well as likely other modern Capcom games that have had performance issues, is doing the same checks. Tropico 4 had visual glitches in the wave that made a mess of your island if you lack modern time DLC. Oh, so wait. So this is here? Oh, look at you. Oh, I passed one of these things earlier. Is that what this is? I forgot Prime 4 released. We didn't. This isn't Capcom's first ride, but we swear it was an accident. Huh? Even half dead, my brain still has this game memorized. Was this a game that you have? This is probably a dumb question, but is this a game experiment that you have particularly fond memories with, or is this just a game that you played a lot? Like, is there some reason that you remember this game so well? Ow. Oh, this door. Okay, we were here. Yeah, that's such an unhinged thing to do. I mean, how do you even fix that though? Because I feel like checks like that are probably built into the game. So how do you even fix bad DLC checking, whatever you would call the problem? I still hear a power up. So I want to go down. I want to go over. Oh wait, how the heck do I get up there? I can't get up there. There's a missile in here. Okay, so that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the missile that's in here, but it requires the spider ball. So I'm gonna go there. Oh, I gotta go back to the guy, right? Hold on. No. There we go. I gotta go back to... Is it this room? I think it's this room. Or is it the elevator? I think I need the elevator. Yeah, it's a temple grounds. Yeah. Imagine it shouldn't take much work to not have it scan every second instead of on startup. Just got a deathless run of the second to last stage of Gravity Circuit, which is the one with the boss rush, and I'm proud of myself. I still have the demo for that game. I really have to play that game at some point. Gravity Rush? I gotta get around to playing that. I heard it was excellent. Definitely should be eating and getting ready to sleep. So I'm gonna listen to some other stuff. No problem. Flash, you have a good one. Gravity Rush can be a smidge finicky, but it's really fun to play. Take the Darby into the pirate command and light them. 2 cannons on the platform. You can exit ammo expansion, which you'll definitely want. Gravity Circuit. I'm sorry, Gravity Rush. Gravity Circuit. Sorry. Yeah, Gravity Circuit's the game that I was thinking of. I have the demo for that game. I also have the demo for Gravity Rush. Either 1 or 2. Yeah. No. When you said it, I pictured it correctly in my head. No, I definitely pictured it correctly. I might have said Rush, but I pictured Circuit. Whoa, what the heck? Whoa, what the heck is that? It's a more natural way to play the Vita since it was the push hardware game for it with Uncharted. Vita not selling resulted in a quick PS4 port. All right, so I gotta get back to the elevator. Oh, so I don't even have to fight these guys. Hold on. I am going across and up there. Okay. Whoa, what the heck? I didn't mean for it to do that. Did I do this before? I didn't do this before. Blowing stuff up. Yay. Any bad guys? Where are the bad guys? There they go. Ugh. Is that it? There we go. Okay. All right, I guess that's it. How do I... Oh, whoa! I didn't mean to do that. And there we go. Love it. Missing the skiff rack to your left for blasting. Oh, the ammo expansion unit is clear. Oh wait, hold on. See, red. That's easy. Makes it easy for me to see. Oh, it's that thing. Defense shield's active. Shield was taken from purpose to weaponry. So I gotta turn it off. Whoa. Oh, thank God. Doom, 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 doom. That's poor Jay Steele. We lost Jay Steele. Wasn't Metroid Prime 2 considered the weakest until Prime 4 came along? I feel like that's back and forth. You know, I've said that the best to worst Metroid was 1, 2, 3, and 4, or best to least best. I do think maybe 2 and 3 kind of go back and forth there. But I think everybody's kind of locked on the first one being the best one. So that's there. That's there. I don't need to go there. It was one of the Sky Temple bearers. Alright, so going back behind me. So down here. You got a missile expansion noise is my text tone. Dum, dum, bum, 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 bum. I don't usually hear Prime 3 being near the worst. I used to. I think it's better now. I think one of the things with Prime 3 was that people didn't really like the motion controls. Some people didn't really like the motion controls, but I would hear it kind of go back and forth between 2 and 3. Everybody always kind of said that 1 was the best one. Which, you know, I'm kind of inclined to agree. Yeah, see, Prime 3 was your least favorite. There's no benefit to me using elemental weaponry. I just kind of wanted to. Hey, where's my ammo? Prime 3 just had a lot of fluff to me. Prime 2 was just Prime 1, but worse. 2, 1, 3, and 4 remains to be determined. I usually heard other M. See, I'm not including other M. I'm mostly just thinking about the numbered games. I'm just trying to put in order the numbered games. That VA for Shiva in Resident Evil 5 just tweeted out talking about the Resident Evil 30th anniversary, saying stay tuned, and then putting RE5 hashtags. Like Dark Power Commando on Dark Metroids, since it's just the reskinned Ice Beam. Talium and Mega Man, I don't have to use the other weapons, but I do always. All right, give me a minute. Let me run to the restroom, and let me put my amiibo away, and I will be right back. we just super shrunk the list. Well, whenever I talk about it, I'm always talking about those. Yeah, I don't. When you're ranking the Prime games, I don't know that any other games should be ranked. Like, I wouldn't rank any other ones anyway, just because they're not the same thing. It's like if you ranked all the Final Fantasy numbered games, you're not going to start throwing 10-2 and all that stuff in there because they're not the primary numbered games. So whenever I talk about Prime and I talk about like ranking Prime games, it's really just the 4. I don't include any other games. I mean, the only other game that's worth really including is Federation Force to an extent. But, you know, that's a very unique game. It's not really a Metroid Prime game in that way. And Hunters. But Hunters has such a significant flaw with it that it's kind of difficult to talk about. You can talk about Hunters as far as storyline and characters and stuff, but when it comes to the gameplay experience of Hunters, it has a massive flaw. It has a massive thing holding it back, which is its control scheme. Even in its time, that control scheme was awkward for a lot of people. So I don't really talk about it. The only what the hell? Okay, that was weird. Why did that happen? Because the control sat for so long. You know, you can't really compare it. So the only Prime games that work to give a direct comparison to each other is 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, I was headed to the elevator. Hold on. That way, straight ahead. Oh no! As a heads up, GC version works with the GC versions work with Prime Hack as well. I got the Wii version; it's here. So, I guess for me, it's when people talk about Prime, Other M is almost always included because it doesn't fit with anything else. I don't include Other M with Prime. I include Other M with the 2D series. I don't include Other because the 2D series, the Other M specifically talks about stuff like Super. Yeah, I mean, as a game, it's its own thing. But if you're gonna shove it into a timeline somewhere, Other M only really is relevant because of the older games, because of Super Metroid and Fusion. Like, that's where we were introduced with Adam and all. So I feel like that's where that really matters. I know that Fusion debuted at the same time as Prime, but I still look at them as separate things. And if I'm gonna, if I was forced to group Other M with something, it actually makes more sense to group it with the other games, with 1 through 5. Yeah, it's post-Super, pre-Dread, and pre-Fusion. Yeah, story-wise, it's pre-Fusion. It makes more sense in that timeline. This timeline here doesn't have Adam. It doesn't reference, you know, the baby Metroid or anything. Like, it doesn't really do any of that. So I don't actually think that it works that way. I never heard of Other M combined with the 2D games. It exists on its own, but as far as its relevance, I think that that's where it belongs. I don't think it belongs with the Prime games. The Prime games don't talk about Super Metroid's events. They don't talk about anything from Fusion or anything like that. Other M doesn't have a very delightful cutscene, by the way, of like moments from Super, and the story of Adam is only relevant because of Fusion. If you were going to tie it as a story to anything, it actually ties to 1 through 5 more than it ties into Prime. Prime won't because it's explicitly before Metroid 2. Yeah, and the 3DS game solidifies it. So it actually doesn't make sense. If you're talking about storyline, it doesn't make sense to put Other M with the Prime games. Did I go up there? I don't remember if I got that already. Hold on. I think I got that already, but yeah, I got this already. Okay. So we're going that way, and then we're going straight ahead. straight down there. Oh, wait. I need... I had to reset because Twitch stopped loading comments. Oh my god, I'm missing shots here. Did I get this scan already? Yeah. Yeah. I'm talking less about story, more about where other M tends to be brought up in the conversation. It's fascinating to think of it as a no. If you're talking about gameplay wise, I understand why they group it in with Prime because it's a 3D game. But I mean, then you start to ask the question: if you were going to put it in between the 2D and 3D games, where would it go? Would it be close? Is it more closely relatable to a 2D game, or is it more closely relatable to a 3D game? Even in the 2D game sense, I kind of think that it's more closely related to a 2D game, just because it does feel like either the intention or the potential is for Samus to be a lot more active, which we've already talked about before, that the 2D games have a much more active Samus. There's a fast-moving, combat-flowing, no names taken Samus in the 2D games. With Dread being the best example of it. And then you get the Prime, and Prime, she's very tanky. So I kind of feel like Other M in a more realized state would probably look more like the 2D games. I love them all in that nefarious time frame between 1 and 2 and call it a day. Bullet Train Samus in Other M is probably the only thing I remember fondly about that game. I mean, we'll play it. We'll play it here. And that's just mostly from Johnny's review. Yeah, when we get to that, I'll play it. Is that a Prime hack compatible thing? Other M? Like, what's the best way to play Other M? Is it through this system here? I mean, I know everybody will say the best way to play Other M is to not play it, but Prime Hack only works with Primes 1 through 3. Oh, we now established Other M is neither 2D or 3D per se. I mean, it's definitely not. But since it can't be the worst of those games, it's rising in the rankings. It's a Dragoon. It's in a class by itself. There you go. Yeah, you could probably remap the inputs anyway. Yeah, because I have Dolphin, so it would work. Like how would you play Other M on a PC? On Wii itself, a regular Dolphin with some specific controller mapping. Given that Other M is a controller game, I think that's where I'm going, right? So there, to the right. Okay. The baby. It's the same control scheme as Super Paper Mario. It's sideways Wiimote with sometimes with sometimes pointing at the screen. That's right. It's the pointing at the screen moments that cause a problem. I like this music is really cool, and I'd say Wii U, but the Wii U experience. But the Wii experience on Wii U isn't worth it. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. I'll have to plug up my Wii U. Where am I headed? I'm headed there. So we're going to go to the right and then to the left. Get in there. I do that every time. didn't seem like it was dying. Oh, so this is... Oh, and there's a portal here. Okay. Okay. I don't need that portal right now. I don't think so, anyway. Ugh, now there's gonna probably get into a fight here. Oh, no, we're good. You get bad upscaling, bad color gamut, almost the same as GBA, and the OS takes forever to load anything because of how shit Cafe OS is. I never played Other M, not because I heard it was bad, because as a casual Metro fan who grabbed it on sale for a few bucks, I was like, I'll get to it eventually. And I won't say that it's bad. I won't say that you won't like it. But I do think that by the end of it, you'll think, I don't regret taking my time with this game. Like, you ever watch a movie or you play a game that you've been wanting to do for a while, and then when you finally do it, you think, damn, I wish I would have played this sooner. Like, this was so good, I wish I would have played it sooner. I think by the end, you'll play the game for yourself, and you'll say, I'm glad I played it, but it doesn't bother me that I waited so long. You're like, okay, there, we're done. I remember my friends modded Wii U in college. It took like 15 minutes to load. Jesus. How do you mod it to be worse? Okay. I think I scanned that guy. What if I shoot him with the dark beam? Oh my god. Yeah, I've seen it played, so I know the issues. I think some of it has to be you playing it yourself. You know, you can see it for the storyline issues and everything, but you kind of have to feel the controls. I say that not because I think the game's bad as far as controls. I actually think it's relatively decent as far as its controls. So I think that when people say, no, it's really not that bad of a game, I think it comes down to the fact that they played the game and the game doesn't control all that terribly. But yes, you are going to get to the end and think, all right, well, that's over. That's just how bad Cafe OS is. It eats a third of the CPU power and half the RAM. Just from what I've watched and seen, if we count Other M as 2D more 2D than not, I like what I've seen more than Super. No, as gameplay, I don't count it. When I say I count it more as a 2D than a 3D, I mean in the story context. I mean in the progression of story. If I had to wedge Other M in between Metroid games, it's gonna be between 3 and 4 and nowhere near the Prime games. Like on the timeline of Metroid games, I wouldn't put it anywhere near Prime. I would put it near the 2D games. As a comparison for gameplay, it really is kind of its own thing. So it's difficult to hold them directly against each other, but I don't hold the Prime games and the 2D games directly against each other, other than the fact that the Prime games have needed to evolve combat-wise. But the 2D games evolved very, very well. Yeah, it's just when people like, oh, we're talking about Prime games and then Other M enters the picture, it's like, I don't know that I would put Other M there, though. I feel like Other M is... I feel like it's different enough from a combat standpoint. Other M really belongs in its own category. It really isn't a class by itself. Isn't this where I'm coming back to? Oh, above. I gotta go that way. And then up above the world so high, got this temple key in the sky. I'll just continue my joke, reminding you of my feelings on Super. Other M, gameplay and story-wise very different from Prime and 2D, but the way it's constructed feels like it wants to be a bit of both. And the funny thing is, it could have served as a bridge. If you wanted to try and create an Other M game, like some sort of Metroid game that feels like something in the middle, you could have done that and it could have been better. But Other M just had weird flaws. So I will get there. We'll play it. Wonder it could be argued that Other M is an evolution of the 2D Prime, but a failed evolution. It could have been if it controlled better. I can imagine a world where Other M was handled a lot better, and people said, "Oh, this is the evolution." Because I mean, look at 2D games that evolved into 3D games. Mario, Zelda. Look at any of those games. They didn't become first-person games. They became third-person or second-person experiences. Hardware was the Wii U is literally 3 Wii U CPUs duct taped together. Buggy, poorly added multi-core support. Hand-me-down Xbox 360 GPU. Literally, it's the same architecture with extra ED RAM embedded in it. Plus the Wii U GPU inside the same SoC. I always start to get lost when it's too much. GX2 OpenGL. GX2 is OpenGL, but it wasn't even fully translated in English. The most powerful CPU core was Hog. Actually, has to cycle steel from that locked off CPU core. Otherwise, its performance would have been even worse. Hello. The temple in Aegon's dark shadow holds what you seek. Return the missing energy before Aegon is lost forever to the Ing. Wait, did I not go to the right place here? What happened? Is this not where I'm going? I thought I had to come back here. Don't I have to, like, return the energy? I gotta go to the dark one. Okay. Oh, so I do need that portal that's near me. Hold on, hold on. There was a portal not far from here. The only there is via portal terminal in Aegon Waste. Well, there was a portal that I passed near me. Yeah, isn't there one here? Oh, wait, hold on. Can I go down this? I can't open this. Oh, wait, I can open this one, right? I can open this one. Let's see if we can find something quicker this way. This way. Whoa.
Recording to logbook.
Oh, do they not do the thing? Oh, there we go. You have to get closer. I think in Prime 1 they reacted to that from further away. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Pew! I thought something being more a failed 2D evolution is that, like you said, it's pretty possible to consider it closest to those games in nature and its core. So it may have been easier. It may have been seen as easier to port that into action, port that style into action rather than pull Prime 1 out of first person. Not to mention Prime 1 being a first person game. It just kind of works. It works well. It works better than a lot of us thought it was going to. I'll tell you that much. Oh. There. And is there another one? No? I'll still never forget that. We were so worried that Prime 1 wasn't going to hit. Okay, so that's from 1. So I need to find the closest portal. Right there. Oh, wait. So, okay. So let me go back. Or, no. Do I have to go this way? Hold on. Let me zoom out a little bit here. I think I need that portal. Because then that would lead me to that door. Here, let me go back up and see if I can just get there from here. Sorry, I got lost already. Okay, so let's just go back up. Let's see if we can get there through that door, because I don't think we can. Prime 1 hit. It's just the series never quite hit like that again, sadly. Yeah. I have a question. So, Prime 1 hit. But do you think part of the reason that Prime never really achieved this monumental success? I mean, I know it's successful, but it's, you know, obviously it's not as successful as some other franchises. Do you think the fact that it hit on the GameCube was part of the issue? That it never really got the recognition that it could have gotten because it was GameCube that it hit on? Oh. Not really. Other GameCube franchises started. Other GameCubes started franchises and went to do well. So which ones? What started on the GameCube that went on to do very well? Pikmin got a few entries, but let's be honest, Pikmin had a giant lull there. I'm trying to think of like what else started on the GameCube and just landed. And just because you can't count like Zelda, you can't count Mario because all the even the 3D entries of that started before, so they don't really count. I was trying to think of that. Like what is a franchise that started on the GameCube and went to just go on to be amazing? Yeah, what hurt the GameCube as a system was how little could be stored on a disc. I mean, the GameCube had issues, so that's not even the real problem. Ugh. Or it was the real problem, but yeah, I can't think of a franchise that started on the GameCube and just took off. Pikmin didn't really have a lull by your previous dead example. It was on GameCube, ported twice on Wii U, on 3DS. Then the 3DS one wasn't popular. People apparently hated Hey You or Hey Pikmin. People acted like it was the worst game ever, but yeah, but there was. I mean, it got 2 games, and then it eventually got a 3rd one. GameCube had better graphics, but the store, I don't. Yeah, so F-Zero died on the GameCube. Pikmin and Luigi's Mansion were GameCube original franchises. Wave Race died there. Yeah, Wave Race came before. Hey Pikmin has gained. Yeah, it has gained love since then. But what was it at the time? And for much love as it got, I'm not seeing a second Hey Pikmin. I'm not seeing Hey Pikmin 2. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion I think probably counts. I think that counts as one that people said, "Oh yeah, this is awesome. I want to keep seeing more of these." But I can't think of anything else. So I have to wonder if it is if it was the unfortunate life cycle of the system that, oh, these games hit, but they were in a position to just not hit enough. So this is where I came from, right? Yeah, I don't think it's a stretch to say a lot of GameCube hits were cult classics for a decent while. Examples. And I'm not saying that to challenge you. I'm saying that because I can't think of any GameCube games that were. I mean, when you say cult classics, I mean that usually means just a very niche community. It doesn't really mean broadly popular. You know, like I think Billy Hatcher had some fans. Gotcha Force is hella expensive, right? So that's a game that I think started there. Yeah, I think the issue GameCube ran into 2 issues: a lack of sales and Microsoft buying Rare. When other competitors could go up to 8. Yeah, the main issues were non-standard controller, and most importantly, marketing and public perception of the time. Yeah, most people saw the GameCube as the uncool kiddie box. You know, Nintendo had that reputation, and people can fight that reputation as much as they want, but that reputation was there. You know, obviously the DVD thing, I wonder if people didn't avoid the GameCube because it wasn't a DVD player, but more that they went to the PS2 because it was. Does that make sense? It wasn't that people looked at the GameCube and said, oh, this isn't a DVD player. I think it's that they looked at the PlayStation 2 and said, oh, it's a DVD player. And then they jumped on it and were like, okay, you know, I don't need to look at anything else. As far as we know, again, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know what's being worked on, especially with Nintendo. But we can speak to the current time and the current knowledge of what we have. Because if we're going to include the potential of the future that we can't see, then there's no point in ever talking about any of this stuff, because any of this stuff can change at any moment. At any point, a franchise that was dead can become the most popular franchise ever, and it would change the entire conversation. But we can talk right now about a franchise that's dead or a system that didn't do very well. They tried the DVD player with the Panasonic Q, but that thing, yeah, the Q was like a mess, and it was hella expensive. I think the mini DVD put people off too. It's funny because when we used to sell the GameCube and we used to sell the games, people that weren't super familiar with it, they'd look at it and go, "Oh, that's adorable," and they would love it, and they wouldn't really think about the fact that it wasn't a GameCube, a DVD player. Are these different ones? No, they're the same one. I can't believe I hit that. So wait, where's this portal? Oh, it's here. Am I missing something? Or is it over here? Over here. Phantasy Star franchise died on the GameCube and hacked it. No, it didn't die on the GameCube. Phantasy Star 2 was done. Wait, what's up? Am I missing something? Oh, wait, right here. Right here. Okay. This one. Classic Phantasy Star. The new Phantasy Star is still going. That's my point. We have plenty of series that we said would never get a follow-up from Nintendo, and then when they did get a follow-up, we went, oh, well, that's an exception. Except when it happens again. I just think the idea of, well, where's another one? I mean, it can be, and I do see what you mean by that, but we do have to go by what we say. You know, if a brand new Kid Icarus game, if tomorrow they announce a brand new Kid Icarus game, it doesn't, out of nowhere, right? Let's say they announce it out of nowhere. It doesn't change the fact that Kid Icarus in its lifespan has had 3 games, and they don't ever talk about it, and they act like Kid Icarus never happened. Like, it doesn't change the fact that we're having a conversation now, and the years prior, we've had the conversation of Nintendo doesn't care about Kid Icarus. Tomorrow, it'll be different, right? If tomorrow they suddenly announce that they've got 5 Kid Icarus projects in the works, then tomorrow that knowledge changes. But for right now, for the information that we know, we're not incorrect to say it sounds like Nintendo doesn't care about Kid Icarus. So I think it's fair to say it sounds like Nintendo doesn't care about F-Zero, right? We had F-Zero 99, but for the most part, it sounds like they don't care about it. If tomorrow we get an F-Zero announcement, great. Nintendo cares. But up until that moment, it's fair to say that it seems like they just don't care. You know, and Metroid, that was what Metroid was going through. Metroid had this giant lull where nothing was happening, and all of a sudden, in one day, they announced 2 Metroid games. When they announced Prime 4 and then they announced Samus Returns. But prior to that, it wasn't incorrect to say that Nintendo doesn't care about Metroid, because up until that very second, Nintendo didn't sound like they cared about Metroid. But that's also what I like about Nintendo. What I like about Nintendo is we don't know, because Nintendo doesn't make a habit of announcing every single thing that they're doing. We thought that Nintendo didn't care about Paper Mario right up until they announced Origami Killer, and that was a month later, or like 2 months later. We thought that Metroid was done for, right? We were waiting for Prime. We had no idea what was going on, and then we got Dread. Yeah, Dread was never announced for anything. Dread was always sort of a rumor. There was a chance that it was going to be a DS game, I think. I think there were still some rumors going around into the early life of the 3DS, but then it just died. And it was never really, it got a like a journal entry in Prime 3? I think it had a journal entry or something. So, yeah, we just thought it was dead. To be fair, a lot of people think Nintendo hates its IPs if it doesn't talk about it for more than a week. And I blame that. Many act like they still haven't been updating the game. Yeah, F-Zero is still getting an update, but it's also not a new F-Zero. Does it count if they just keep re-releasing the old things without updating them at all? 99's in this weird spot where it is technically a new game. We can agree that F-Zero 99 is a brand new game, but can we also agree that if F-Zero as a prestige franchise got a new entry, it wouldn't look like that. It wouldn't look like 99. So I think we can agree that when we talk about Nintendo giving F-Zero a new game, we can agree that we're not talking about 99. It's not really the same thing. To be fair, Nintendo does actively seem to dislike some of its properties to the point that they've openly said stop asking about it for certain things, which is, yeah, and it's not a good look. And then, Ryan, when you find out that the reason they're saying stop asking about it was because they're already working on something, that's great. But it doesn't change the fact that up until then, our public perception was you don't talk about this franchise and you don't care about it. A lot of it has to do with public perception. And like I was going to say, I kind of like that, though, because the reason we don't feel that from other companies is because if another company decides they're going to make if Sony decides they're going to make a Gravity Rush 3, we're going to hear about it for 5 years. They're going to say it, and they're going to show it, and they're going to talk about it, and then we're going to get a trailer at a Game Awards event, and then we're going to get another trailer at a Game Awards event, and then we're going to get something else during Summer Games Fest. We're going to be blasted in the face with it. Whereas if it's Nintendo, we're gonna spend 5 years thinking they don't care about it, and then they're gonna make an announcement and say, oh, by the way, this is out in a month. And we're gonna say, oh my god, they do care. Like Paper Mario. When we were talking about Thousand Year Door, we're like, guys, I can't believe they're not doing anything with Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. And what did it turn out? No, they are. They're doing something with it. We just didn't know about it. Their whole attitude about Mother 3 is quite frustrating, even as someone who doesn't care about that franchise. They've made jokes about it and done everything, but actually released the damn thing outside of Japan. And why not? And yet, tomorrow they could say, oh, by the way, we're dropping Mother 3. And all of a sudden it turns out, oh, they have actually cared about it. But they haven't been saying anything about it. Is it Mother 3 on Japan NSO? Is it? I mean, if it is, it would still be Japanese language, right? Different culture than the rest of Japan. When they say stop asking, they're really sick and tired of being asked why they are rather law or happy? What's that? Also an interesting question. What if it did? What if the next F-Zero was like 99 but expanded, way more options, still SNES style with more features, expanded online and such? Would that still be new? You're talking about a more elaborate 99? I don't know. I don't know that there's a precedent for that. I don't know that there's a precedent for the next mainline entry in a game to go back to a significantly older graphic style and a significantly wilder gameplay experience. Oh, lawyer. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that there's it's hard for me to even say that because it doesn't feel like there's a precedent for it. Mega Man 9 and 10. Oh, Mega Man 9 and 10. That's not bad. Are you treating it like a continuation of the F-Zero mythos? Are you treating it like a continuation of the F-Zero gameplay and graphics, right? From Mega Man 9 and 10, the only ones before it were 7 and 8, but that does count. It does count that they went back to an older style and they kept it. Also, were 9 and 10, this is a dumb question. Were 9 and 10 Capcom? Were they officially Capcom games, or was that another company that made them? Because I remember there being a giant lull, and I mean, even the way they released 9 and 10, that's another thing. Like 9 and 10 is also, it is also kind of a weird thing, because those games didn't release physically. Those games didn't release like they were the official new games. They were digital only games in an era where digital only games wasn't really a thing. So even they, I count them, but there is a sort of weird release issue. They are both Capcom. There is kind of a weird release issue there, but to say that it counts is accurate. It is fair to say that they do count. So there is an example where they went back a little bit. I would say that they count as the next thing if it's treated like the next thing. And I don't feel like F-Zero 99 is treated like the next F-Zero game. I feel like it's treated as, look at this fun game. Tetris 99 was treated as a standalone experience. You know, probably because of the multiplayer focus. If you get a Tetris collection, it probably doesn't have 99 on it. There's another one that Pac-Man. I'm hard pressed to look at Pac-Man 99 and say, oh, that was the next Pac-Man game. No, it was kind of like a thing. It was kind of like a side thing. I look at it like a side thing. All right. Sorry, we get into our tangents. Okay. So I think I'm gonna go out into the room. I don't think Nintendo treated F-Zero 99 like the next thing, and I think Nintendo treated F-Zero 99 like the next thing and support it like it. But fans don't agree. I'll agree that it gets a lot of support. I'll agree that it gets more support than it would if it was just a side thing. I'll definitely agree to that, but I don't feel like it's treated like the next F-Zero game. I feel like there's, if anything, I feel like the problem is that we don't know if that's what they would treat the next F-Zero game like. Because we don't know, because we haven't gotten any information on F-Zero from them to the point where we can confidently say this is the next F-Zero game or this is not the next F-Zero game. Like if we remember, Capcom was dropping Mega Man games like COD releases. Oh, let's say they treated it as a follow-up to a previous portable F-Zero. GX was the third to all the previous portable F-Zero games. GX was the third spin-off game. So now you're talking about two separate franchises again. You're talking, or not two separate franchises, but now you're talking about it. Oh my God. What in the world did I get wrong there? Yeah, because now you're talking about it like Metroid, where the Metroid series is now getting some attention, but the Prime series and the non-Prime series are separate. So yeah, would you be talking about a F-Zero franchise where there's a split? All right, well, I can't go there. Hold on. So I guess I'm not allowed in here? So what, I have to go to the long way, or is there something I'm missing here? And I don't remember the last time I saved. Even though Tetris 99 got a physical release, did that transform it from a spin-off to... was it a physical release or was it a code in a box for the paid DLC? It was a code in the box. There was not a cartridge with Tetris 99 on it. So I don't count that. And I'm not blasting it for that. It's just I don't consider Tetris 99 the next Tetris game. I think of it as a multiplayer side experiment type thing. Episodes like it. You have 3D games and the SNES styled portable games that all share the same style. All right. I just kind of wanted to do that. I forget where I saved. Oh my God. Yeah, continue from last save. I don't remember how far back I was. Sorry, I started talking and then I kind of lost track of myself. Oh, we got, what time is it? 4:15. All right, we got a little while until the till the other event. All right, so I have to be in Dark World. Whoa. I think I'm going the wrong way. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Oh my god. How far back am I? She's the first 3. Whoa. I think I'm farther back than I thought. How far back am I? Did I get the key? Hold on. Oh my god. Can I see my inventory? Keys, visors, movement systems, morph ball, armor, miscellaneous. Dark temple keys. I didn't get the third one. Am I that far back? Jesus. I'm so lost right now. Oh, yeah, look. I didn't even get this. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't even have the... Oh, my God. Wait. All right. I'm going to apologize to you right now because I don't even have the light gun. This is how far back I was. I didn't realize I didn't save. Why are there no save things in this game? Why are they so few and far between? I didn't realize I was that far back. Jesus. Well, from a time perspective, it just eliminated all of the gap of time from us talking. There's one over there. I can do that. Wait, what happened? I got to a spot and then I had died, thinking that I had saved more recently, and I'm like way back. I don't even have the light beam yet. So we'll go there. It's just in the coded box. It's a cart, but needs NSO for the online parts to work. The single player. Oh, the single player modes are on the cart. Okay, I thought it was just a code in a box. Basically, yeah, Greg yapped and got lost, which is, you know, unfortunately pretty common for me. So I don't know why you guys are even here. I don't know. This has got to be annoying. I can tell you what one part of the problem is. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry, and I don't have anything quick to eat. I wish I now I'm thinking back, and I wish I had chicken tenders. Because I would just throw some chicken tenders in. What the heck? Oh. I haven't kept up with Tetris 99. Have they just made that a full game? There was a physical release, but it's still mostly a multiplayer game. It's not as feature rich as some of the other single player games. Ow! Jerk. Me and my mom just had shrimp and waffle fries. She eats early because she sleeps early. Yeah, I haven't really eaten much. I ate right before the stream. I had my eggs with sausage for breakfast, and then I had 2 cups of coffee, and that's all I had today. And that was 6 hours, 7 hours ago. 7 hours ago, I ate breakfast, and then that was it. Tetris 99 is probably the only game where if you told me, yeah, there were 98 games before this, I'd probably believe it. I wonder how many games there were before 99. And when we talk about Tetris games, are we counting those handheld Tetris players? So I'm gonna do. I have to shoot it with this in order to get the dark ammo. Over 220 official versions on 65 plus platforms by 2017. So actually, if Tetris 99 wouldn't make sense as a joke because there were actually way more. There were probably 98 games. Yeah, there were probably way more than 98 games. Yeah, deja vu. So that was there. So now we can go this way. Ow. Oh wait, so hold on. So crystal, shoot it. Do that. And oh wait, no. This one. Scan this guy. There have been 10 more since 99. You know what I didn't realize? I went looking for a game that I forgot released, and I didn't realize. I was sitting there thinking that it didn't release, and not realizing it didn't release on the Switch. Lumines? Is that Lumines Arise? It's the Tetris affected Lumines game. Is it Lumines? I didn't realize that wasn't on the Switch and Switch 2. I just checked. I guess I don't own Other M. I know I used to. I wonder what happened to it. It took off. Even Other M didn't want to stay there and be played. Oh, wait. How's the Disney Afternoon? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that the Disney Afternoon collection was rated, I think. Like, how the hell did that take so long? Oh, yeah, you weren't authorized to own it. Adam said no. You went to buy it, and Adam was like, put it down. I kind of think if you supercharge the crystals, your health should regenerate faster. Oh, so I have to go this way. Okay. Okay, that took a while. Ow. No? Okay. Oh, gotta scan this guy.
Recording.
Gotta scan.
Recording.
Recording. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna trick it, right? We're gonna okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna trick it. We're gonna come at it from the top. Ha ha! Oh, damn it! As soon as I was at today, me and my mom were questioning what to eat, and she told me to get KFC, which I couldn't get for all of 2025. So it was kind of happy sadness that I was able to buy KFC. Okay. First of all, don't feel bad about that at all. That's not pathetic. There's nothing wrong with enjoying the thing that you haven't been able to enjoy for a while, especially when it's not really that bad. And I know people will get mad about KFC being bad or good, or I'm not saying it's health food, but it's definitely not the worst thing you could possibly eat. That being said, I think KFC is awesome. I don't know what the problem is with KFC. I never really understood what this issue was that people had with KFC. It's fast food chicken. And by that regard, it's good. Of course it's not 5-star fine dining, and it's definitely not real Southern fried chicken or anything, but it's still awesome. Yeah, I feel like it's people on their high horse. Oh, you eat that stuff? Yes, of course I eat that stuff. You know why? Because it's not like if you eat something that's mildly unhealthy for you, you drop dead. It's just not something you should probably be eating every day. You know what you also probably shouldn't be having every day? A chicken salad, and that's it. But there's people out there that they take that stuff so seriously. They eat 500 calories, and that's its own condition. Enjoy the things that you like, and don't feel bad about getting them. And if you can't have it for a long time, and you finally do, don't feel bad about that either. Yeah, it's not going to kill you to have it every now and then. Of course not. I mean, it's all right. It's all right. Like, overrated in my opinion. The crunchy is too greasy on the side, which is a turnoff for me. It's why I don't eat chimichangas. And you know what? You're killing me here, AJM, because now I kind of want KFC, and KFC doesn't deliver around here. Oh, you can charge this up. Okay. I mean, it's all right. Like, oh, did I scan these guys? Yeah. Oh, of course I'm out. Come on. Ow! It scared the hell out of me. You know what's funny? I didn't hear the first part. Okay, I'll use the light beam for this one. I didn't either. I only heard, yeah, that's all I heard. That's why I jumped out. So I also saw the video loop 6 times. God, I gotta really figure that out. You know what's interesting? When I push the button, I don't know if I showed you this. When I push the button, let's try. Let's do this one.
Oh, wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
It only plays once. It only plays double when you guys pay for a video. So I'm wondering if it's triggering it on my end and it's triggering it in the system. So I have to figure out a way to separate that. I think that's why it's playing double. In Streamlabs, you should be able to adjust that length. It's not the length, it's that it's playing twice. That's the issue. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Hey, listen, we might have to stream early. We might have to end stream early. Yeah, see, that's a problem. I should have it set to end after one time, and it's set to a certain amount of time. But if I push that button, I have that button, right? It's the one time. So it's related to the paying for stuff. But listen, we might have to end early. John's Metroid Prime 4 video just went live. Let me see. Hold on. I just want to see how long the video is. It is 40 minutes. It's 40 minutes. That's probably going to be a video. That's got that. I have to watch that later. We can react to it instead of it. No, I wouldn't react to it because I'd rather you go and watch it. I'd rather him get the views, and I'd rather you go and watch it. Yeah, we can do a watch party while we wait for the showcase. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. I don't like. I talked earlier about the idea of becoming well, not becoming, but doing reaction streams and stuff. And one of the things I would definitely not do is react to YouTube videos. I don't want to, unless it's like compilations of funny videos or something. I wouldn't want to react to that because I wouldn't want to take away views from whoever posted the original video. I mean, I'd say anything beyond 2 months is fair game. Say what? Do I still have that? Didn't I have that as a clip? I never had that as a clip, did I? Why not both? Some YouTubers prefer streamers react. Like I did a thing and let's game it out. I'll open it for a second tab. If he gets the view. Because we'll have to stop it. That's the problem. Even if we did that now, we would have to stop it because the event's in 27 minutes and the video's 40 minutes. Oh wait. Here, how about this? Where the hell is a save point? Because I'm gonna need a save point anyway. Why did I not run into a save point? There's one right over there. So that's where the portal is to the room. All right. Reactions, depending on how you do them, can help YouTube channels as it gets their name out there. You could also react without upload. Oh, you could react without uploading the reaction to YouTube. Sort of. Well, I can't AGM because this VOD is going to go up on YouTube. They say while it might be taking viewers away, odds are 90% those people watching weren't going to watch anyway. And you reacting get people to find new channels. Yeah, I guess so. I asked this before. I asked earlier, and I don't really think I apologize if I didn't pay enough attention to the answer. How do you guys feel about like reaction streamers and stuff? Do you like them? Do you like it as a practice, reaction streaming, or are you like, I'd rather just watch the thing and just leave it alone? I'm gonna go this way, and then I'm gonna cut around that way. I'm gonna go this way, and I'm gonna cut around the other way. Wow, I got 2 for 1. Okay, another nitpick before we continue on. Whoa. Okay. Another nitpick. I don't like that on my ammo for, right, the ammo here. This is my light ammo on the left side and my dark ammo on the right side. But when I hold the button for the weapons, the dark gun is over here and the light is over here. I don't like that these are on opposite sides of each of the ammo count on the UI. Yes, it's a nitpick. Yes, it bothers me. Up there. There. Depends on the person reacting 100%. If they're not just as entertaining as what's being watched, then I'm probably not going to bother. Really depends on the final product. If you were just to put the video and say nothing nor really react to it, yeah, then it's not very good. If there's pauses, commentary, vocal activity towards the video, it's fair game since you are the focus, not the video. I watch a fair bit of reaction content. My favorite reaction YouTuber is the Chill Zone because he provides additional context or theories to whatever he's reacting to. It has to do with dark and light attack being a reskin and the ammo being tacked on. Depends on the streamer and the content. I like your reactions. So yeah, I thought about, when I think about what I would do, like, I think about the idea of being a full-time streamer, and I think about what I would have to change if I would have to change anything at all, or would I just try and do it with what I already do, or would I try and add to my content? And one of the ads would probably be reaction stuff, which I was thinking about. Batman actually kind of made me think about that, not the actual guy. Watching Batman TAS, since I'm going through that now, which, by the way, I forgot that the first season was 65 episodes. But I'm watching it and I'm thinking, man, if I were a reactor, this is what I would do. It would be my rewatch of Batman TAS with reaction stuff. I also had a question about Batman TAS. So, what is the story? It wasn't Batman. It was a homeless orphan. What is the story with the mixed up order on HBO? So HBO, the first 2 episodes are Red Claw, and then I think Man Bat is the next episode, but Man Bat is actually the first episode. What is the situation with it that the episodes are all mixed up? And what is the correct order? If there is a correct order. Because it's not an order problem. It seems to be like the DVDs are in one type of order, like the release order, and the other ones are in chronological, but I don't really know what the difference is. I like reactions. Most people do tend to do the compilation videos, but they also stuff like SCP videos and stuff like I Did a Thing, which is an Aussie who makes all sorts of random stuff in his garbage. Like a real gun, blade, explosive hammer. Old People Catcher and Let's Play Now, who gives game keys and then plays them in the worst way he can to find and tries to crash or break the games. That sounds like it's up my alley. All right, hold on. We gotta get to the save point here, because that's probably where we'll stop. Right? Just in there. Okay. Steven Universe is funny because they claim to have seasons when anyone that was around will know there wasn't such a thing. Only Steven bombs every 4 to 6 months. I mean, it was consistent in the beginning. There's a season 1, 2, and 3, I believe, of Steven Universe. And then it really got out of hand because they were just, like you said, they were doing Steven bombs where every 6 months there were 5 episodes. But there was a consistent season 1, 2, and 3, I think. Beyond the Boundary, but instead of getting out of the map, you try to spawn as many vending machines as you can in a single room in a flat and see how long it takes for the game to just die. Well, Boundary Break did different things. Yeah, Boundary Break would go out of the map and he would look for secrets. All right, so we'll save again just to make sure. Bloop. Yeah, so we won't do that. Here's what I'll do. And don't let me forget to do this. Not today, most likely, but I'll just ask John. I'll ask him, like, listen, is that all right if we react to the video, so I can, we can watch it on stream. And I won't do it today. That'll give you guys a chance to watch it if you want to watch it, and then we can watch and react to it afterwards. But I'll get his permission first, and I think that's probably what I would do. If I watch YouTube videos, I would probably try and contact people and ask them, like, listen, is it all right if I do that? Because some people might not be. It's not fair for me to just assume that everybody's going to be okay. TV shows and stuff and movies and whatnot, I feel like that's different, but that's also such a slippery slope just from copyright issues. I don't have, I'm not part of an organization. So we can, let me close that. Yeah, a lot of companies, a lot of streamers and stuff that are and YouTubers that are with organizations. The organizations handle all of that copyright stuff behind the scenes. So I don't have anything like that. So it would have to be me doing it. So it's probably just going to be easier in those regards in the YouTube video space if I just ask people straight up, like, is it all right if I do a reaction to your video? Steven had a weird release schedule, but the actual list has season 1 50. Is it 53? I thought it was 52. And then the second season was 26 episodes. And then season 3, I think, is where it gets weird, because I think season 3 was shorter, but that's where you started to have these weird clusters of episodes that would pop up. So I don't know if they were part of season 3 or if they were considered a season 4. But the first season, I'm pretty sure, was 52, 53 episodes, and then the second season was 26. Silver Nuggets organization. We're organization 13. No, I don't want to be them. I want to wear other colors than black. We're working on paying taxes. TV shows and stuff might be safer to take the BSC approach, where you just have people sync to your commentary. Yeah, I've thought about that too. I've seen reactors where in the bottom, they all have some image of the content, or there's one that does it. Is it the normies? I think it might be the normies, and they don't always have the content on the screen, but when they do, there's some sort of it's like a free use timer. And I don't understand that from a legal perspective, but I know that there are ways that people do it. But yeah, when I was watching Batman, I'm sitting there, and if you guys have been following, I've been commenting on some of the more significant episodes for me. So I've been sort of chiming in on Blue Sky, and I thought, man, I should just watch this and then record me watching it and turn that into videos, because especially with Batman TAS, because it's such a legacy. But at the same time, it's been forever since I watched it, and as I'm going through it, I'm remembering I forgot that the Scarecrow looked different at first. I forgot that it was just a guy with a bag on his head. and then later they changed it. Or immediately after, it was one episode of the Baghead, and then they changed it. The Joker stuff, I find it interesting that the Joker episodes that I've watched so far they don't feel like straightforward Joker episodes. It's not like Joker's doing a thing. I watched the episode with him where he's got the guy that he tells him that he owes him a favor. And then 2 years later, he comes back looking for but the guy's like a family man and stuff. And so in the end, the guy loses it, and he's about to blow up himself and the Joker together. Like all of the Joker episodes are like this weird thing that's happening. It's the Joker with the kid that he convinces to run away, but then the kid runs away with him. So like it's all these, and I didn't remember there were sort of quirky Joker episodes, where a lot of the other ones are exactly what you expect, right? Poison Ivy's trying to kill some people who want to destroy a nature preserve with mountain lions on it. Like, that's normal Poison Ivy. And then Joker just feels like there's this weird thing that happens with every Joker episode. Some of Water 7, when you get to it, oh man, watching specific One Piece arcs. Is this the Batman show in the 1700s? No. This is the one from 93, which is like the most modern Batman at the time. So yeah, I wonder. I wonder if there's stuff that I could do or should do that would work, because I would love to do this full time. I would love to hang out with you. I would love for my day to day during the week would be to wake up and eat breakfast and work out a little bit and then stream for 6 to 8 hours. And then we watch stuff or we play stuff. And I think that would be great. I think that's the danger though. I think it's probably safer as YouTubing if I watched it on my own and then reacted. But I don't know that I want to do that. I feel like I'd also want to be there with you. So it might be like the Discord thing where that's how I react. But then even then, I feel like I have to react to myself. I feel like I have to, if I was going to ever do reaction content, I feel like I can't do it with a crowd. I feel like I have to do that on my own. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk through everything. But then there are episodes of TAS where I'm just so engaged that I don't want to say anything. The part 2 of Feet of Clay, the beginning of part 2 of Feet of Clay, where he has the breakdown where what's his name? Matt Hagen, where he breaks down and he's like, I'm not even a man anymore. Like, oh my God, I'm sitting the other day I watched, I was like, this is unbelievable. How do people talk so much about Heart of Ice and not talk about just that one scene in Feet of Clay? That's such an amazing moment for that character. Sometimes Joker just wants to ruin Christmas. Other times he wants to put a satellite laser on a city. In his current time, where you need to show yourself everywhere and you're mostly known as streamer, it'd be ideal to have a transition point. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because you're right. Because then they would discover the reaction. Hopefully, they would discover the reaction videos, and then they would watch the stream so they can react with us. So yeah, I guess that's what I'd have to do. I think AGM though, I think I would have to have a very strict policy about stopping what I'm watching. I don't think I can stop. I think it would have to be watch it, react to it, and then talk about it afterwards. And then I have to be careful because if 20 minutes of the show, 20 minutes of the video is watching the thing, I can't make every episode an hour and a half of talking about it. I mean, I probably could, but I would have to be careful. Like, I think that's just what it is. I think I don't know if I'm overthinking it or not, but I do think there has to be I have to be very very clear about what I want to do and how I want to do it. I can't let it be, and I think that's why I haven't done so much on YouTube. I can't let it be as freeform as I like the streams to be, because that would mean that all of my videos are 3 hours long, because it's just me rambling about stuff. Oh, I have to change that. Special events. All right. I don't know. I can tell you one thing though. I am legitimately thinking about it. I think you have realistic concerns, but overblown worries is weird. No, it's overblown worries. The one thing I can say for sure is that I am really thinking about it. I am really thinking about changing, not our format per se, but I guess so. I guess changing formats, because in order for me to do enough YouTube videos, every stream we'd have to do like 2 or 3 episodes. We'd have to do a handful of episodes, and then I could turn those into videos, which I would probably just upload every few days. Like it's I don't know. I've never really. I always had a job, so streaming was always a hobby, and I always in content creation was always a hobby, and I never really. Well, I considered what it would take to really do, but I guess I really didn't consider it, because now that it's a real possibility to do, I realize there's a lot more to consider than I ever have considered. You know, I always thought about it like, oh, it would be a lot of work and I'd have to have a schedule and stuff. But now I think about it, and it's like you have to have a schedule for what you're doing, when you're doing it, how you're doing it. You have a lot of editing you have to do. There's a lot of overhead. You know, I would have to, if I was going to react to YouTube videos, I would have to contact the people if that's the route that I want to do. So I always considered it, but I never really explored it. So now I am genuinely exploring it. I am genuinely trying to figure out what it is that I would have to do and how I would do it. Okay. Plus, it would be a good reason to keep Twitch on its own rather than simul streaming. It would probably be better for me to say, oh, I don't simul stream on YouTube because YouTube is where the videos go, whereas streaming on Twitch is where the stream is. And now there would be a reason to have both of those. Yeah, it's definitely a balancing act. Getting started is the hardest part. And I feel like I'm already past the hardest part. I have the hardware. I have the know-how. I have a community that will support me at the beginning. You know, I've said that I'm very lucky in that, you know, John was there and SGB was there. So I never really had to stream to 0 people, but I think the first time we streamed was 5 people, which is already higher than some people actually have. And I don't mean that as a slam. I mean, there are streams that I've passed where they're in hour 4 and there's 2 people viewing it. So, you know, I never really had to do that. So it helps that I've got a little bit of a jump start. So I feel like I'm at the beginning, but I'm feeling that way from the middle of the bottom or the middle. Let's say the middle. I think the middle is more accurate. Like, I feel like I'm at the beginning from the middle. So that's a good thing in the sense that I'm definitely not starting from scratch, but it feels like it's tough to take that next step. It always does. And it's scary, and it's definitely scary to take that next step. Okay, so hold on. So I got to find, so where's this? Let me find this Capcom thing. Resident Evil. Showcase Residents of Evil. That's not them. Resident Evil. That seems like an off-brand. I guess it would just be Capcom, right? Where's Capcom's event? Capcom USA. Nope, that's an Onimusha ad. Where is this? The YouTube channel's all their videos. Live? Or is it, I wonder if it's going up as a video. Oh, so maybe it's not going to be a live streamed thing. It's probably going to go up as a video. So, okay. All right, so we got 9 minutes. So this, check follower form. Hold on. Hang on. Oh, is this it? Oh, it is live. Okay, hold on. What channel is it on? Thank you. What channel is this on? Close chat. Why the hell is it on the Game Awards channel? Is that where it was supposed to be? All right, so that's it there. Yeah, why is it on there? Look. The content will be age restricted. Age verification will be required to view this content. It's on multiple channels. Yeah, I looked on Capcom's thingy and it's not there. And then Resident Evil doesn't have its own thing that's official, I think. Yeah. Where? Now I'm genuinely curious as to why it's not anywhere else, but yeah, so this is supposed to be on their Blue Sky, they said Capcom. Oh, is it? Wait, hold on. So let me see something. Maybe I went to Capcom. Is Capcom USA a separate thing? Capcom USA. Videos. Live. Yeah, it's not there. Look up Capcom USA on YouTube and tell me if I'm crazy that it's not there. Okay, that's Onimusha's video. I'm gonna expect the Capcom to not make it complicated in some way. Yeah, it's not normally when you go, like when Nintendo's about to stream or something, the 30 minutes to an hour before, you can go and there's an active window for where it's going to be, but it's not anywhere on their YouTube channel. Hell, they have a Resident Evil section and it's not even there. You have to own all of the Monster Hunter Wilds DLC or the Resident Evil stream won't load up. Yeah, so this is supposed to be a showcase of Resident Evil 9. I feel like they're probably going to show something else. You know, we heard the sort of possible rumor about Resident Evil 5, maybe even 6. I'm throwing that in there. Hey, General, you're hella late. Yeah, General, you're hella late, but we're running long today because we are about to, in 5 minutes, we have a Resident Evil event to watch, and I don't even know how long this thing is going to be. That's something else. I'm not sure how long this is going to be, but I'm interested to see. I'm curious to see what kind of game it's going to be, what they're going to do with it. You know, they're bringing back some OGs, so we're this ought to be fascinating. I obviously want to see what the Resident Evil fans say. So you guys already, oh yeah, we talked about that AGM. That's why AGM. I don't know if this is what you were going to say, but apparently it's been confirmed. Supposedly Digital Foundry has confirmed that that's real. Want to hear something stupid? I busted the headphone output on my DualSense Edge controller by accidentally stepping on it. What's worse is that it's not replaceable, so I need to buy a whole new controller just so I can hear my PS5 because my monitor doesn't have speakers. Does your monitor have an audio out? Does your monitor have a headphone jack or some other audio out? There's got to be some other way to do that. My monitor has a 3.5 millimeter. I always make sure my monitors do. So I plug it right into my mixer. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened. Speaking of, in case it wasn't shared, it's confirmed to be a bug in Monster Hunter Wilds where it tries to do a check on how much DLC, so it triggers the content, but it stays on loop, causing performance issues. Yeah, so people twisted it into claiming Capcom is selling you frame rates with the DLC. I mean, it doesn't seem like a bad claim. It's just a question of whether or not they were doing it on purpose. But yeah, AGM, that was all speculated, but apparently Digital Foundry has tested it, and it is legit. Like, that is what's going on. Whether or not they're doing it, that happened by accident, I don't know. None of us know yet, but it does seem kind of shady. It does seem like, it seems like the sort of thing you should probably have known. I feel like as far as coding goes, it feels weird to say, oh, we had no idea that was going to happen. Like, really? You didn't have any idea that was going to happen? As long as the issue is happening, they are doing that. Yeah, even if it wasn't intentional. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, you're right. I figured this was a loop gone wrong. No. I trust Reddit more than Digital Foundry, but yeah, it's already been confirmed by the same guy that went to help Capcom with Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2's performance issues. What I can do for now is run my PS5 through my Elgato, which works because I've been doing that with my Switch too. So there is an option there. It's just kind of weird. It sucks, Ronan, that your audio is tied to your controller or some other device. Ronan, instead of getting a different controller, have you considered getting a different monitor? Have you considered just going out and buying a monitor that I don't really think you can get monitors that have speakers on them. I'm not familiar with them anyway, but would you be better off just going and buying a monitor that has some sort of audio output so that you can just plug in speakers or something? Because I feel like buying another controller doesn't solve the initial problem. Like, it seems like the audio out is the initial problem and getting audio somewhere. Oh, these monitors weren't cheap. Ugh. Yeah, just buy another one. Well, no, AGM, it's not just buy another one. It's that you're already planning on buying something to fix the problem. He's going to buy another DualSense controller. So my question is, instead of buying a DualSense controller to get audio, why not buy another monitor to get audio? But if the monitors are way more expensive than the controller, then the controller makes sense. I just feel like there has to be some sort of solution where you don't run into this problem anymore. Other than the solution of don't step on your controllers. Oh, unless they were doing all playtesting with the DLC flags on. Oh, that could be it. That's such a weird problem, though. Yeah, I know, just being a smartass. What do we got? Oh, it's 5. Hey, wake up. Wake up, Capcom. There you go. They listened to me. See that? They listened. Let me turn this down a little. There you go. They listened to me. See that? They listened. Let me turn this down a little. There you go. They listened. 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 They li Oh, wait, hold on. And let me make sure that it's on 1080. Yeah. Sweet bony mama. Ba, ba,
In
ba.
this showcase, we'll go over the latest information on Resident Evil Requiem,
Hello, sweetie.
which will release next month
Sweet.
on February 27. Let's take a look at some of the gameplay.
That wasn't me. That skipping isn't
はい、
me.
出ないとは言ってないですね。いや、言ってないです。まあ実際あの時も話しましたけど、レオンでもうバチバチのホラーのステージをテストしてみたんですけど、やっぱりこんなレオンあんま見たくなくないっていう意見が大半だったっていうのは事実
It's not me,
と
right?
してありますね。
I'm starting to worry.
今回グレイスとレオンで全然違うようになってます。グレイスの方はその RE2 ですとか、
Why is it doing
マイオ
that?
セ
Is
ブン
that
もそう
me?
ですね。ホラーに特化したゲーム体験になってまして、
Oh, that's
レオン
unpleasant to
の
listen
方
to.
とバイオ4に代表される
That's not me, right? That's
緊張
terrible.
感は
What's
強く
happening?
ないんですけども、
I have to turn it. That's so hard for me to listen to.
恐怖に特化してない。まあアクションも楽しめるサバイバル
That's so distracting.
レオンにふさわしい体験が作れてるんじゃないかなとは思ってて、グレースのホラーとそのレオンのアクション2つこう
I'm sorry, I have the volume down because it's that
バイオハザード
skipping is driving me crazy.
すごく感情の入れ幅が大きいゲームになっています。バイオハザードって
Oh, he doesn't have all the DLC. Oh, he needs the Resident Evil DLC so that the video works. Oh my god!
緊急っていう役割としてパートを最適に配置する
What the hell was that?
してますね。
Why did they just fast forward?
レオンとグレース2人と
Oh,
も
rewind the video a little so it's
ストーリ
not
ーとして
live.
は基本的には一つストーリーの中でプレイヤ
Hold
ー
on.
キャラがグレ
Do you
ース
think that'll help?
としたルートで構成してますね。
Hold on.
バイオハザードって緊張時間のその差っていうのが一つ面白さだと思うんです。静か
No, that's in there. Is this all in the video package?
そしてパートを
I don't think this is a streaming issue. I think this is a video package issue. It's the video. Yeah, this isn't a live stream. This is a video premiere.
2人とも主人公なんですけども、ストーリーとしては基本的には
Okay,
一
it's
つ
a little better now.
ストーリーの中でプレイヤーキャラがグレースになるパートがあって、またレオンがプレイするパートがあると、まあそういう構成になってますね。
I didn't even get most of what he was saying. This would be a post Resident Evil 6 Leon.
の
Okay.
段階でも DS を
Because I was so distracted.
バイオハザードテロと世界のね戦い続けてるってことになってます。彼はたくさんの悲劇を見てきた。おそらく彼今回過去一追い詰められることになると思う。
I hate it because later on they're gonna put out a video that's fixed, and we're not gonna watch it. A new breed of infected.
今回のゾンビは
All right, these are all the zombies that took Tylenol. They're different from the other ones.
例えばこの
Okay,
館の
we
中で
suplex zombies
掃
as
除係の
Leon.
人がいるんですけども、その人はゾンビになってもひたすらこう屋敷をきれいにしようとね掃除を続けてるんですよ。このようにいろんなこう生前の行動に執着するゾンビがいて、ゲームでは彼らの行動を
Zombies that cling to their past, the habits of their past lives. I feel like I'm being spoken to directly. Is one more stealth and one more action?
I think I want a second opinion.
レオンのゲームプレイは圧倒的な緊張感のある戦闘。RE4 から進化したサ
It's
バイ
the
バルアクション
evolution
に
of the action in Resident Evil 4.
トマホークという斧を装備しており、
Leon has a hatchet, which he can use to parry attacks. Look at it! Look at it! Monster Hunter ass sharpening. General, thanks so much for the two gift sub. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, General.
体術を決める。それから敵が持っていた武器を奪って利用する。
Is that General? Is that one for Leon and one for Gracie?
武
Leon!
器をどの部位を撃つのか、
Help me,
どうやって
Leon!
倒すのか、 ういった戦略を立てるのが
Oh my
面
God
白いであり、それがうまくいった時にさらにこうカタルシスが倍増する、そういったゲームプレイになってます。
Can I get carves? Can I get carves off the zombies?
グレースのゲームプレイは
Yes, General, that's what it was.
の中を、投資弾薬
If you go back to the first Dr. Leon shot the poor man in the dick. All right, I'll back. Well, we're not watching it live anymore, so
グレースで
live.
は敵を倒すべきか逃げるのか、そこの判断も
Okay, so Grace is gonna be a little more stealthy
そのため
in how she does
手段
things.
を用意しています。それほど重火器
That's
を使ってい
interesting.
るわけではないんですけども、一つこう象徴的な武器としてレクイエムというそのままタイトルを名を冠した武器が出てきます。
Or is she easy mode?
の武器は弾数ほどないんですけど、
Oh, no, definitely not.
わざと
Oh my
いう時に
God.
グレースを救ってくれる頼りになる武器になってます。
Oh my God!
実はクラフト要素も少しひねりを入れてまして、そのアンポルを作るためには感染したゾンビの血が必要になります。クラフトのリソースになる血っていうのを
Oh, they really
敵を倒
added
すのにも
like
また
they added some gameplay mechanics.
そういう意味でより RS スタイルのゲームを深め
This
る
is
よ
a
う
whole
なっていう
thing.
のは各所に入れてますね。
Or it's at least more evolved than what it was before. Grace with the golden gun. I still don't get why they went with Grace over Rosemary.
A variety of gameplay options have also been added to this title. Players can switch between 2 camera perspectives, and these can be changed at any time during the game.
Wait, you actually can carve the zombies.
Multiple difficulties are also available. New players can enjoy casual mode and use aim assist to take down zombies with
Oh,
weapons.
yes, aim assist.
But if you choose standard classic, ink ribbons will be needed to save the game when playing as Grace. This mode is recommended for those who enjoy a tense atmosphere.
Yeah, that aim assist was strong. That was aiming at their head from your pocket. You had that gun holstered and it was pointing at them.
世界に1台しかない車を作っております。
Porsche Z. Call it the Z. Yeah, that was just auto aim. Those were Call of Duty bots if I've ever seen them.
Resident Evil and Porsche are two very iconic brands with so much heritage. It's one of those collaborations you're always dreaming of as a gaming fan working in this environment. Collaborations like this obviously don't spawn out of nowhere. For his adventures, Leon needed a car
Porsche
which
placement.
represents his style, but also delivers when it comes to navigating him through, all of those dangerous moments he experiences in the game.
The new Porsche
What I really
umbrella.
admire about the custom Resident Evil Cayenne Turbo GT
It's a Porsche
is how the
Porsche.
team stayed true to its characteristics by still ensuring it feels authentic in this world. It took a lot of expertise from different departments at Porsche and complex 3D
Porsche.
printing
He says
to
Porsche.
apply those customizations to the rear car. It's going to look amazing in the game.
Would have seen Leon more as a Dodge man.
今度も
Oh,
う一
wait, I'm gonna give
つ
it
ハ
to
ミ
you.
ルトンさんと、コラボさせていただきまして、レオンとグレースそれぞれのキャラのイメージをモチーフとした時計をつけてます。
Two fantastic watch models which
Okay.
recreate those worn in the game.
Here's my
in
problem.
all the stunning details.
The fact that they're saying all of this together makes it sound just like, look at all this product placement that we had intended from the very beginning.
2,000 pieces each. And will release
Yeah, none of this feels like it's after the fact. The fact that they were designing this game with the idea that we're going to sell people watches is kind of interesting. And they're limited to 2,000, so none of us
In
are getting
addition
one.
to the base game,
Yeah, no one will get that.
a deluxe edition featuring bonus content will also be available for purchase.
This is like the diesel
Extra
placement in
costumes for
DMC2.
Grace and Leon.
Only five. Were they $5,000?
And
Is that what
screen
that said?
filters will be included in this edition.
Ooh, I like that.
Those who pre-order will receive an apocalypse costume for Grace. Along with the platforms shown,
We're long past the
game
days
will
of
also be
Pepsi Man
available
being a
on the
highlight
cloud
game.
gaming service, GeForce Now. This title is being developed in collaboration with NVIDIA, so a wide range of PC users can enjoy it.
It's such
As
an
long as
honor
you
to
have the
work on Resident
DLC.
Evil.
Yeah, can we get the
The
Porsche?
iconic series has been thrilling fans around the world for close to 30 years.
And now,
and has continued to raise the bar for for innovation and technology with every single release. We've been
Demetrius
working
playable
closely
costume?
with Capcom on
Oh, I made the
Resident
price
Evil
up, but
Requiem,
probably not that far off.
helping shape the future of the franchise with path tracing for realistic graphics, an AI-powered NVIDIA DLSS 4 with multi-frame generation for incredibly fast performance. DLSS also makes Resident Evil Requiem more accessible across a wide range of PCs,
range from 800 to
extending the
3,000
nightmare
pounds.
to
So it's
more
not
gamers.
it's not a round of
And
possibility
with GeForce
for
Now,
a limited edition
gamers
watch.
can experience Resident Evil Requiem at launch with the cutting-edge graphics and performance on nearly any device, streaming from powerful GeForce RTX servers in the cloud. I can't wait to unlock the mysteries of Raccoon City once again.
Not only that, 1/6 scale figures of our two protagonists will also be available for purchase. Grace and Leon's figures can be displayed separately or together as a set. And if you line them up with previous figures,
Oh, this is a
both
thing that's
figures
been
are
around.
scheduled for release
Not
this
amiibos.
An original design Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller will be released on the same day as the game.
I hate it because it looks like it says Resident Evil 2.
And as a series first, Amiibo will also be available. Please look forward to more information.
Resident Evil
On Resident
Amiibo.
Evil Requiem launch day, the gold editions of both Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, including all downloadable content, will be released on the Nintendo Switch 2.
Hey, Capcom said the
We'll
same thing about
also
Monster
be
Hunter Wilds, so the
celebrating
game
30 years
came
of
to
the series
PC and it
with
didn't work.
special concerts.
Resident
Relive the
Evivo.
series' greatest
Evivo,
moments
yes.
with breathtaking
Ryan
orchestral
Evivo.
performances. The first ticket
Resident
lottery is open
2ville.
right
That's
now
what,
for
it said.
Resident
That's what the
Evil
controller
ambassadors.
said.
Concerts are planned for not
Whoa!
just Japan, but North America and Europe. More information on these will be released later.
Interesting. Ambassador program. What the hell? It's Spanish urine.
これもねまだお伝えしてるんですけど
What is
それらに
El
はある
Piss?
秘密があって
It's Spanish
そこと
urine.
も関わってくる要素だったり
Question answered.
クレス
Move
の
on.
お母さんアリスタが殺されたそこにも関わる非常に
For the sake of
重
El
要なものに
Piss.
なっているので、この辺のねその謎をプレイしてぜひ解き明かしていってもらえればなと思います。バイオハザードレクイエムまだまだ言いたいこと本当にキリがないんで、発売まで
Yeah, I don't really
注目して
associate
いただければ
symphonic
と思い
music
ま
with
す。
Resident Evil. I'm sure it's there and it's always been there, but yeah, you're right. I don't really automatically think of that. I feel like a Capcom showcase would be interesting. El Piss is a place for the
Why did
ancients
you
to spend time in.
Kidnap you. I liberated you.
I think I want a second opinion.
Hey, you said that already. Oh, this is the final sizzle reel. I think the event is over.
I'll keep our friends busy.
Oh, God. That's me attacking the delivery man when they forget my dumplings. Oh, get you. Uh-oh. Here we go.
This video is brought to you.
No, it's brought to you by Titan. It looks good. It looks good. It does, you know, obviously I feel like I need to see more, but there isn't anything that I saw there that would make me think, uh-oh, this game looks like it's trouble. It's kind of interesting. I like the first person, third person thing, or over the shoulder third person. Oh, so go back. Oh, so hold on. Yeah, let's scour it. Hold on. So let me jump back here. Actually, let's see if I can. Okay, so it's up as so let's see if it's still busted. Where there? Let's get to that part that jumped ahead and see if it's still all. Yeah, look, it's the video. It's the video. By the way, thank God that all of this stopped.
全然違うようになってます。
It's the
グ
video
レース
though.
の方は、その R2 ではない。
So where am I going back to?
感情の
What did you want me to go back
が
to?
大きい。
The first Chainsaw Doctor? I don't know where that was.
緊張感のその差っていうのが一つ面白さだと思います。
That's awesome. That's the best part. I hope people download that so that nobody forgets what that looks like. It looks amazing so far, other than the billion product placement. I mean, it was 2 product placements, but it's none of that felt natural. The Porsche stuff and the watch, especially the Porsche stuff. Oh, we got him driving a Porsche. It's a Porsche in a Resident Evil game. It doesn't even sound like it fits. Porsche is a luxury car. It'd be like telling me, oh, Resident Evil now with Lamborghinis. Like that doesn't even sound right to me. Someone made the joke about it's funny as a Dodge because, you know, it's a Leon and he dodges. But that's the kind of car that it would actually make more sense. If he was driving like a Dodge SUV or something, I feel like all of that would make more sense. So the idea that it's a Porsche, like it's not bad that it's in there, but it does feel like we teamed up with Porsche for some reason because we could. This is what we all dream of as makers. Like, okay, but it's like when Final Fantasy 15 had the custom Audi R8. Like, okay, but is that a thing that fits in the game? Also, can Leon afford a Porsche? What if that isn't glitching and that's just the next stage of Leon? Oh, so it is Leon doing instant transmission. The watch thing was like, it's different if in the game you have a watch and then a company says, oh, we're going to make that watch. For some reason, and I think maybe it's because the Porsche stuff came first, it feels like, hey, company, you design the watch to sell, and then we'll put it in the game. It was the second Doctor around 18 minutes. So let's see here. Oh, wait, is it this one? They had to remind us visually that watches are also in the game because I didn't notice. A Porsche in a zombie apocalypse would get you killed. A Ford truck, a Dodge, even a Honda, Honda even. Further back. Is it this one? That's the second Doctor. Is this the one that he shot? Or is it the first Doctor? When he parries with the chainsaw, with an axe. Okay, so it's the one before it. This one. Oh, look at that! Oh, Leon! I mean, sure, the guy's not going to use it anymore, but still, it's the principle of the thing, man. Yeah, I mean, it looks, I say this in the best possible way. It looks like a Resident Evil game, which is great because people complained that the last two didn't look like Resident Evil games. You know, they didn't feel like Resident Evil games. So this feels like, I think that's probably more important. This feels like a Resident Evil game. I think the problem with the last two is that even if people ended up liking them, at first glance, they don't feel like Resident Evil games. And part of that was the first person perspective. But this feels like a Resident Evil game. Everything I looked at here, even with you changing certain things and having two different play styles with two different characters, I feel the Resident Evil DNA here. So I'm not concerned about that it's not going to feel right. I think this is fine. The glitches in the video have me a little concerned, which it really shouldn't. Nothing about this video, like the quality of the video, should give me any concern for the game, and yet I'm a little concerned. And now with this Monster Hunter news that came out, like I think it's legitimate to say, do we need to worry about performance? Is there going to be some DLC that we don't buy that all of a sudden kind of bogs everything down? Like I feel like it's a legitimate. Leon is on his adventure. So yeah, I think I like what I see here. Again, as much as I can like it because of my weird Resident Evil thing, but I don't hate Resident Evil games. I like Resident Evil games. I enjoy them when I play them, and I enjoy Resident Evil games when I play them, and I see everything here that I enjoy. I see the enemies, I see the gore, even though I'm not the biggest gore person, but I see it and it fits the world. I'm interested about the enemies. I want to know what the difference is with the enemies, like in lore. I want to know what the difference is with the enemies, that these enemies sort of focus on what they're doing. You know, like you said, like if they were washing dishes, they'll still be washing dishes. So that has to do with their transformation. Looking at the comments, a lot aren't happy with this, as it just felt like an ad. Not so much for the game, but for the merch. Also, no demo. Yeah, kind of disappointed about no demo. And the advertising. So okay, so 3 things were advertised here, right? So we got they advertised the Porsche, which feels blatantly like a Porsche advertisement. They advertised the watches, which blatantly were a watch advertisement, not only just for the company, but for the fact that they're going to be selling watches. And I think the one that bothered me the most, as weird as this sounds, because again, I don't think this is something that we normally see. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I probably am. Well, not this, because this was something else. Yeah, this was the watches. This.
DLSS also makes Resident with for realistic graphics.
Why is there an NVIDIA person talking about the graphics for a Capcom game? I understand that they're related, but I don't feel like I've ever seen a moment where a representative from an entirely different company comes out to talk about how great they're making the game, because that's what this feels like. Talking about NVIDIA's DLSS 4 to the point where you have a representative from NVIDIA coming out there sounds like this section doesn't feel like showing you how great the game's going to be. This section feels like they're telling you how awesome NVIDIA is. And that's probably more extreme than it should be and more extreme than I even intended to be. But this also feels like an ad. This feels like an ad for NVIDIA. They're junk food for me. Sort of. Could have told me it was any of the remake games, but the story I'm sure is where it's at. I feel like if this didn't have the ads, this would have been solid, but it felt so interrupted. Not to mention we started off with those weird graphical issues or the weird video issues. Also, the title feels misleading. Resident Evil Showcase featuring Resident Evil 9 Requiem, and it was only Resident Evil 9. Yeah, it's not really a showcase featuring. Like, it's featuring as in it's the only thing there. You could have just said Resident Evil Requiem Showcase and left it at that. This made it sound like there was a chance that they were going to have something else, or at least some other quick announcements. And they kind of did. Well, and Lilac, the problem is they are kind of correct to do that, because they did talk about other things. They talked about Porsche, they talked about the watch company and the watch products that they're making, and they talked about NVIDIA. And not even just DLSS 4 or frame gen, they talked specifically about NVIDIA, and they had a representative from NVIDIA out there. I don't really like that. I don't think that that's a good thing. I don't think that it showcased just the game. It was a showcase for a lot of other things, which kind of makes the title accurate, but it's also BS. So is the watch an important part of the game that you'll be looking at for all periods of time? I skipped the show because I'm just not interested in the game at the moment. I don't know. I think the watch is related to something else. Oh, look, 5 Lady Demetrius costume, 3 different Leons, a Lady Demetrius, and a different Grace. Oh, that's a different Lady Demetrius. Here's my other question: who is Grace and Rosemary? Which one? Wasn't there a baby? My question is, and I know that there'll be a story reason for it. It is an ad because it's coming to an NVIDIA device as well. Actually, I just realized they get away with it because 7 and 8 were briefly mentioned. They're from a spinoff. I'm sure there's going to be a story reason for it, and I'll never get an answer to this question probably. Tell me if I'm incorrect here as far as storyline and characters and everything. Grace is the daughter of Alyssa from the spinoff game Outbreak. Rosemary is the daughter from Resident Evil 8. So yes. So why don't you add Rosemary? Or if you were going back to Leon, couldn't Ashley be a viable choice? Isn't Ashley a character that was tied to Leon? So when Leon goes out to do the next big game thing, wouldn't it make sense it could make sense. Let me say that. I'm not saying that it should be Ashley. I'm just saying that it could be Ashley. It's kind of weird that they went with the daughter of a character from a spin-off game instead of the baby from the last game, or the character most closely associated, second most closely associated to the main character of the game. The mouse girl? She was already cheese to meet us in the remake. Also, get out your pedometers, because I'm taking you guys with me on a walk. Oh, okay. I thought there was a different. I thought that was going in a different direction. Rosemary's meant to. Oh, and Rosemary's meant to be working with Chris. Okay. So yeah, I feel like it's a weird thing, and I kind of thought that before, because I think we knew before that it wasn't going to be either one of them. So it's kind of weird that they're there, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would have probably put. I would have been more inclined to make either a Rosemary game or an Ashley game, and then have Ashley be the second character. That's all I remember from Resident Evil 4 remake. Mouse Ashley. Well, yeah, because she would always hide into things and whatnot. But I think that would be a great progression for her character, is to have her in a game where now she's still the mode where you're trying to be more stealthy and more careful, which would actually make perfect sense to put Ashley in a game, and that's how she plays, is that you have to kind of sneak around and stuff. But it would make sense because she's like tied to Leon. To be fair, it's important to remember she's supposed to be the main character. Leon is the special guest star, which is kind of wild on its own that you're going to try and do that. So that definitely would have made more sense if it was Ashley. But I don't know that anybody's going to treat it that way. Yeah, Grace genuinely looks like Ashley to me. So just make it Ashley. Like and this is why I say that story-wise, there's got to be a reason for it. Story-wise, there's got to be a reason for it. Unless we come to find out that Ashley was brainwashed or had her brain switched, and she and the Grace that we're playing as is actually Ashley. Hold on, I'm finna have a go. My mom's calling me. Hopefully I make it back to the stream on time. Yeah, we should be good for another, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. Because that was mostly what we were waiting for. We were waiting for that event. I think there was definitely a meeting where someone said, why, if she's not strong enough to be in the lead, to be the lead on her own? Yeah. It's a weird choice. Gameplay wise, I mean, I don't really know. What if she's not strong enough to be the lead on her own? Yeah, somebody had to say that and they got fired. Gameplay wise, it looks fine. It looks like a Resident Evil game. There's nothing. I don't see any cause for concern. The frame rates were mostly stable. I don't feel like there's going to be any performance issues, assuming you have all the DLC. Nothing about that concerned me. Nothing about the gameplay actually concerned me. Yeah, gameplay wise, it looks like another one. You know, they added the whole. You can like take their blood or something, and you can mix it with some of the other things, and we'll see how the gameplay changes as far as what the story is. You know, with the zombies being different, and they're more just infected people as opposed to zombies, which you know we had that before. We had with the Las Plagas and stuff. So there's no cause for concern on that front. The cause for concern is, if anything, I would say that the cause for concern is this video itself. This video was a cause for concern. It started, it wasn't checked because it was all glitchy and stuff, and we were able to repeat those glitches by just rewinding, and then it was loaded with ads. It had at least 3 different things that you could count as ads. And then there was no demo. There was some stuff going on, and then there was just nothing else. Which, again, they never promised anything else. They said featuring Requiem, so they featured Requiem, but I feel like you might want to say other things, or at least imply. You know what I'm good with. At the very end, stay tuned throughout the year for more news about the Resident Evil franchise. That's all you have to say. So I know that that's not it. Because we assume at this point that that's not going to be it. But it really could be. And then what happens? They get to the end of the year. They don't do anything else special. And what do they say? Well, we never said there was going to be anything special. No, but I mean, this is what, 30 years of Resident Evil, you should probably do something special. You should probably do something special. But if they don't say it, people will say, well, they never said they were going to do that. Which actually, he makes a joke in the beginning of the of this video. He makes a joke about it being Leon. He says, we never said that it wouldn't. Like, okay, come on. The Atlas response. I mean, what else is coming out? A new game and 2 ports on inferior hardware. How about a new side game? How about enhanced ports? How about Switch 2 updates to the games that are already there? How about merchandise? Like, I feel like there's a lot of things you can do. Because remember, when you talk about Resident Evil's 30th anniversary, it doesn't have to just be the games. You could make a new Resident Evil movie. You can make a new series of shorts. There could be a new live action Resident Evil series coming out, unless there already is. There might actually already be one. You can say anything about Resident Evil, and or you could say nothing. They're coming out the same day as 9. Well, 7 and 8, yeah. Merchandising, where the real money from the games are made. If you're playing as the daughter of one of the 8 characters from that game, how about remaking it so people could play? Yeah, if you're gonna add Grace to the game, you know what everybody's gonna say? Unless they go and they do research, who the hell is Grace? I thought it was Ashley. Like, they're gonna say stuff like that. So why not make the game that this character is somehow from playable for everybody? Or cheap, if it is playable, because I actually don't know if it's playable. Resident Evil 7 and 8 are big deals, but we knew about those. Yeah, we knew about them. Wait, and they're not out yet? I thought they were out, and those were just Switch 2 upgrades that we were getting. Resident Evil the flamethrower. No, Ryan, why are you saying flamethrower? Resident Evil the watch. Resident Evil the car. Resident Evil the DLSS upgrade for your computer. They actually have the legitimate products in the video. You don't even have to make up a flamethrower. They actually have a bunch of stuff already. I still can't believe they're not selling Resident Evil the Umbrella, but they're out as cloud games. They'll become actual games for Switch 2 soon. Okay, so they are basically an update. Blue Sky is beta testing a feature that lets you apply a live ring indicator when you're streaming on Twitch. Oh, once click the hopefully I get in on that. I leave for 3 hours and you're still yapping. If you left 3 hours ago, we were already yapping for 4.5 hours. So why are you surprised? We are going to wrap up soon though, because that was what we were really waiting for, was that Capcom event. Yeah, I think it looks fine. I don't think it looks particularly amazing. Not because I think it looks bad, but because I didn't see anything that made me go, oh my God. And not everything has to. Not every trailer has to be mind blowing and you're ready to mortgage off your house so that you can go buy every piece of merchandise from it. But it didn't stand out. It didn't stand out as this is going to be amazing. It looks like a Resident Evil game. So, and that's a good thing because Resident Evil has a good reputation. It doesn't look like 5 and 6. It doesn't look like Resident Evil 5 and 6. It looks like an extension of 4. And that's great. Did they show Mega Man 12? They did not show Mega Man 12. On reveal, she was the only one shown. Leon was a recent reveal, but I do agree context would help her stand out more. And if you show her without showing any kind of context, then you have no idea who it is. You can't even speculate. Gonna mortgage my house for that Porsche, though. But yeah, I said, I'm more interested in Suda's new game right now than this. That looks like, yep, it's another Resident Evil, all right. Whereas our tour game makers, at least, are always trying new things, for better or worse. It's funny, Ryan, you mentioned that Suda 51 game, and I think later that day, there was a trailer that went live for it. What the hell was the name of the game? What's the name of the game? Because, yeah, the day that you mentioned it, there was a trailer for it. I think that day or the day after. This video might have had a chance to be, oh, my God, if it didn't stop selling us junk in the middle. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that there was anything in there that I would say, holy smokes. Now, if you would have told us, Romeo is a dead man. Thank you. Now, if you would have told us, oh, by the way, there's going to be or look to new modes with new characters, and I don't feel like it really did any of that. Let me see. Let me go back and take a look here. There. Let's go back and take a look.
Scheduled for release this fall.
Yeah,
the
Amiibo.
Nintendo's I can't wait to unlock
So
the
wait.
mysteries of Raccoon City once again.
You don't work for Capcom.
Not only that,
these are pretty good too. I like the texture on his little chin scruff. For some reason, I'm seeing this division in her hair really strongly, but it still looks good.
1/6 scale figures of our two protagonists will also
I like the
be
texture on his
available
jacket
for
too. The
purchase.
fur right there,
Grace
that's amazing.
and Leon's figures can be displayed separately or together as a set. And if you line them up with
Okay, hold on. With previous figures, I didn't know these were a thing. How much are these? Previous figures? How were these very? Why don't I remember seeing these at all? Hold on. I gotta look these up. Resident Evil. What are these called though? If I just type in Resident Evil figures, they won't come up, right? Yeah, because these are different. Where do you get these? I remember the rear Leon one. All you check side one, you can enjoy a full view of our sunset walks. Is this? Ooh, that is nice. That is nice. I stepped outside when I took the last break to go to the restroom. I stepped out to go and check the mail, and it is hella cold. We had a cold wave go through overnight, and now it's like 25 degrees outside. It was 55 degrees yesterday, and I think it's 25 outside right now. The high temperature for today here was, I believe it was at midnight, because since last night it has only gotten colder. It's being made by Limited Run. It's going to take 2 years to ship and have funny looking eyes and paint blemishes. Where are these like, what do I search for to find these Resident Evil figures? Those specifically. Are these out? I mean, it says previous figures. I don't know what I'm supposed to search to find these. I envy you. It's 82 degrees here. Oh, I envy you. I mean, 82 is approaching higher than I like, but it's a crisp 52 in Florida. Watch out for falling. What are they? Chameleon iguanas. Watch out for falling iguanas. It's 11 degrees here. Is that a C I smell? Is that a C? I smell 11 degrees Celsius. It's like 30 degrees here. It's pretty chilly for Georgia. On the plus side, that means the Bears game on Sunday is going to be hella cold, which benefits the Bears. Oh, that is good. We don't have iguanas in Florida unless they are a pet. I know. Isn't Florida the place where iguanas, when the weather gets really cold, iguanas, they like go into some sort of hibernation, but as a result, they fall out of trees? That's not a fake thing that I heard, right? That happens with iguanas. I think it's iguanas. Sir, that's Mexico. Mexico doesn't get cold. No, we use a system where the water freezes at 0 and boils at 100. Crazy, isn't it? Stone, are you telling me that using 32 and 212 are bizarre benchmarks? I don't know what you're talking about. The figures on Capcom's own website are completely different. Wait, really? Capcom. Yeah, everything they have. Where are these figures? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait.
Figures can be displayed separately.
Hold on, because I think I found one. Oh, I did find one. Wait, they're the figures that come with the special editions. This Leon is the one that comes with the Resident Evil special edition. Are there other figures with other special editions? Yeah, the Resident Evil 2 Leon statue is from the collector's edition. I'm not sure about the others. Where are these? Are there collector's editions for these games that didn't come out over here? Figures are probably sold from Capcom's official store. Celsius is fine for scientific use, but Fahrenheit is way more useful every day, I feel. Yeah. My defense of Fahrenheit over Celsius usually boils down to, yes, but when I'm talking about temperature, like the weather outside, I can say 80 degrees and 85 degrees. I don't have to say 30.2 and 30.4. I can just say 82 degrees, and we all kind of understand what that is. In a dying GameStop near you, behind the glass case next to a Harley Quinn figure. I'd like to hear more about this Harley Quinn figure. They're all collector's. We don't say decimals either. Yeah, look, they're all collector's editions. This Jill is the Resident Evil 3 collector's edition.
And if you line them up with previous figures, both figures are scheduled for release this fall.
Hold on.
Previous figures were together as a Grace and Leon's figures can be displayed separately or together as a set. And if you line them up with previous figures, both figures are scheduled for release.
Okay, I didn't catch that at first. Is there something we're supposed to know here? Is there some piece of info that we are supposed to glean from what he just says here? Did anybody else catch this?
Can be displayed separately or together as a set.
That's the end of a sentence.
And if you line them up with previous figures, both figures.
If you line them up with previous figures, what? What the hell happens when I line them up? There's no technology in these statues. If I line them up with previous figures, I create for everyone to see a monument to how much I spent on these games. What does that mean? Is that supposed to be mysterious on purpose?
And if you line them up with previous figures.
There's no rest of that. I don't know. There wasn't even anything to imply what that might mean. What is that supposed to mean? And I don't mean that in the good way. I don't mean that in the good way of, ooh, what does that mean? I mean, what the hell was that supposed to mean? If I line 6 pieces of plastic up against each other on a shelf, what the hell are these? The Infinity trophies? I don't know what's supposed to happen. Lock on technology. Leon was dead all along. If Greg actually finished his sentence. All right, so we're going to wrap up. Why does it do that? What mystery did they think they were holding? It's plastic, the Infinity Leons. I don't get that. I don't get what was that? The longer we look into this video, the worse it gets. I could get it if it was different people and it eventually made the OG. Yeah. Like, let's say this is all different people. And when you line them all up on the shelf, right? And it just stands there. And then someone looks at it and realizes, oh my God, this is the whole cast of 6 or something, right? Like it's a statue of everybody from 6 or 5. Like if you were going to do something like that, it would work. But this feels weird. It doesn't go anywhere. You get the Monster Hunter DLC. You have to take a picture with all of it and then upload it to your Monster Hunter, and then you get the Monster Hunter DLC that you need. Yeah, they're being cinematic random, and I would appreciate that, but these figures don't do anything. They're not like Amiibo where you tap them on the controller and you get stuff in the game. But if you have all 6 of them, there's some big unlockable. These come from special editions of the games. This is a Resident Evil 3 special edition. This was Resident Evil 2 special edition. This is going to be for 9. I'm assuming there's a 4 special edition unless I just haven't seen it yet. And this is 5. This is Chris, right? So this is 5. Are there special editions for these two that come? I'm assuming there are, but that come with these figures. Village. I'm sorry. That's 8. Okay, so he'll be the one with 8. And then this is 4. So like, is there a special edition of 4? But what does it mean to have them all together? It just doesn't. It's like, okay, you're being cinematic, but you're also not going anywhere with it.
Both figures are scheduled for release this fall.
My favorite Vampire Survivors characters: Leon, Jacket Leon, Leon, and Grace. Stone, you also forgot Grace and Leon. Grace Jacket Edition.
Same day as the game.
This is probably the coolest thing on here. I think this might actually be the coolest thing on here. Is this controller. And I'm not even a big fan of Nintendo when they do this stuff, because I don't like that all of this is dead space down here. I wish that there was stuff here and that there was stuff here too. Yeah, I wish we saw the amiibo. It did sound like part of the audio was missing. See, I don't think it sounded like I don't think it sounded like the audio was missing accidentally. I think it was supposed to sound like, ooh, there's some mystery here. But the mystery doesn't mean anything because it's a bunch of plastic statues that don't do anything. And then you have to buy collector's editions in order to get. I'll be honest, it should have been a white kind of paper texture. Yeah, why? The fact that it's gray, it really should be. Or like a yellow, like old newspaper, which I just think would make the black part stand out more. This is probably the coolest thing on here. And maybe the watches. I thought the watch was kind of cool looking.
And as a series first, Amiibo will also be available. Please look forward to more information.
What does it say on there, by the way? Residutuville, right? Reside to Ville. That's what it says there. Amiibo of what? I mean, it's got to be the characters. It's got to definitely be the characters. Probably monsters. Right, hopefully like a liquor. It'll probably won't be a liquor. It'll probably be I wonder if it'll be. Well, here's a good question: is it going to be stuff related to this game in particular, or are they going to be Resident Evil amiibos? Because if it's Resident Evil, you could do anything, right? You can get a Mr. X, you can get a Nemesis, you can get anything. If it's this game specifically, it's probably just going to be a Leon, maybe a Grace. And whatever the big bad is going to end up being. It'll probably just be those. I think the design wasn't a Nintendo choice. We found out before that a lot of the tie-in Pro controllers and other party are the other party's design. Oh, I actually didn't know that. Give us a Leon amiibo. We don't have anything of him. It's of Grace or whatever her name is. I just remember the last direct. Wait. Is there an image of it? Was there... Hold on. Resident Evil... Amiibo. Let's see here. Nah, it's just some speculation. People talking about what they might see, and yeah, okay. So there's nothing definite yet. Okay, I was 3,000 off. So they're gonna be 2,000. They're gonna be $2,000 for the watches. I mean. Will scalpers even buy that? I'm sure people will buy them, but scalpers won't buy that, right? There's no way scalpers are going to expect to make a profit on those, so they're not going to buy them. Resident Evil Nintendo Direct. Yeah, those watches are... And honestly, I only really like the black one, if I'm being completely honest with you. Watches are such a weird market, though. I don't understand the watch market at all. Scalper for 5,000, so I'm not wrong. Yeah, I don't know. The watch market is something that I never really understood. I'm assuming that the watch market just exists for rich people, as status. Like I feel like watches exist as status symbols and nothing else. Because as far as functionality goes, you don't need them to do anything. I bet they didn't show off the amiibo because they don't want to show off a cheaper figure. Oh, because they don't want to show off a cheaper figure than the collector's edition ones. That's not a bad idea. That's actually not bad at all. I'm not gonna lie. I have so many letdowns from Capcom events. I was quiet because I went to watch Johnny's video. He nailed it well enough to be a nuanced video. I'll say that much. I just don't see the appeal of expensive watches. Yeah, they're really easy to break, and like you always check your phone for time anyway. Yeah, functionality, watches are just appearance. That's all they are. And the expense of watches is an appearance of itself. It's a status symbol. That's it. You know, even it's such a mired thing now because like even Rolex is not important, right? If you're a rich person, I think there are expensive Rolexes. But what's the there's one that I always hear whenever I hear people talk about expensive watches, Patek Philippe or something, or like right Patek. It's like Patek Philippe or something. I don't know. I think that's what it is. Like there's these really expensive watches, but I never looked at an expensive watch and thought if I had money, I would buy that. And I definitely never looked at an expensive watch and thought, boy, I wish that said Resident Evil on it. To be fair, I never looked at a Porsche and thought that either. That, or they don't want to let people see the amiibo be high quality, be a higher quality than the figure. Already have an expensive watch. It also makes calls and Google stuff. Have you bought a phone these days? I think watches are cheaper nowadays. Not like that. Not the $2,000 Resident Evil. Philippe Patek. Is that it? I mean, they're not. We also pay for our phones on pricing plans. They get tied into it. When I was in school in the late 90s and early 2000s, Rolex was still the big thing. But once mobiles came around, it was all Apple watches. Can I show you something strange and mystical? Open the trench coat full of watches. No, we were at his boomer wristband. Watches are boomer wristbands. I'd rather get a nice pocket watch. I'd rather get a nice pocket watch instead. They're both outdated tech anyway. You know what's funny? I went in my I keep my keys on a lanyard, and then sometimes what I do is I clip my lanyard to my belt loop, and then I put my keys in my pocket so that they're always attached to me, but they're still stuffed in my pocket so they don't fall off. I went to go and get my keys the other day, and I remember thinking that too. I remember thinking like, oh, it feels like a fancy pocket watch, right? Because pocket watches were always they were functional, but they were always fashion accessories too. You had a special pocket for it. It had a little chain that would hang out. So there was always a fashionable aspect to watches just in general. But that was back when you still needed a watch. And now you kind of don't. Yeah, I like the idea of pocket watches. You finished Johnny's video? The appeal of fancy watches is strictly status symbol. When I did my interview this week, I wore a watch rather than my smartwatch. So my compliments and forced arm grabs to look at it. If you're a baller, you get a Patek these days. Or Patek. Patek Philippe. I actually have a pocket watch. It came with my collector's edition of Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns. I love it as a display piece. I have to get it fixed, but I have a Final Fantasy 8 watch that looks like a watch. It's like silver with the blue face on it, and it says Final Fantasy 8. And I wore that watch for a while, but one of the pins on the loops came out, and I never went and got it repaired. Yeah, I own a pocket watch because it looks nice with a suit. I still have that watch. I have it downstairs. I should bring that up so I can get it repaired. But yeah, this Resident Evil, it looks fine. Oh, wait, damn it. Hold on. Oh, God, did I just hit a... What did I just do? I think I just hit the ad button. Did I just hit the ad button? Is anybody here getting an ad? Not that you could hear me say it if you were. Nice pocket watch. Where'd you get it? I became a dog of the military. I didn't mean to hit that. I'm sorry. Dismiss. Hold on. Can I just... I wish I could just turn the ads off. I'm so sorry. I legitimately didn't mean to hit that. The only watch I own is a cosplay pocket watch for Fullmetal Alchemist. Nice and functional, but nothing fancy in material. Like, those are the best ones. Because you know what they look like? They look like watches. All right. But...
On Resident Evil Requiem launch day, the gold editions of both Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, including all downloadable content, will be released on the Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay, so the games already exist on the Switch. but this is going to be the gold content. The gold content is what's coming to the Switch too. I wonder if there will be tonal whiplash when it comes to swapping back and forth between characters. I think that the swapping back and forth between characters is going to be less about tone and more about what you're doing. I think it'll be jarring in the sense that Leon seems to be more action oriented, and Grace is definitely more stealthy oriented. She's more like sneaking around and not getting caught, but it's still horror and stuff. So I think that that's fine. I do think what and what I worry about is, are they going to be so different that you don't want to play one over the other? Oh, I'm going to play, I like the game as Leon, but I really don't like playing as Grace. You know, I wonder if it's going to be a catastrophe in that way where people they're happy with one part of the game and then very unhappy with the other part of the game. But since it's Resident Evil, you know you're going to have to do both. It's like DMC5 when you switch to what was the guy's name? V, whatever his name was. His play style was so different. I could see people saying, yeah, Devil May Cry 5 was awesome, but I hate playing it because I hate the segments with what's-his-face. It's like, yeah, it was V, right? I wonder if it's going to be like that. I wonder if it's going to be, yeah, Resident Evil Requiem was awesome, but I can't stand playing as Grace. Or I really like the Grace sections. It reminds me of old Resident Evil where you don't want to get caught because you don't want to use up all your ammo or anything. But then you play as Leon, and now it's a combat game. You know, I'm curious to see if that ends up happening with it.
We'll also be celebrating 30 years of the series with special concerts. Relive the series' greatest moments with breathtaking orchestral performances. The first ticket lottery is open right now to Resident Evil ambassadors. Concerts are planned for not just Japan, but North America and Europe.
Are you familiar with the Resident Evil Ambassador Program? I didn't know that was a thing. Maybe that's just me. Maybe you guys all have heard this before, but I didn't know it was a thing. Watch repairs are scary. They range from it's just the part to that'll be $1,000 to fix. I wish you streamed a 7 DLC because there's a really fun one that happens after the main story. Maybe I should go back to it. I mean, I didn't say I wouldn't stream it again. Most franchises have ambassador programs, which is kind of wild. Chris campaign is just Call of Duty. Gun to your head. Name 5 Resident Evil songs. Yeah, this like there's always been music, but it's not an orchestral game. It's not a game where I say, "Oh my God, the Resident Evil music. I hope they do a concert." I don't feel like that's a thing. Am I wrong? Remember any real song from Resident Evil aside the save room theme and of course the shitty DualShock Edition OST? What you hear is from Resident Evil. Every time I hear, "Are you familiar with X?" I keep having flashbacks to 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. I'm not familiar with that. Resident Evil 1 main theme, save room theme. Resident Evil 2 main menu. Resident Evil 3 main menu. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is an ad too, so. But this ad kind of makes sense.
More information on these will be released later.
Not really. And what is El Piss?
これもね、まだお伝えしたいんですけど、実はレオンにはある秘密があって、そことも関わってくる要素だったり、グレースのお母さんアリスタが殺された、そこにも関わる非常に重要。グレースのお母さんアリスタが殺された、そこにも。
Grace's mother, Alyssa. So Alyssa was the character in the game, right? What was the game? What was the game again that they're from? Another video goes, oh, right, we were talking about a game. Sony announced Outbreak, Resident Evil Outbreak. Sony announced the PlayStation in Concert tour. One of the shows was going to be near me. Last year, they canceled the rest of the shows due to low attendance and low ticket sales. I'm afraid the same will happen here. Ooh, interesting.
関わる非常に重要なものになって
That is a big part of the game. So then maybe make the game more accessible.
るので、この辺の
Where can you play Outbreak? Where can you play Resident Evil Outbreak? Is there any way to play that right now? Without going out and buying an old system or something? Don't remind me. I bought a ticket and was bummed it was canceled. How hard was it to get your money back? So we hope you'll play and try to unravel the mystery.
その謎をプレイしてぜひ解き明かしていっても
Watch. Project Elpis is going to be like mind swapping or something, and you're going to find out that that's not Grace, that's Alyssa or something crazy. Resident Evil Outbreak needs a re-release because that's the only 4-player co-op online game. It was a PS2 game. Yeah, emulator is the best way to do it. So Neil, so there's no way to play it. So whenever emulator is the answer, what that means is that the company is not providing any easy way to play the game. Maybe this is a setup for an Outbreak remake. That seems kind of wild that you would use the next mainline entry to set up a side game. Yeah, you think it would be on PSN. We say random side game. It was a PS2 game from 2004, so 22 years ago. And Alyssa isn't even the main character. She's just one. She's just one of 8 characters you play as. She is a side character from a side. Well, I can't really say side character. Saying even though she's just one of 8 characters, that would be like calling any of the characters in Octopath Traveler side characters. It's just a bunch of main characters. But it's a side game from PS2 that apparently you haven't talked about in 22 years. So maybe you should just bring the game out so that people can see it. Put it on the service so that people can play and sell it as that. Sell it as the early life story of what happened to Grace's mom or something. The plan for Outbreak remake, but as tides turn on live service games, especially Capcom's own live service modes, it got scrapped. So then just put it out there. What did I miss? A Resident Evil Porsche and watches, and a collection of Infinity statues that might do nothing. We're not sure. She really is not very important in the game, actually. What a weird decision to bring her to make that when you have other choices. When you have other choices, you had 2 reasonable choices, and you went with the third one. That's so weird to me. So everyone is mad. Connie, to be completely honest, we're more mad at the presentation than we are at the game. The game looks fine. The game looks great. Graphically, it looks fantastic. It looks like more Resident Evil. There's going to be some sort of weird split between the 2 characters. So when you play as Grace, they're saying that the gameplay is going to be different than if you play as Leon. And then Leon's got this other weird thing where he's taking an L piss. So we don't really know what's going on. Like there's the mystery there. But the presentation itself was weird. It felt heavily like ads for other things. And at the beginning of the presentation, it was all messed up and glitchy and everything. And the more we're going back and going through the presentation, we're kind of getting more and more annoyed. But it's at the presentation. The game itself looks fine. There's nothing in this presentation that says you should worry about playing the game. But this video itself was kind of obnoxious. I don't think you would like Outbreak. It's an RE game before they went into the action lane. Which I didn't hate early Resident Evils. I just never really made the rush to go and buy them or play them. Yeah, more people are going back and playing it through emulator. They tried to sell stuff when they were supposed to try to sell other stuff. Like, you're supposed to be selling me on the game, and the game is fine. The game is exactly what it is. But then they try to sell you a whole bunch of other things. It's like, what are we doing here? And we're not exaggerating. We're not exaggerating, Connie. There's a Porsche. There are 2 different types of watches that cost $2,000. One of them is $1,500. One of them is $2,000. There's some statues that they allude to some mystery when you collect them all, but the statues came with special editions of the games. So they're not even like you can go and buy all of the statues. it's such a weird problem. It's such a weird video. Have I ever played My Friendly Neighborhood? No, I've never played that. I don't know what kind of game that is. $2,000 for a watch. I should buy some RAM sticks. It looks gory AF and cool from what we saw. Also, like the difficulty modes. Yeah, the difficulty modes. Yeah, you can toggle between first and third person. Like, there's a lot of interesting things about the game, and it looks really fascinating. But it is all overshadowed by the absurdity of the actual video that we were showing all of this stuff in. The ads, the graphical problems, like the functional problems with the video itself. They allude to other things, and it doesn't make any sense. I think the worst problem with the video, with the game, is the question of Grace and why it's Grace and not one of the other two much better options. Which, but I'm willing to overlook that because maybe we'll find out in the game. Maybe it turns out that there is a survivor mode or an outbreak mode that is related to the original game. Maybe there's going to be a reason for it. So I don't really crap on that too much. What I'm crapping on is the event itself. It was such a mess. Would third-person view make Resident Evil less scary in your eyes? No, because I think things still come out at you because it's an over-the-shoulder third person, so things are still going to come at you from behind. Do you think of you buying the watch or Porsche when it comes with exclusive DLC? Oh, what? No, not for that price. Not for that price. Not for there's no $1,500 DLC that's going to make it worth it. And the Porsche, to be fair, I don't think the Porsche is actually for sale. I didn't notice that they said that the Porsche was for sale. It's just they teamed up with Porsche to design the vehicle that you drive in the game sometimes, because it's not even like it's a driving game. There's a third-person mod, and it does kill some of the tension in areas. My Friendly Neighborhood is Resident Evil meets Sesame Street. It's also published by the same people that published Amanda the Adventurer. That's a good comment right there. Then didn't Capcom update RE7 to have a third person mode? Did it? Yeah, giving us unique emotes when we buy a $200 statue. We only have Ashley and Claire, so in our heads, because of the remakes, timeline wise, it's been a while since they showed up, but it's been a while since Leon showed up, sort of. No, not really. No, yeah. I'm thinking, when was the last time Leon showed up in a full game that wasn't Resident Evil 6? Come on, you want a Porsche to drive around and pay off? Yeah, first-person RE style game where you're in a TV studio fighting off-brand Sesame Street characters. Why does that sound familiar? Yeah, it was 6, but 6 was the weird amalgam game, right? That had a whole bunch of characters. So, even though I guess 6 was canon. Yeah, timeline-wise, right? Yeah, 6 was canon. Our timeline, Resident Evil 4 remake. So that's a character that hasn't been around in a while, and to say that, well, they weren't good options, right? We have Ashley and Claire in our heads because of the remakes. Timeline-wise, it's been a while since they showed up. Yes, but Grace is a character that has never showed up. So it still makes less sense for her to be there. Grace is a character that has never appeared. So unless there ends up being a reason for it. Oh, later, Connie, have a good one. Yeah, I got to wrap up in a second too. Yeah, I want to see Sheva in the game again. Elliot played it. Oh, Elliot played it on his stream. Yeah, that makes sense. Elliot to play a game like that. And somebody said it's on Steam. Is Outbreak on Steam? Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a weird choice to go with an unknown character when also time doesn't matter when you get to play as Old Man Leon. Your main weapons in My Friendly Neighborhood are guns that fire the letter of the day to deranged Muppets. The V8 said something coming out this year, maybe a later announcement. I gotta say though, Leon has some good family genes for being in his late 40s or so and having a nice head. Oh, and still built all fit. Okay, so that one's not me, but that one's not me, but the other part is. Old Man Chris and 8. I'd argue that the power of a new game though, because 7 and 8 started non-classic Resi characters. She's fine. She has healing powers. I think one of the biggest issues here, they barely sold anything the average person could buy. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like I said, it's the presentation that's the problem here, because the game itself is fine. Nothing seems wrong. Like I said, the closest we can figure out to what's wrong with the game is that it's Grace and not one of two other characters, but there might be a reason for that. To be fair, he is demanding life and job, so it's completely expected for him to still be fit in his 40s. That's true. And then there's me. All right. But I think that'll do it for today. I think over 8-hour stream is going to be good for today. Tomorrow we'll be back. We don't have anything to play. I probably won't watch John's thing. I'll probably watch that tonight. I don't think I'll watch that on stream. I don't want you guys to be rewatching it. So I'll probably address it tomorrow, just sort of chat about what he says, because I'm very interested to see what he says. I have an idea of what he's going to say. I did talk to him at some point, not about the video itself, but just about how he thought about the game. So I have a feeling of what's going to be in there, but I don't know if he went back and revisited the game or tried some other things. So I'm kind of curious about that. But tomorrow, I watched the devlogs of the game being built. The only reason I never played it is because I get frustrated with games with limited save. Yeah, I don't like the limited save thing either. Thank you, Random. Have a good one. I'm going to watch the video after this. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Actually, I'm going to order food first because I'm really, really hungry. So yeah, tomorrow we'll be live. I don't know what time we'll be live. I went live at 10 a.m. this morning. It might end up being a little bit later tomorrow morning just because that'll give me some time to get some things done. And then we're going to play Metroid Prime 2. I don't know if there's anything else that we want to jump into beforehand. We'll just see if things are going to pop up. Oh, Linky is live. Good, Linky is live. Hang on one second. So... Hang on. Oh, no, not that one. This one. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Move the thingy so I can... Nah, okay. All right. But yeah, so tomorrow we'll be live, 10, 11 in the morning, probably closer to 11, probably closer to between 11 and 12. And then we'll chat for a little bit as always. We'll play some Metroid Prime 2. We'll see if Capcom responds to the Monster Hunter stuff. I'm very curious to hear if Capcom's going to say anything about the Monster Hunter stuff. And then from there we'll figure out where to go and we'll figure out what to do. All right. For right now though, I'm going to send you over to Linky. Linky is playing Zelda 1, which is he's in the 8th dungeon, but he only has 11 hearts, and it's bothering me. So I'm going to go and have to give him a hard time about this. But but thank you so much, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you all tomorrow.